Okay, good morning. Let's remain standing for silent prayer and meditation. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Okay, I think we can start with our meeting now. Dumelang Baholo. Greetings also to the Honorable Premier, whose tendered apology. I will speak to it later on. Members of the Executive Council, members of the Provincial Legislature, the Chief Whip, leaders of all political parties represented in the Legislature, Baeng ba rona, ladies and gentlemen, baagi ba Gauteng ke a le dumedisa bo botlhe. Under announcement in accordance with Part 4 of the Conflict of Interest and Disclosure Framework for members of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, members are required to disclose all their registrable interest within 30 days of the opening of the legislature or on appointment of the member. So in complying with the above framework, members are required, basically reminded, to please complete and submit your declaration of interest via SAP from, from the 1st to the 30th of March. So, honorable members, you have a week to do this, or maybe just under a week. What's today? Let's see. 6 days, if we include the weekend as well. So basically, you have 4 days to do that. So I am just reminding you to please do that. I also have an announcement on committee reports. Honorable members, I honestly want to acknowledge the good work done by committees of the House in holding the executive accountable. We have further noticed that over and above inviting departments to present and respond to issues or matters in committee meetings and in the House sittings, committees conduct oversight visits as well as engage with the broader public and stakeholders to get to the bottom of issues. All of these processes are interlinked, honorable members, and in line of the Constitution, or rather they're in line with the Constitution as well. They're also in line with standing rules as well as sector oversight model. It is important that as we do so, we ensure that issues of concern that are found during these processes are brought to the attention of the relevant MECs and reported to the House through our established reporting framework of the annual oversight reports, the quarterly oversight reports, and focused investigative study, and the budget oversight reports. Furthermore, it is the committee, rather if the committee wants to investigate and report on a specific matter, we encourage that we make use of the Committee of Inquiry Act. And in some instances, an ad hoc committee may be established if necessary. I am making an appeal to our committees to collaborate with other committees on matters of concern and common interest. I further urge committees not to have multiple reports on issues that should be addressed within the framework as stated above. As such, we will not allow and will not schedule reports that are outside the framework and guidelines as provided above. Honorable members, we did circulate, I think, a 3, if not 4-page document through your respective whips where we are suggesting amendments to the Rules Committee to accommodate, amongst others, your concerns. So I want to encourage you to please respond to that document so that we can amend the rules book accordingly. There was a request for extension. I think we gave extension up to the 4th of April, yeah, for inputs to that, to those proposed amendments. They will go a long way in answering most of your concerns, but we really need your inputs on those proposed amendments. Working through your whips, obviously. Under MEC statements in terms of Rule 79, subsection 1, Honorable MEC Ramokopa. Yes.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In his 2022 State of the Nation address, President Cyril Ramaphosa announced his ambitious plans for the economy that highlighted the importance of the cannabis industry. He stressed the need for this sector to be prioritised as a key growth driver with the potential of adding 406 million rand to our GDP and creating 130,000 much-needed jobs by 2026. In the recent 2025 SONA, he restated the same. Now, in the past few years, the global hemp market has experienced rapid growth, with an increased demand of 233% and a doubling of exports over the last 2 years. This is due to the increased use of hemp and cannabis for medicinal, textile, and recreational purposes. The Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development has sought to be at the forefront of this global trend and has to date directly invested over 40 million rand in the cannabis industry, directly supporting African and youth-owned SMMEs in this sector. Locally, Gauteng is also leading the way in the cannabis industrialization, innovation, and export growth. The growth of the industry, however, continues to be shackled and hamstrung by regulatory uncertainty and delays in the formalization of this industry. The recent regulations signed by the Minister of Health on the 7th of March 2025 do nothing to assist the over 1,100 licensed small-scale cannabis farmers and the over 500 SMMEs operating in the hemp and cannabis value chain. As they say, Honourable Speaker, the pen is mightier than the sword. And with one simple signature, the Honourable Minister has wielded a near-fatal blow to the cannabis industry, setting it 10 steps back and potentially costing the Gauteng province and the country billions in potential investments and potential jobs. This move also has the unintended effect of bolstering the illicit cannabis industry, which already has an estimated value of 20 billion rand. That is 20 billion rand, honourable members, that is not being taxed, that is not being monitored, and that is not being channeled back into the fiscus and being used to improve the lives of South Africans and Gauteng residents. This decision comes as South Africa was also labelled the third largest illegal hemp producer by the World Health Organization. And so this decision will only serve to criminalize the legitimate business people and hand the industry back into the hands of black market operators. We cannot allow that. Honourable members, we have a duty to protect and create sustainable jobs and support the growth of legitimate South African businesses. We must disabuse ourselves of the outdated negative stereotypes that are holding us back from unlocking the full potential of this burgeoning industry. We can position Gauteng as a global leader in the hemp and cannabis production. So I invite the members of this House to join the call for the Honourable Minister to expedite the clarification and finalisation of all hemp and cannabis-related legislation, particularly with regard to medical and recreational use cannabis and hemp products. I also urge the Minister to review the recent regulation, which currently bans all cannabis-based food products. And in doing this, we can support the cannabis small-scale farmers. We can drive the growth of agro-processing and exports. And most importantly, we can create the jobs that we so desperately need. If COVID-19 taught us anything, it is that we have a duty to protect consumers and the citizens from potentially harmful foods, but that compliance and regulation must always be balanced with the need to protect livelihood and jobs. The cannabis industry is a key infant industry and must be protected and nurtured, not strangled by legislation. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Okay. Thank you very much, MEC.
It's not about smoking.
Mike. Will. Order, honourable members. Order, honourable members. Honourable members, in terms of Rule 81, subsection 1, regarding member statements, we received 11 requests for member statements. On the positive side, MEC, it shows that the legislature is vibrant, on the positive side. However, honourable members, we have a rules book that was adopted by the House, and it binds all of us to abide by. So there was a matter that was raised in the last sitting regarding the allocation of members to speak, the ratio. The Rules Committee will still look at that, but what we have done was to look at the representation of committees in terms of that ratio. So ANC would have 6, DA would have 4, EFF 2, MK 2, Action SA 2, and the rest of the parties would have 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. So in looking at the statements that we received today, I'm going to allow all of them because they sort of fit into the distribution of these ratios. However, honourable members, again, I want to appeal to you to please make your inputs to the amendments that were circulated, proposed amendments that were circulated to yourselves, so that we can, put this matter and other matters to rest. So I'm going now to ask Member J.
Madam
Moodley.
Speaker, point of order.
Yes, Honourable Moriarty.
We understand that you are the Speaker and you have the discretion, but could we be engaged with the calculations at some stage, please, on which you base the proportions? Thank you very much.
Could you repeat what you said?
We need the calculations.
These? No, it's fine. I'll make them available. I'll make them available, but these were discussed by in the whips forum.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's information that you'll be provided with. All the parties, you'll get that information.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Honourable J. Moody, rather.
Thank you very much. Hello, Madam Speaker. We've heard in the House that everything is hunky-dory when it comes to the Department of Education. I had conducted many visits to schools, and indeed I found some very disturbing matters in those oversight visits, and I'm just going to mention 3 schools here. Everton High School, for instance, has become a symbol of neglect. The school has 3 blocks where the roofs have literally fallen apart. And when I was there, the department was there to have a look at it and to fix it. I will do a follow-up in that regard. Tragically, in December, students were injured as a result of the ceilings falling. PCs and smart boards remain non-functional, and the toilets facilities are deplorable and not even fit for human consumption or use. For use, but you also, anyway. Our attention is also at the Ikonkweni school in Ivory Park. That school was built to accommodate 1,500 students. They have 1,100 additional students at that school. The toilet facilities only provides for that 1,500 students. There isn't enough school benches and chairs. The students actually go in early in the morning to get themselves a chair, and they walk around with it so that they have a place to sit on. When it comes to the issue of Alexander Secondary School, which is a prefab school, it is heartbreaking. That terrain that they use, the children have to use during recess and breaks, It's boulders over there. Those children, it is a danger for those children. The pit latrines well, there's not pit latrines, but they had built a septic tank. It is already cracking. It is not functional. There wasn't water at the time that it was there, even though there was a borehole. They should have had 312 students there. They now have 600 students. There's only 4 teachers that are qualified at that school. They are assisted by 2 volunteers. When I asked the principal what was happening about it, they didn't at that stage, and that's about 4 weeks ago, even have a visit from the district office. So we can come here into this house and we can portray this picture that everything is honky-dory. In the meantime, it is not so. We are dealing with children's future here. School should be environments where it is conducive for learners to be able to prepare themselves for a future life, and we are failing them in that regard. And I ask this House and MEC to please take serious note of that. And let's stop praising ourselves for something that is not realistic out there.
Thank you very much, Honorable Moody. Honorable Ngobeni, F. Ngobeni.
Which Ngobeni?
F.
Which other? No, there's two F Ngobeni.
Huh? Okay. Honorable, have you changed your mind?
No, it's not. It's the other Ngobeni. Thank you very much. I'll give you
Okay.
the pass. Yes, thanks.
All right. No, thank you very much. Honorable S. Nyati.
Ngibingelela usomlomo nomphathi we-MK esishayamthetho sase-Gauteng. Ngisukuma ngokuzithoba enhlanganweni yesithathu yokuhlala kwesishayamthetho salesi sifundazwe sase-Gauteng. Umkhonto wesizwe ukhathazekile kakhulu ngezinga lokubulawa kwabantu nesimo sokuvikeleka embonini yezokuthutha phecelezi imboni yamatekisi kulesi sifundazwe. Kulamasonto amathathu edlulile sekubhubhe abantu abadlulile kwabayisikhombisa ezigamekweni ezehlukene kulesi sifundazwe sase-Gauteng. Ukubhebhetheka kwalolu dweshu sekuchaphazele nabantu nje abangahlanganise lutho nemibango yezokuthutha. Ngesonto eledlule kuye kwadubuleka ingane yesikole nomuntu obekade ezimele nje elindele isithuthi eGP's Town. Umkhonto wesizwe ukholelwa ukuthi izakhamuzi zakuleli zifanelwe ukuphepha ngaso sonke isikhathi. Ukuphepha kwesizwe eminye yemigomo ephambili enhlanganweni yethu iphinde ibandakanye nemiqathango ebalulekile kakhulu kumthetho sisekelo womkhonto wesizwe. Ngithanda ke ukunxusa iziphathimandla ezengamele ezokuphepha kulesifundazwe nakwisishayamthetho ukuba zilusukumele lolu daba njengoba nazike ukuthi lemboni iyona esalawulwa ithina sizwe esimpisholo. Imboni edlala enkulu indima kwezomnotho nasekwenzeni izimpilo zabantu zibe lula nsuku zonke. Sikubonile ukungenelela kukahulumeni ezikhathini ezedlule ukuthi kuye kwasiza ukudambisa udlame kanye nokwehlisa imimoya. Siyafisa ukubona ezokuphepha zilisukumela phezulu lolu daba kungaze kulimale abantu abaningi abangenacala. Sithi ke akangenelele uhulumeni lesisimo siyaphuthuma ukuze kuvikeleke izimpilo zabantu. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nyati. Honorable Rasi Dingwane.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand before you today to address a life-threatening issue that the people of Solopile Extension 8 and Duduza in Tembisa are forced to put up with in every single day. The pedestrian bridge over the Kalspruit River, built to connect communities and to provide a safe passage, has since become a symbol of failure, neglect, and a time-ticking bomb. This bridge, Honourable Speaker, was constructed in 2014 at a significant cost of 11 million. This bridge was meant to be a lifeline for the resident. However, its poor design and construction have created danger, especially during heavy rains. Sadly, Honourable Speaker, during this time, children from this area are unable to attend school during these periods, as the bridge, which is their primary route to Mpumalelo Primary and Tsolopili Secondary School, becomes submerged, making it impossible for them to cross, leaving their education disrupted, their future compromised, all this because of government's inability to proactively attend to service delivery matters. For 3 years, residents have cried out for action, warning of the danger, pleading for intervention, yet the outcry have fell on deaf ears. The DA will therefore like to call for the following actions: that a full structural assessment be conducted that will engage qualified engineer to evaluate the bridge and identify the necessary repairs to ensure it can withstand heavy rains. We also call for immediate safety measures which will provide an alternative pedestrian route to ensure that school children and residents are not forced to risk their lives. Honourable Speaker, we need to be a proactive government. We cannot afford to wait for a tragedy to prompt action. The safety and the well-being of our communities, most importantly our children, must be prioritised. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Rasidingwani. Honourable L. Diacher.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. It is with deep concern that I address this House today again regarding the Women's Living Heritage Monument, which remains closed to the public despite numerous oversight efforts by members of the National Council of Province and Gauteng Provincial Legislature. This monument, intended to honour the contributions of women to our heritage and liberation struggle, has been the subject of multiple official and unannounced visits by different spheres of government. These visits have revealed a concerning pattern of uncooperating and inaction from the Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation. Despite direct questions posed to the MEC for SACR, Matumi Chilwane, and a dedicated roundtable discussion held on 21st February 2025, which the MEC snubbed, we have not yet received satisfactory explanations for the continued closure of this important cultural site, apart from the fact that the occupancy certificate is being held back due to the fire certificate not yet having been issued. We were also informed that cable theft and other vandalism occurred in November 2024. Gatsani Holdings was appointed for Phase 4 of this project, which started in November 2024 to repair and replace cables and vandalised items. This building, completed in 2018, has already cost 280 million, with estimated costs being approximately 2 million annually since then. A report provided by the Provincial Treasury in February during the roundtable discussion disclosed that an additional 9 million has been spent on Phase 4 thus far, further increasing the cost of this monument. In a seemingly elastic timeline, the current deadline is 31st March 2025. This, however, remains to be seen. The monument represents not only our commitment to preserving our history, but also our dedication to recognising the crucial role women have played in shaping our nation. Its continued closure sends a troubling message about our priorities as a government and our respect for women's contributions to our society. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable N. van Dijk.
Morning, everyone, and thank you, Honourable Speaker. The Premier committed to bringing waters into many of our metros at the Gauteng SOPO. However, I'm not even sure if his mayors actually believe what he was about to say. This was clearly highlighted in the fact that the City of Johannesburg Mayor Dada Marero has made zero effort to investigate the 263 million rand tender that was awarded to two companies where it cannot even be proven if they even own tankers. So far, it seems that they are renting tankers and subletting. A couple of weeks ago, the City of Tshwane passed its own budget, where Mayor Nasipi, who was praised to high heavens, proposed an increase in spending on water tankers by 62%, with 5 months left of the municipal financial year. She asked the City Council for an additional 242 million extra to be spent on water tankers, on top of the 378 million rand budget. 3 weeks ago, and I think this is very important, 3 weeks ago a resident in Melville approached me, telling me that she was going to take her own life because she had to live as an elderly woman consistently without water. She can't sell her house because no one will buy a house or a property in an area that cannot provide water for more than 12 days of the month. We all know we have not seen the end of load shedding in South Africa, but especially in Johannesburg and Tshwane as power entities continue to fail. Our metros across the province are bracing for more load shedding as we talk to the technicians on the streets because of decaying infrastructure. This affects our water infrastructure immensely. If the Premier is serious about helping our municipalities to have access to uninterrupted water supply, he must guide them to spend money on maintenance and new infrastructure that can actually hold water, not that we can suffer these 46% non-technical water losses, rather than bloated tanker tenders that we're seeing all over our metros. And if you want to help, get the Minister to exempt Eikenhof from load shedding. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Van Dijk. Honourable Chabalala.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand here today to address the misleading claims made by Premier Panyaza Lesufi in his State of the Province address on the 25th of February 2025. The Premier stated, and I quote, "Working with Eskom, we have already electrified 39,000 houses in Everton. This will bring light and dignity to families who have waited for far too long," close quote. This statement, Madam Speaker, is far removed from reality on the ground. Under the leadership of the Premier, Everton has remained a dark city. The community of Everton continues to experience darkness, some more than 8 years. The consequences of this prolonged darkness are devastating. Small businesses have been forced to close their doors. Learners are unable to study properly, undermining their education. Crime rates have soared in these unlit areas. Electricity infrastructure is being systematically stripped and vandalized. Despite clear recommendations from NCOP Select Committee on Petitions, the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Eskom and Mfuleni local municipality have failed to take a meaningful action. They have failed to fulfill recommendations to replace faulty and damaged transformers. They have also failed to address repeated transformer failures. I challenge the Premier to join me in an oversight inspection at Everton and witness the conditions the residents face daily. The community deserves to know which 39,000 houses have supposedly been electrified, as this claim bears no resemblance to the lived experience of Everton residents. It is clear that the Lesufi government does not love the residents of Everton, has continued to overlook them, does not prioritize their needs and issues. The people of Everton deserve more than empty promises. They deserve light, safety, and the dignity, which the Premier claims to champion but has failed to deliver. The Premier statement that the message of the 29 May 2024 general election is that we need to learn to work together to solve problems and that our complex issues can be shared to find solution, was not a cry for collaboration, but rather a vote of no confidence in your MECs and governance. This failure has proven that your government is incompetent and uncaring to the citizens of Gauteng. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Ali.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, honourable members of the Legislature, guests and residents here present. Good morning to one and all. I rise today to give credit where it's due. One of the mandates of this august House is to ensure that members of the public participate as much as possible in legislative processes. It therefore gives me great pleasure to warmly acknowledge and welcome the presence of young people from Mamelodi who are with us in the gallery as stakeholders in today's sitting. Honourable members, the presence of these young constituents reflects the Gauteng Provincial Legislature's commitment to public involvement and stakeholder engagement, a mandate we must continue to uphold with pride and sincerity. I wish to commend the Legislature for creating opportunities for ordinary citizens, especially our youth, to witness the workings of democracy firsthand. However, Honourable Speaker, while we celebrate their presence here today, we cannot ignore the underlying reality that compels many of our youths to visit these great halls, and that is the harsh and painful reality of unemployment. Too many young people are without opportunities, without jobs, and without hope. For some of these visitors, being here is not only about civic participation, but possibly also about the prospect of a job or even a warm meal. It is a sobering reminder that our collective work as members of this House must go beyond words and ceremonial gestures. We must relentlessly pursue policy solutions and interventions that address the scourge of joblessness, so that when young people visit these chambers, it is not out of desperation, but in hope, in confidence, and in partnership with a government that is changing lives. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Mosai.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Greetings to the House at large and Libahai ba Gauteng. Madam Speaker, I stand today to congratulate Ntate Muteki Mabuya for his unwavering dedication to community development and the media landscape, which is truly commendable. From his beginnings at the Voice of Tembisa in 2006, Muteki has proven to the power of opportunity for the youth, making significant contributions to community radio across the province, from Tembisa to the Val in Sidibeng region. His journey has taken him through Val University of Technology Radio, Teta FM, Bokamuso FM, Hope FM, and now as a presenter, it's SABC Lesedi FM. Ntate Mabuya's contribution go beyond the airwaves. In 2023, he launched the Community Radio Awards Initiative, a groundbreaking effort to celebrate and uplift the talents and achievements within the community radio sector. This annual event not only honors excellence in community broadcasting, but it also aims to build capacity in our youth through the establishment of a broadcasting school of excellence. His vision is one of empowerment, where young professionals can gain the skills and experience needed to thrive in the media, education, and training. This is a direct reflection of our vision for an inclusive economy, where the youth can be given the tools and opportunities to contribute meaningfully to our nation's progress. Mutseki's philanthropic work through the Muteki Mabuya Foundation, founded in 2008, has been very transformative. Through motivational talks, he has inspired countless individuals across schools, churches, youth centers, and prisons, giving hope to those who need it the most. His dedication to youth development and community upliftment is truly a medal of service to others, in alignment with the ANC's policy of building an active, engaged citizenry and fostering social cohesion. His foundation embodies the ANC's focus on education, empowerment, and poverty alleviation, key pillars of our overarching socio-economic transformational agenda. Furthermore, Mutseki's tireless advocacy for community radio and his efforts to create real-world career growth opportunities for young broadcasters reflect our belief in the importance of local media and its critical role in nation building. The ANC's policy of supporting community-driven development is embodied in Mutseki's initiatives, which are aimed at strengthening local media's contribution to national unity and social transformation. We congratulate him on his achievements, and we wish him continued success in his future endeavors. May his efforts continue to inspire us all to work harder for the betterment of our nation. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Masai. Excuse me, Honourable D. Adams.
Honourable Speaker, if you look at the order paper, and we had this morning, my name was not on, so I thought I wasn't going to do it. I'll defer until the next time. Thank you so much.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Honorable Mhlongo?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me firstly take this opportunity to express our gratitude to the Office of the MEC of Transport and Logistics for being on the ground during the difficult period of the loss of commuters' lives through 2 fatal accidents which would have happened in Ekurhuleni that would have claimed more than 15 lives. We express our sincere condolences to all families who lost their loved ones through this unfortunate accident and wish all those that are injured a speedy recovery. In the same breath, Madam Speaker, we take this opportunity to also thank the MEC for their intervention in the deadlock between the local taxi associations under the Sakile Taxi Association against PATCO in Ekangala. It is in a squabble about allegations of stealing of passengers and other related matters of taxis versus bus services. Commuters were left stranded for a few days when the Sakile Taxi Associations would have made allegations against PATCO on overstepping and stealing passengers from the Sakile Taxi Association operating in the areas of Ekangala. It is a fact that many of our people, especially in the Tish communities, still rely heavily on the use of public passenger transport. It is for this reason that we commend the speedy responses and the interventions that have been led by the Gauteng Transport and Logistics Department, working together with councillors as well as other stakeholders in the Tshwane Region 7. We remain hopeful that the Transport and Logistics Department will continue to work with taxi associations in finding long-lasting solutions in line with the established protocols and platforms that exist in dealing with issues affecting our commuters, provincial authorities, as well as other interested and affected parties. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable members, we have a motion without notice in terms of Rule 120. Chief Whip. Honorable Makubela. Motion without notice in terms of Rule 120.
No, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, presiding officers, leaders of all political parties, the Premier in absentia, members of the Legislature, our special guests from Mamelodi and everywhere else who have been. Mamelodi is the home of jazz and the baptismal font of all true revolutionaries. I rise here on Tuesday, the 25th of March, 2025, to table the following motions in terms of Rule 121 and Rule 122. Noting that the following orders were not programmed for today's sitting, Madam Speaker, I wish that the House considers the following. 1, the consideration of the Finance Portfolio Committee's oversight report on the principle of the Gauteng Provincial Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill G002-2025 for the 2024-2025 financial year. 2, the Human Settlements Portfolio Committee's oversight report on the detail of Vote 8 on the Department of Human Settlements of the Gauteng Provincial Government Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill G002-2025 for the 2024-2025 financial year. 3, the decision on the separate votes in the schedule to the Gauteng Provincial Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill G002-2025 for the 2024-2025 financial year. 4, the decision on the schedule to the Gauteng Provincial Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill G002-2025 for the 2024-2025 financial year. 5, the motion in terms of Rule 1172, A read with Rule 223 and Rule 224 on the adoption of the Gauteng Provincial Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill G002-2025 for the 2024-2025 financial year. 6, the Human Settlements Portfolio Committee's Focused Intervention Study FIS report emanating from the budget report of the Department for the 2024-2025 financial year on assessing progress made in relation to the implementation of mega projects in the Gauteng Provincial Government. 7, the Education Portfolio Committee focused intervention study report on assessing the support and resourcing of schools of specializations, or what we call them SOSs, in the Gauteng province. 8, the Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee focused intervention report on commercializing of agro-processors in the province and the status of the Bundlegebutu program and waste management. 9, the Petitions Standing Committee's third quarterly performance report for the 2024-2025 financial year. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I request that the House, and most humbly so, include all of the above-mentioned orders and reports to the orders of today's House sitting of Tuesday, the 25th of March, 2025. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I so move.
Thank you very much.
Point of order.
Honourable Chief Whip, yes?
Yes, I rise in terms of, I'd like to make a point of order in terms of Rule 120, subsection 1, subsection G. So that's 121G. A motion without notice, which we note in this particular case includes all of the matters pertaining to the second adjustment budget, requires that it be accepted unanimously by all the members present as a motion for which notification is not required. We are against this from the Democratic Alliance. We would like you to note that it is not unanimous. We are against this motion without notice. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honourable Moriarty. I just want to look at the rule. Meanwhile, is there a second to the motion? Honourable, Honourable Member?
Yes, Speaker, I second the motion.
Thank you. Honourable Moriarty, you said in terms of Rule 120, no? I just want to see what it is. Yeah, no, thank you very much for your indulgence. Honourable members, I was still reading the rule. Honourable Moriarty, I want to make sure that I understood you properly. You said 120 subsection G.
1?
Yeah?
G.
Oh,
it says every motion requires a notice except a motion, and then G says accepted unanimously by all members present as a motion for which notification is not required.
Okay.
We disagree.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, I want to suggest that we stand this matter down for further consultation. We will proceed with the questions, and then I will make a ruling on the matter. Is that fine? Thank you. So, honourable members, we have amongst ourselves stakeholders from Tshwane region and West Rand region, stakeholders from the Westside Park community of Sebokeng, stakeholders from the city of Johannesburg, Diepkloof, PCO, stakeholders in the safety and education sector from the city of Tshwane, stakeholders from the BUSA political party, stakeholders from Statistics South Africa. Well, they didn't say it's a Miss or Mrs. Gianni. Tsegofatso Gomba and the Assistant Director, Mr. Manla Mahlangu. Apologies that were received today. The first apology is from the Premier, who's attending an urgent matter in Soshanguve, rather. Honorable Makwala is on urgent party business. Honorable L. Abrahams is also on urgent party business. Honorable K. Poho is attending a court hearing. Those are the apologies that we received today. Okay, thank you. Honorable members, we now move to questions. So according to the rules book, Rule 134, just make sure. 1 hour is normally allocated to questions. So using the discretion, speaker's discretion, I'm going to add an extra hour to the questions. And then after that, those that were not attended to will be processed in accordance to the agreement between the chief whips, which they had in the chief whips forum that said during the week. Member Dos Santos, you may read your question to the Executive Council member, the MEC for Health and Wellness.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. I did actually receive the responses on email the day after the last sitting. If you would like me to continue asking the questions, I'm more than happy with the replies that I received written via email.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Honourable Member. Then we'll move to the next member, Honourable Nseke, to Social Development, MEC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With regards to Tembisa Rehab Center, could the MEC please indicate when did the planning for this facility start? How much money was spent on this project every year? What is the address of this facility? What is the name of the construction company working on this facility? And how much money has been paid to date? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Nseke. Honourable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. In responding to question number 1, when did the planning of this facility start? The planning started in the financial year of 2028-2019. In responding to question 2, how much money was spent on this project every year? In 2018, the budget was 600,000. The expenditure was 11 million. And what was available was a minus. In 2020, the budget was 12,413,000 and the expenditure was 13,782,658, and there was a minus of 1,369,000, so meaning there was over expenditure. In 2021, the budget was 5 million and the expenditure was 6,936,000. And then in 2022, the budget was 500,000. The expenditure was not spent, meaning what was available in 2022 was 500,000. In 2023, it was 1,953,000, and what was spent is 1,952,000. So Sasala no Shinto of 499,000. In 2024, the budget was just 50,000. Nothing was spent on it. In total, the budget that has been set aside and has actually been utilized is 20,516,000, and the expenditure has been 34,298,000, which puts us at a minus of 13,782,000. The above amount was spent on the provision of architectural services, quantity surveying, mechanical engineering, construction project management, and town planning. In responding to question number 3, what is the address? The portion is portion 114 of Farm Olifants Fontaine 402/JR and is located in Clayville Township alongside Townhouse Road within the Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Municipality. In responding to question number 4, the name of the construction company. The company that is currently working on this facility is Moonlight Engineering consulting. And how much money has been paid to date? They have been paid that 34,298,981. And the amount was spent on provision of architectural services, quantity surveying, mechanical engineering, construction project management, and town planning. Siyabonga kakhulu Somlomo.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Honorable Cheke, do you want to ask a supplementary question or make a short remark?
I think I want to make a supplementary remark. I want to say to the MEC, I'm not an engineer, but I'm worried about it in the name being Moonlight. But for me, I'm horrified because from 2018 to 2024, we spent 34 million rand just planning a facility. I feel like we could have spent this 34 million rand actually building it. That's all I've got to say. Like, I wasn't even expecting this, but it has been concerning for me to see a CAPEX project sitting in planning for so many years, and this is just one. And then you find that this is the money that has been spent. This is not value for money. I've just got to say it for me at face value. Sorry, not for the residents of Gauteng. They deserve better.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Nseke. Honorable members, in terms of Rule 134, subsection 7, I am now open for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so. Okay, MEC Mazibuko, if you want to respond to the supplementary question or remark from Honorable Nseke, you may do so.
Somlomo, you want me to respond?
If you want to respond to.
Injena kindaba ke Somlomo. Yabona mina angazana sonke lesingisi lesi. Lo msebenzi lo wenziwa iDID. Kuzomela ilunga liqondisa umbuzo wakhe kwaDID. Mina njena bengethula nje umlayezo ngoba yena ubuze umbuzo. Ukuthi yini ekhona yini engekho. She's barking at the wrong tree, which is me. Thank
you very much, Honorable MEC. Honorable Nseke, I'm informed that the question that you were supposed to ask has been withdrawn to community safety. Is that a fact? Honorable Nseke?
Chair, Deputy Speaker, thank you so much. I am a bit concerned that proceedings is not doing right by us. If this question was tabled in the previous House, the fact that it's still sitting on an order paper, can you please look into why proceedings would do this? Because what they are doing is denying me a right to ask another question.
That's why,
Honorable
Nseke, please take your seat. That's why I asked you to confirm. If it's not withdrawn, then proceed and ask the question.
Chair, I am withdrawing, but because I tabled it last sitting. But I would have loved to have another question. That's why I'm saying please take it up with proceedings.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Honorable Nseke. Honorable McKenna, you may pose your question to MEC Environment.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Traditional and faith-based healers are among the groups that frequently make use of the province's rivers. Notwithstanding this, the community has not regularly been featured when it comes to policy and the making of bylaws around natural reserves and rivers. In light of the seeming neglect of this community, can the MEC answer the following? In terms of the stakeholder engagement held with the traditional and faith-based healers, has the department conducted any engagement with this community? With regard to cleanup efforts at rivers, how is the department ensuring that this community partakes in such initiatives and is fully engaged as somewhat informal custodians of sacred natural sites in the province? And how is the department scaling back on the legacy of colonialism, where traditional and faith-based healers were vilified by the state and alienated from the natural environment and excluded from public policy? How is the new stand-alone Department of Environment responding to this historic imbalance? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable McKenna. MEC, you may respond. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, honourable members. In response to question 1, the National Department of Water and Sanitation is the custodian of the rivers ecosystem, and the bylaws pertaining to rivers lies within the jurisdiction of the National Department of Water and Sanitation. The Gauteng Department of Environment only conducts river health monitoring in collaboration with the Department of Water and Sanitation. The portion of the river falling within the jurisdiction of nature reserves is covered in terms of the Integrated Management Plan, which is formulated in terms of National Environmental Management Act, Protected Areas Act number 57 of 2003. The procedure for the formulation of the IMP involves public participation to satisfy the public and to ensure that input is included in the administration of nature reserves. The department established the People and Parks Forum as required, which serves as a communication vehicle with the stakeholders and communities surrounding the nature reserves. The meetings are held quarterly. The environmental education and people and parks programs are extended to various focus groups, including traditional healers. The department has also established a working relationship through various workshops and awareness sessions held every year within the 2 major Muti markets in the city of Johannesburg, namely Mai and the Faraday market. Muti traders, who are mostly traditional healers, are now aware that permits are a legal requirement for certain species. A total of 104 permits were issued to traders in Faraday in the 2024-25 financial year. A total of 18 street Muti vendors were also visited and were educated on the importance of conservation of natural resources and the management thereof through a permit system. These are vendors from Merafong, Mfuleni, West Rand, Lesedi, as well as the city of Ekurhuleni. In response to question 2, the department provides support in the form of tools and cleanup materials jointly and jointly conducts awareness activities in communities staying adjacent to water bodies. The department also participates in cleanup programs that communities undertake, like, for instance, the Water Warriors of Alexandra. In response to question 3, the Gauteng Department of Environment, in collaboration with the National Department of Forestry and Fisheries, has been involving the traditional healers on the development of new legislation by conducting workshops on environmental legislations, regulating both national as well as provincial natural resource management. The recent policy involvement of traditional healers includes, among others, the White Paper on Conservation and Sustainable Utilization of Biodiversity, policy position on the conservation and sustainable use of elephant, lion, leopard, as well as rhino. Public participation before the legislation policies is implemented as always encouraged and practiced by the department. Traditional healers are also members of the National and Provincial Wildlife Forum, as well as People and Parks Forum, thus further ensuring their involvement in decision-making pertaining to natural environment and public policy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much, MEC. Honourable Makene, do you have a supplementary question or a short remark?
No question, Speaker. Just can the MEC maybe finish me with her questions so that I can also go through them?
Okay.
Her answers, actually, not questions. Thank you.
Yeah, that will be done through the proper process. Honourable members, in terms of Rule 134, subsection 7, I now open for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so. Okay. Honourable Ngobeni, you may pose your question to MEC for Education.
All right, thank you very much, Speaker. Following questions posed to the Department of Education by the Economic Freedom Fighters regarding the number of available teaching posts across the province. The department indicated that it has a total of 5,100 vacant teaching posts, 357 of which are for principals. Considering the reply provided by the department, can the following follow-up questions be answered? 1, the department indicated that these are substantive posts and schools are required to temporarily employ other teachers to fill up these vacancies. How many teachers are currently temporarily employed across Gauteng in this regard? Can the department account for the large number of 357 principal posts? What measures are in place within schools without principals to ensure that these schools operate effectively? And the department also indicated that it has earmarked an additional growth of 1,500 positions, focusing on employing new teachers. Can the department elaborate on how many new teachers are expected to be employed by the close of the 2024-2025 financial year?
Okay, thank you very much. MEC Chilwane, you may respond.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me start by greeting the honourable members in the House and the public. With regard to the first question, the answer is there are currently 2,750 temporarily employed teachers across Gauteng. With regard to the second question, to ensure schools that have principal vacancies operate effectively, the following measures are put in place. Deputy principals are appointed to act in the vacant principal positions. Secondly, district offices provide additional support and oversight to ensure smooth functioning by temporary placing administrators where there are no deputy principals. These measures help maintain stability and continuity in the absence of a permanent principal. The third question, the 1,500 additional positions are meant to address learner growth in the 2025 academic year. 600 of those were allocated as emergency for filling by the end of the 2024-25 financial year, in which only 531 were advertised for filling. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honourable MEC. Honourable Ngubeni, if you have a supplementary question or a short remark.
All right, thanks, Speaker. Just a small remark. I think we note the response from the MEC, but however, we feel that we need to speed up the process of ensuring that these vacancies get to be filled for purpose of stability also in the schools, especially where there are no principals, there are acting principals, because there are always challenges across the province in the schools because of the absence of principals and the protests that are taking place. It's mainly precisely because of lack of accountability or people who will be responsible in particular principals. So we'll just get the report with the full responses, then we'll take it from there. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honourable Ngubeni. In terms of Rule 134, subsection 7, I now open for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so. Honourable Simatla.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I just want to find out from the MEC, in terms of the ratio, one teacher is supposed to teach how many learners in the school, considering that as Gauteng we are experiencing overcrowding. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable Simatla. Honourable MEC.
Thank you, Speaker. I agree with the honourable member around the agency to fill the principal posts. We are working around the clock to ensure that we fill them. But there's another dynamic as well that we tend to experience, and this is what I've been calling for honourable members and political parties to get out of schools, because sometimes they contribute to the instability. When we appoint a principal, they agree with those that don't want the principal. They chase the principal away. Then the principal is occupied. There's a principal in the school that we have appointed, but the principal can't go to the school because it's been chased away by those who are sponsoring anarchy. But the vacancies, I fully agree that we should appoint rather urgently the principals, because in some instances it does contribute to the instability of the school. But we do put measures in place, as I've spoken about the administrators that we deploy from the district to come into the school to ensure that the school stabilize. In terms of the ratio, in primary school is 1 to 35, and in high school is 1 to 40. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Honorable Ngubeni, you may pose your second question to MEC for Education.
During the 2025 SOPA, Premier Lesufi once again presented the possibility of employment to the disheartened youth of Gauteng by referencing the return of the Presidential Youth Stimulus Program. This initiative was abruptly discontinued last year after the Department of Education stated that it lacked the funds to continue. It is surprising that there are now plans to hire 32,000 teacher assistants again. In light of this unexpected announcement regarding the Presidential Youth Stimulus Program, can the department clarify the following? In light of the unexpected announcement regarding the Presidential Youth Stimulus Program, could the department clarify the following? Will the 32,000 teacher assistants be administered by the GDE, or will the post be allocated across provinces by the Department of Basic Education? If the program is managed by the GDE, and considering it was previously stated that no funds were available, where will the funding come from? Regarding the 32,000 individuals whose contracts were terminated last year, will those teacher assistants be reabsorbed, or will the department initiate a new recruitment process? And what will be the duration of the contract for the new teacher assistants, and are there prospects of permanent hiring? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member. With regard to the first question, the Phase 5 of the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative, which is now called the Basic Education Employment Initiative, BEEI, is managed nationally by the Department of Basic Education in collaboration with the 9 provincial education departments. Gauteng has been allocated 32,000 as a target by the DBE. The other PEDs, provincial education departments rather, have their own targets. With regard to the second question, regarding the 32,000 individuals whose contracts were terminated last year, will those, that's the third question. The second question, the Gauteng Department of Education has never funded the PYE BEI before. The funding has always been allocated by the National Treasury as part of the Presidential Stimulus Program, which started in 2020. The GDE implemented the Gauteng Youth Brigades after the PYE BEI came to an end on the 31st of December 2023. The Gauteng Youth Brigade program was fully funded by the GDE and could not be continued beyond the 31st of July 2024 due to budget constraints. The 32 targets will be funded by the National Treasury and the Unemployment Insurance Fund. With regard to the third question, recruitment for the BEI Phase 5, like all other phases, will be done through SA Youth for all the 9 provincial education departments, and it is championed by DBE. This is a completely new process, and all qualifying youth are eligible to apply, including those who participated in the previous phases. With regard to the fourth question, the duration of the Phase 5 is 6 months, with no prospects of being hired permanently. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, excuse me, Honorable MEC. So in terms of Rule 134, subsection 7, I now open up for additional supplementary questions. Do you have, I'm
All right, no thanks, Speaker. No thanks, MEC, for response. We'll also look into it, but we really hope that our people can get permanent employment in these positions. And we know that our people were used for political games last year. That is why their contracts had ended. So we hope that this time around, because there are no elections now. We hope that our people will get, proper jobs and be able to be given permanent positions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngubeni. It was a short remark. So, honorable members, in terms of Rule 134, subsection 7, I now open for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so. Okay. Honorable MC, do you want to respond to the remark?
No, thank you, Speaker. With regard to the opportunities that come out of this program, some of the participants were employed in schools. Some were supported to go and do training to become educators in varsity, but it's not linked directly that with the funding of this program that this is what's going to happen. It's the decision of the school as to if the youth or the participant the work is satisfactory, they decide to employ. So we were able to highlight that the number, which in future we'll share with the honourable member, the possibilities and successes of this particular program. I think.
Thank you very much, Honourable MEC. Honourable R. Abrahams, EFF, you may pose your question to MEC for Human Settlements.
Greetings, Madam Speaker. Greetings, honourable members. Greetings to our Chief Whip of the Economic Freedom Fighters and my fellow colleagues of the Economic Freedom Fighters. My question this morning to the MEC of Human Settlement. Heatherly Flats in Mamelodi is amongst the scores of incomplete housing projects in the area. The projects has become breeding grounds for extortion and violence, reflecting the deportation and the desperation of communities in search of housing. Many residents fail and fall victim to the extortion gangs that promise housing and protection, so which enters into a life-threatening situation for our residents. Regarding the incomplete housing projects in Mamelodi, can the department please provide answers to the following? How many housing projects are currently incomplete in Mamelodi to date? With the current status of heavily flats in terms of occupants and the eviction orders that the department has pursued in court last year, and we still haven't received any answers on that, has the department taken any action to recover lost funds? Because there has been a lot of lost funds, and I'm not speaking of hundreds, we're speaking of millions from the contractors whose contracts has been cancelled, and new contractors which has also just disappeared, who was appointed and who has left this housing project incomplete in the area for the past 3 years already. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable Abrahams. And MEC Mutara.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and to Member Abrahams for the question. Regarding the first part, how many housing projects are currently incomplete? The projects currently incomplete and being attended to by the department under the block projects, a priority program from National Department of Human Settlements, are the following: Mamelodi Extension 5, 6 and 15, Mamelodi Extension 22, Mamelodi Extension 5 on ERF 29355, and Mamelodi Backyard Rentals. The current status of progress: a professional resource team is currently on site, verifying beneficiaries and conducting beneficiary administration. There is also structural technical assessments of houses which has been completed. A bill of quantities and tender documents have been produced in this regard. The department is scheduled to appoint for the actual implementation of the block projects, and that will be in the new financial year. The response to the second part, what is the current status of Heatherly Flats in terms of occupants and eviction orders? 550 rental housing units were illegally occupied in 2017. Invaders were evicted by the court order granted in 2018. The court order was executed by the sheriff and Red Ants on the 15th of April 2019, and the invaders returned to the housing units shortly thereafter. The department is currently engaging the Office of the State Attorney to ascertain the approach to be followed in instituting legal processes and to indicate to the court that there has been a re-invasion. Preliminary meetings have taken place between the department's legal advisory services
as well as the Office of the State Attorney. The response to the third part of the question, which was whether the department has taken any action to recover lost funds from contractors who left projects incomplete, the response is as follows. The project was not abandoned. The contract expired and was not renewed. The contractor was paid for work which was done only. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, MEC Mutara. MEC, sorry, Honourable Abrahams, do you have a short remark or a supplementary question?
Just a short remark. So a supplementary question, Madam Speaker. If the MEC could please provide us with the detailed invoice as well as the signed off contract of the work that has been done and what the contractor has been paid for. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable Abrahams. Honourable members, in terms of Rule 134, subsection 7, I now open up for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so. Honourable Moriarty?
Yeah, mine is more a point of order, and that's to ask you, at which point did this sitting move from being a physical sitting to a hybrid one? Because initially the notice was for a physical sitting, and then sometime last night we get a notification. At which point did it change, Madam Speaker?
Okay. Yeah, the matter will be investigated. Thank you very much, Honourable Moriarty. Honourable members, I had given members an opportunity to ask supplementary questions or MEC Mail. MEC Mail. Okay. If there are any members who have short remarks or supplementary questions, yes, Honourable Simatla.
Thank you very much, Speaker. It's just a short remark, and we would like to plead with the MEC to ensure that there's speedily progress in terms of housing in Mamelodi, because the community of Mamelodi really they are really fed up, and that's why they'll be taking it to the street on the 27th March regarding housing. And also, I don't know, bearing in mind that there is a POPI Act, we request that the department must ensure that there is a transparency in terms of the beneficiaries that are getting these houses, and we will therefore call the department to ensure that there's a publication of housing list. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honourable Simatla. Honourable MEC.
Thanks, Speaker. The comments are noted. The National Needs Register and the housing system is a publicly accessible information. We will not publish it, but members and beneficiaries can access it publicly. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, MEC. Honourable F. Ngoveni, Action SA, to MEC Finance.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. Just to declare that we did receive a written response from the MEC because the question was for last time. But we were not asking these questions for ourselves, so we will just put it on record here so we can get the response on record. Regarding the Gauteng Economic Development Act 2022, can the MEC answer the following questions? What has been the total cost for the provincial government to fully implement this act, from administration, funding, and upskilling the businesses and partnerships that have been established because of this act? Secondly, how much has the provincial government allocated to funding township businesses, including upskilling and training under this act? Can the MEC provide a comprehensive list of all businesses that have benefited from this act, along with the monetary value each business has received in form of skills development, research, or funding because of this act? Can the MEC disclose the total number of jobs created directly because of this act? And lastly, can this job creation data be broken down by each business that has been funded or supported through this Act. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngobeni. Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I thought you'll refer my answer so that it can be investigated. Honorable Ngobeni, you are correct that we have given you the answer, and in the committee as well, we gave more details than what is in the answer, because the question was largely directed to the department, and our answer was that the implementation of the Township Economic Development Act, it's a responsibility of the provincial government, not of the Department of Economic Development, and hence the answers that the department would have given were only linked to the department. And I think we went further in the budget speech to indicate that in the last 5 years, the provincial government would have spent about 15 billion through procurement spent on township-based enterprises. So I'm just saying, in addition to the answers that we're giving, for instance, on question 1, there's been a total of more than 321 million from the TPF fund. There's been about 2,099 SMMEs which were approved for loans. There's been a total value of 631 million loans that were approved. The value disbursements has been about 553. Number of jobs that were created from various initiatives and all this, about 11,632. On the second question again, and then those details that you are asking for, because I'm trying to also save the House time, are attached to the answer which you have asked for, and we also are giving the spend per department in terms of what they have spent, and it's detailed there. And then we also said that the Gauteng Provincial Treasury continues to host supply development workshops per quarter, specifically targeting township-based suppliers. And these workshops focuses on educating suppliers about the tendering processes, including tax compliance requirements, and that the Provincial Treasury, in collaboration with the Standard Bank, which is our official banker, is currently training, updating the current training manual, which will be made available in multiple formats to reach a broader audience of SMMEs. And the training manual aims to empower township SMMEs with knowledge and tools needed. And I'm giving additional information there. On the next question, we're saying that SMMEs were supported with financial, which is loan funding, and non-financial support. And that includes business development support, business skills training, business management systems, production systems, quality standards, legal support, marketing, grant funding for equipment and stock. And the total value of budget to township-based SMMEs since 2022 enactment of the law has been over 121 million. And this funding has benefited about 3,523. And that is with specific reference to funding from the GEP point of view. As I've explained, that the implementation is actually bigger than that. And then I've given, based on the answers we got, more information there in terms of grant for equipment and stock, which is it was for about 1,411 companies, more than 48 million. loan funding for that specific program you're asking was for 91, and then the value was about 39 million, and the business development was about 2021, and it was about 33 million. And then the Township Economy Partnership Fund, the Gauteng Provincial Government allocated 200 million in the Township Economy Partnership Fund, and this funding was leveraged further through GEP's partnerships with the IDC and co-funded on a 50-50 basis, which translated into a 400 million fund. This was further scaled through strategic partnerships with the private sector and raised to the value of 700 million rands. The fund focuses on the provision of loan funding support to SMMEs, covering multiple sectors such as township, rental property, manufacturing, ICT, renewable energy, hospitality, retail, etc. And lastly, I think the last question, through the fund, about 11,792 jobs created since 31 December 2024. And on the last question, there's an annexure that we have attached, and we would give it to you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Honorable Ngubeni, if you have a supplementary question or a short remark.
Yeah, no, thank you, Speaker. Given the significant expenditure that's related to this, and the MEC just confirmed that in this budget, current budget that is being tabled, it's about 15 billion. Given that expenditure and the amount of jobs that have been created from that expenditure, is the MMC happy with the value for money that we get from this expenditure that we give to small businesses, township businesses, in terms of support and all other things? Are we happy with the value for money that we get if we are only creating 11,792 jobs? And if not, what is the plan to ensure that this spending results in more job creation? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Ngubeni. Let me are we covered, Honorable MEC?
No, let me.
Please use Rule 134, subsection 7.
Yeah, according to Rule 134, subsection 7, may I open for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so? Honourable Msimanga.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. To Honourable MEC, I would want to raise two things. One is that we would like to have a copy of the response as well, if it's all possible. And the second thing is that there is a review of the Act, the Township Economic Development Act, and we had said that we would need to then look at the impact that it is having, and then we're hearing that there's money that has been spent here and the amount of jobs that have been created. And therefore, shouldn't we then, be looking at finalizing the review process first before we then continue with this, and then have a report that talks to this before spending many more millions and billions, only to then realize later on that it doesn't have the impact that we desire to then have at the end of the day? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Msimanga. MEC Baile, respond to the supplementary questions.
No, thank you very much.
And remarks.
Thank you very much. I think the question, Member Ngobeni, about the value for money has to be answered based on what the intended or were the intended objectives of these investments that we have made. So that's the first issue, so that we agree that we have put aside so much money for this project and this is what we wanted to achieve, and then have we achieved that or not. Secondly, it must be understood that I was answering specific questions, and you were asking questions about the act in relation to the department, and hence my answer, and even in the committee said, it's not the responsibility of the Department of Economic Development alone to implement. The Department of Economic Development must facilitate and coordinate. It is the responsibility of the provincial government, and I gave those answers. So I think context is very important. But the third issue, there are specific funds. You asked a specific question about the Township Economy Fund, which I then said there was 200 million from the province, GEP. There was another 200 million from IDC. There was another 300 million from other public, from other investors. It became 700 million. So it's a specific that I was dealing with a question in terms of that fund. And then I gave the numbers, 11,000 jobs out of that specific intervention. But when you look at the 51 billion, the 15 billion, you look at it, it's differently, because this is what we have spent procuring. Then we would have, the numbers are more there. They are more than that. And that's why I started by saying when we talk about the impact, we must firstly look at what were the intended objectives, what were the targets, and then we can be able to give a scientific response. We don't say yes or no. We'll say this is what we wanted to achieve. Have we achieved or not? Yes. We have not achieved, no. So in terms of the 15 billion, that's a different issue, because that's the procurement spend of the provincial government. So I hope I'm making sense with what I'm trying to explain. The copy of the response, with pleasure, I mean, we don't have a problem, but like I said, your member Msimang, Member Sharif was there, because over and above you see the questions that were asked, I responded to specific questions, but I gave more detail, and I had a time with the committee, and I think she can also help you with some of the notes, but we will gladly give you, we don't have a problem, so that you look at the question. Though it's the question that was asked by the member. The review does not mean, because remember the act is once it's enacted, is the law. So the government is expected to implement it. So the government can't say we are choosing to stop to implement this law because we still want to review. So the processes can be done simultaneously. There is no contradiction. And there is nothing wrong with reviewing it, because reviewing it, by the way, will also help answer some of the issues that we are raising of whether it's being impactful or not, and all that. And as I've said, the law, it's not just about the money, by the way. So the issues of the money, they come about because I'm answering a specific question. So when you look at the law, you need to look at it comprehensively, and what is its objective, and what did it seek to achieve, which is to regulate the business activities in the townships. And what does that mean? And that's why the review is not just about the rents and cents. In the recent past, we've had a problem with spaza shops and all other issues that we all know in the House. The review must help us to respond to those. So I think it will be a bit mechanical to say don't continue whilst we are reviewing. We must agree that whilst we are reviewing, whilst we are continuing to implement, the review process must help us to strengthen whatever weaknesses that are there, and that's the intention of the review. So we will gladly give you the answers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Can I ask Honourable Masilela to read your question to the MEC of Human Settlement, please?
Thank you, Chairperson. 300 houses were recently handed over to the beneficiary in Bora Western area. While we welcome the stride made by the department in this regard, the economic freedom fighters approaches with this question, as it raises question and highlights the public long-standing complaints regarding the lack of transparency surrounding the waiting list. Specifically, where exactly were these beneficiaries migrated from, and what was their position on the waiting list? Regarding the beneficiary of the houses at Borwa and the provincial waiting list, can the MEC answer the following questions? In terms of the 300 housing beneficiaries of Borwa, where exactly did these beneficiaries migrate from, and what was their position on the waiting list? Second one, what is the current housing backlog in Gauteng as of 2025 and the concerning provincial waiting list? Communities have raised alarm about the rampant corruption, including individuals paying to jump the waiting list or to take places of others. In the light of this, why is this department not publicizing the provincial housing waiting list, MEC?
Thank you so much. MEC Montero.
Thanks very much, and thank you to the Honourable Masilela for the questions. The responses are as follows. For the first part of the question, in terms of the 300 housing beneficiaries of Borwa, where exactly did these beneficiaries migrate from, and what was their position on the waiting list? The 300 beneficiaries are sourced from the housing subsidy system, approvals, and were residing in the following areas: Bekkersdal, Tusanang, Zenzele, Simunye, Middelvlei, and Zirbekom. Beneficiaries that were migrated are those approved at other projects within the West Rand District and were not allocated houses due to project oversubscription. In particular was those allocated in Efri Village, Chief Mukhale, and Montrose due to non-delivery of the project. With beneficiaries that are migrated, priority was for those who applied and were approved between the years of 1996 to 1999. And since this is done to reduce the backlog of those waiting for houses, the criteria is set to manage numbers, as all projects have beneficiaries already linked to them prior to completion. Currently, the only official platform to register housing needs is on the National Housing Needs Register, which is managed by the National Department of Human Settlements, and thus there is no waiting list. As a department, we have no way of telling which position in the National Housing Needs Register was an applicant, but beneficiaries are drawn from the register based on their year of application, and then a housing subsidy that the applicant qualifies for is submitted on the housing subsidy system. And if approved, they then get pulled from the housing subsidy system database, which will link them to an available government housing project closest to where they stay. The housing subsidy system is also managed by the National Department of Human Settlements, and in the same way, it is not possible to tell the beneficiaries their position on the list of approvals, but those who registered in 1996 and the aged, depending on the typology of units, are prioritized. The beneficiaries are not selected according to their position in the queue or a chronological order on any of the above-mentioned electronic systems, but rather according to a Gauteng Department of Human Settlements housing allocation policy, and for these 300, it was as follows. For 1996 to 1990 approvals, we allocated 114. For those who were approved with no claims, it's all 300. There were no discretionary approvals in the 300. In the aged, 10% is according to the policy, and we allocated 131. They were previously allocated as I said, coming from Montrose, etc. There were none that were disabled in the 300, and none of these houses in the 300 were part of the military veterans specification. On the second part of the question, what is the current housing backlog in Gauteng? As of the 7th of March 2025, the National Housing Needs Register had 1,103,968 applicants from Gauteng province. In relation to the third part of the question concerning the provincial waiting list, communities have raised alarms about the rampant corruption, including individuals paying to jump the waiting list or to take places of others. In light of this, why is the department not publicizing the provincial housing waiting list? The response is as follows. Publishing the National Housing Needs Register may not be a solution to addressing criminal activities such as corruption and illegal selling of houses or positions in a queue. Such cases are reported to the Departmental Anti-Corruption and Ethics Unit, where further investigations are executed. We encourage those who have such cases also to open up cases with the South African Police Service so that we can criminally investigate these. Applicants provide personal information to the department, and we have a responsibility to protect that information against being accessed by other parties outside of the department, and therefore making it susceptible to misuse. So in light also of the POPI Act, we are unable to publish the information on the National Needs Register, but as I answered previously, it is available for the public to access the information. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honourable MEC Motara. Member Masilela, you can ask a supplementary question or make a short remark.
Thank you, Chairperson. I wanted to find out from the MEC, when they're migrating people from Montrose to Bora, are we saying we have no hope when it comes to Montrose, because we know there are a lot of issues when it comes to Montrose? That's number one. Number two is that in regard with question number one, in numerous occasions, there is a name from West Rand of doctor which is in the department's office. Can the investigation start from that department before we can even go to the police station? And we're definitely going to do that. Can they follow up because of one incident happened in Bora when we were handing houses, where a family came and said, doctors manipulating the list. Even last week, when we had a public hearing there, the same name popped up. Can please the MEC look into that? Thank you.
MEC.
Thank you, Honourable Masilela. The department, there are investigations ongoing. When they are concluded, we'll provide the outcome of those investigations. They involve officials of the department. But there are those instances where people pay to members of the public or in the community, and those are outside of our purview to be able to investigate. They have to lay charges with the police. Just in response to whether those that we migrated from Montrose to other projects are those who were allocated at Montrose, but because the project was incomplete, there are about 140 of them, we had agreed to relocate them. So we are working together with the landowner to resuscitate or take over the Montrose project, but we were only dealing with about 140 that we had to migrate who were allocated at Montrose. Our intention as a department is still to take over Montrose and resuscitate it and complete it. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. In terms of Rule 134, subsection 7, I open for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so. Honourable members. Honourable Koma.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs, Honourable Bishop from Westbury.
Yeah, not only for Westbury.
We like to appeal with our beloved MEC. Maybe we must give context to why we wanted the list to be public. The reason we want the list to be public, Honourable MEC, is that right now we are sitting with people that have been on the waiting list for 29 years. since 1996. And there are those that have already gotten the allocations that have applied now in 2016. So we want to appeal to your offices, because it can't be that your department says we can't make the names public when our names are already public, because all of us, our names are in the voters' roll. They are all voters, and it's a public document. All our names can be accessed. So it's not consistent. If we want to combat crime, if we want to nip the corruption in the department in terms of the housing allocation, we must expose them. We must know who have waited the longest and who are those that just came in now, so that the justifications that can be fought. Because now we are going to be sitting, and the backlog must not only generalize into a single sachet called housing backlog. The housing backlog must have ingredients. This is the housing backlog of the people that have applied since 1996. This is the housing backlog that have applied from 2016, from 2022, from 2025. Because now we are generalizing here, and we are thinking in our house, in this house, that the department is considering who came first and who came last. So we are just appealing with the department that can they please publicize that list, because it's going to help our grannies, it's going to help our people who have been waiting. I mean, some of us, we are almost 29 years old, Bishop. So imagine those people that have been waiting for that long without houses. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable MEC Motara.
Thanks, Chair. So I think I've responded to this question several times. We allocate houses from an area into a development. And in an area, you will find that people have registered at various times. But we relocate, for example, from an informal settlement. You will not get everybody who has settled in an informal settlement on the same day, and they all applied in 1996. When we relocate an informal settlement or an area to development. So it's not possible that and it's practically not feasible to allocate 7,000 houses, all of them from 1996 to 1999, because you will create an old age village. We build schools and etc., in our development. So there has to be a mixture of age groups, demographics, etc. But the system is a public system. You can access it, but the information on the system has got ID numbers, names, surnames, and also additional sensitive information, like people's status, living with disabilities, etc. It's a publicly accessed system. I don't think it's the same. It can't be equated to the voters' roll. But if you want to, you can definitely access, anybody can access the system. For us to publish it, we'll have to request permission from each and every individual first to publish it, which I don't think, but it's not a secret system. You can access it at any time. Thank you. It doesn't have a chronological order of you registered first, second, third, fourth, fifth. That's not how the system works. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Can I ask you, Honourable Masilela, to ask your second question or your question to Infrastructure Development, MEC, please?
Thank you, Chairperson. On the 15th of January 2025, the Committee of Infrastructure Development released a statement urging the Department of Infrastructure Development to fast-track the completions of schools across the province. In the statement, the committee also spoke of how they are in possession of a list of incomplete schools in Gauteng, which should have been completed by now. Following this admission by the committee, can the department respond to the following incomplete schools around Gauteng? As of 2025, how many schools in Gauteng remain incomplete? Please provide the list of these schools. How many of these schools incomplete are set to complete before the completion of 2024-2025 financial year? And how many new schools were constructed and completed in 2024? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Masilela. Honorable MEC Mamabolo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs, and let me acknowledge the question. The reply is as follows, that as of, with respect to the very first part, we have classified and categorized projects, about 12 of them, that we consider as incomplete and distressed projects. And these are the projects that we are putting forward as those that relate to the question. There are about 12. The first one, Ribani Laka, Rifikhile Pile. Number 3, Tsako Tabo Secondary School, Simpato. Number 5, Mabana. Number 6, Dr. W.K. Duplessis. 7, Muhubeng. 8, Tubelite. 9, Mansfield. 10, Inkuleleke Sizwe. 11, Rasteval Secondary School. And 12, Simunye. Now, with respect to the second part, those that are set for completion in this financial year, meaning next week, by end of next week on the 31st, we're quite confident that we will get the final occupation certificate for Ribani Laka Secondary School before the end of this financial year. That has been concluded this week, but we do have a temporary occupation certificate for this one. That's why the learners are there, but we have not unveiled it because we want the final occupation certificate. Otherwise, the last part about a new school that we have completed, it's only one, Provincial Primary School, and this was total replacement of mobile units with brick and mortar, modern education asset based on the design that we have. Thank you very much. So the last question is Provincial. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mamabolo. Any supplementary question or remark, short remark, Honorable Masilela?
I don't know, MEC, should I repeat? Because he keep on speaking about certificates, and I never ask of certificates in my question too. Can I repeat? I'm asking, how many of these incomplete schools are set to complete before the completion of 2024 and 2025 financial year? There was a question, not a certificate that you are waiting for. MEC, thank you.
Honorable MEC.
Yeah, I heard from the other side that they were not engineers, so they didn't understand some of the technical issues. I don't know if it extends to this site as well. So let me explain to honorable members. When we say a project is complete, it's when it meets all the requirements in the build and construction and engineering environment. And that is confirmed by an issuance of an occupation certificate by the relevant authority, either temporary or a final occupation certificate. If there's no occupation certificate, we don't consider that project complete because it has to meet all the requirements. So we have said that only Ribani Laka will be completed before the end of this financial year by issuing a completion occupancy certificate. So that's what we.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. In terms of Rule 137, subsection 7, are now open for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so.
GPS.
Honorable Koma.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. When you start a project, it's got an end and start point and a complete. So there's no issues there. I thought the Honorable MEC, because he's wearing a red tie, is going to the right direction. So I see that we are going to be having problems. a certificate comes after completion. It's a certificate. It's like when you are writing a matric. You write, you complete, then they give you a certificate. We want to know if you have passed. That's all we are asking for. We just
Honourable
want
members.
to know how many. We just want to know how many that we have committed that are going to be complete.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honourable MEC.
Yeah,
Mama Bolo.
we have set one, but on the red tie, I think, honourable member.
Let the MEC answer, please.
Yeah. On the red tie, because he mentioned it, I think I must clarify that he also doesn't have knowledge on red matters, because they have expropriated without compensation red colours of the ANC. So he can't talk about red colours. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can I all Honourable Member Ali?
No, Chair. I've still
Sorry.
got a question.
Okay. Honourable Walters.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just want to know from the MEC, is he proud of the fact that only one school will be completed this year? Thank you.
But you are finished. We are finished. Sorry. We are complete. I'm going to my next question. I did ask, Honourable. I did ask. Honourable Ali, can we continue, please? Can you ask your question to MEC of Roads and Transport?
Thank you so much. As I stand confidently and boldly in my red colour, I hope my question will be in line. Thank you so much, Chair of Chairs. To the MEC for Roads and Transport, due to the backlog in issuing e-hailing operating licenses or permits to many South African drivers, this has not happened, as you will know, MEC, and as a result, they've been unable to work legally here in this country, despite being residents, leading to widespread vehicle impoundments by law enforcement authorities. This has not only disrupted lives and livelihoods, it has also created an untenable situation where drivers are penalized for the delays that are beyond their control. You will know full well that the backlog is at the toll lab or the provincial regulatory entity. So my questions are as follows. Number one, what is the clear timeline for resolving this backlog? Number two, what interim measures has the department implemented to ensure that drivers who have applied for permits but are still awaiting approval are not unfairly targeted by law enforcement authorities? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Ali. Honourable MEC K.D. Ali Tlabella, you may answer, please.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Let me stand up with my red watch, representing the revolutionary left. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Member Ali, for raising this question to assist us create awareness of our operating licensing regime in the province. We really appreciate the question because it starts to help us make the public and people of Gauteng understand what is an operating license. And perhaps maybe to correct your question, we do not have e-hailing operating permits in Gauteng and throughout the country. But as and when the need arose, the Department of Transport and provinces decided to license e-hailers under the meter taxi regulations. So we do not have what is called e-hailing operating permits, but rather they are licensed under meter taxi operations and regarded as such. So everybody who have made this application, they made an application to be meter taxis, and we are still waiting for the minister to regulate this part of our work and be able to issue accordingly the e-hailers. In responding to your question, one, the department has set aside a period of 6 months to address the backlog on operating licenses, and the 6 months commenced in January 2025. You'd know that this is an old issue of since 2009, And it's not only for e-hailers, it's for also the meter taxi industry, as well as scholar transport operators and our bus operators in the province. In responding to question 2, the department took a resolution to suspend the receipt of all new applications, including the e-hailers, like I just explained, that is under meter taxis, applications due to the high number of irregular activities that were detected in the application process. And we have created a platform with all our public transport operators to be able to deal with these issues as and when they arose since January this year. To this end, the department has resolved to introduce an efficient provincial licensing system with stricter controls and verification mechanisms that include interfacing with key government systems. It is through this system that the department will be able to verify, process all backlog applications, and issue operating licenses to qualifying applicants. It is envisaged that the new provincial licensing system will be rolled out from April 2025, and I think the systems are ready. Obviously, it's a new system. It might experience teething challenges. Please bear with us if it doesn't work immediately. The department has written letters to law enforcement agencies and municipalities, firstly to request that municipalities to process requests for applications of permits properly and offer concurrences expeditiously on them. The department also engaged various law enforcement agencies to accept their requests to not impound vehicles that produce authentic receipts that proves that the operator has applied for over a year upwards. The department also provided law enforcement with the contact details of list of officials from the DRT toll labs throughout our province who can verify the authenticity of both the receipts and the permits, and who can assist law enforcement officials to verify and not impound. In terms of areas where there's law enforcement operations conducted for monitoring and compliance due to reported cases of public transport violence and mayhem, law enforcement impounds on anything that is illegal on the road. I hope that this will assist you, Member Ali, as you interact with your stakeholders and your constituencies. But we have created a platform for them also to can come and participate so that we are able to deal with this challenge. I must say, Chair, it has been a challenge for the province since 2009. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Tabela. Honourable Ali, supplementary question or short remark?
Thank you so much, Chairs, and thank you, MEC. I have a short remark. The MEC is correct when she says that there is no e-hailing permit that exists at the moment, and that is because government at national level was caught napping when e-hailing came to South Africa. The state was not able to create the regulations that were necessary, and as a result, there are no permits. And you're correct, I was the spokesperson, and that was in 2019. So all those years,
Honourable members, order please.
2021, 22,
Order
23,
please.
24, 25, there's still no regulations. That's a failure. It's a failure of the state, and I reiterate
Honourable
that you
members,
cannot punish.
please.
You cannot punish law-abiding citizens for the failure of the state. Now, e-hailers, if I may, e-hailers who have got all the other requisites, they've got the PDP, they've got the discs, they have got a clean record as it comes to breaking the law. They have not broken any law. They are just looking for permits. But they are being sent to meter taxis, to rival meter taxis, to ask for permission to use some of those permits as well. This further heightens an already volatile situation. I'm sure you will agree. You'll know that this sector has been prone to violence, MEC.
Okay.
So I am now asking that there be leadership. You apologized beforehand, before we even even implement the system in April, because you know that the systems at the PRE have been a failure, even now. So it's right for you to apologize before the implementation, because I can bet my bottom dollar that there will be teething problems and there will be mammoth. But lastly, the left hand doesn't seem to know what the right hand is doing, MEC. And I say this from national to province to local, and that is because in Tshwane there's litigation going on right now about this issue over the impounding of vehicles, Vanatu, Uber, Bolt, InDrive, you name it. And yet we have in EMPD here in Ekurhuleni, impounding is still underway. So in closing, Chair of Chairs, I would love for leadership to be eminent here. May you please take a stand and make sure that we don't see a situation of litigation in Tshwane, but a continuation of impounding in Ekurhuleni that makes the situation even more untenable. Thank you so much.
Honourable MEC. Yes, I'm coming. Honourable, hold on, please. Let me just help. Hold on, please. Please take your seat, Honourable MEC.
Thank you very much.
Honourable MEC, just take your seat for a minute. Honourable Simanga. I am coming. No, hold on. I'm just giving you the procedure. So once the MEC has answered, a supplementary question be asked and short remark by the sponsor of the question, and then. Yeah, no, we are. No, I don't agree with you, Honourable Advocate. And then I ask the MEC to respond. Then I ask for supplementary questions. So I'm coming there. Thank you so much. Honourable MEC, thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. I think in your role as a bishop, you are helping us to get honourable members to come and confess to this House that at some point in their lives, they encourage people to sleep. Chair of Chairs, just to respond to Member Ali on the inconsistencies that are there in municipalities. I do not think it's inconsistencies. Metro police in different municipalities have a role to...
Point of order.
Please take your seat, please. Honourable MEC, point of order.
Yeah,
what rule are you raising?
Yeah, the order in which you're taking the response, in terms of Rule 134, what's supposed to happen is that before she responds to Honourable Ali, then there must be other members first who put their questions, then she responds to everybody.
You are correct. You are 100% correct. My apology. Let me ask, according to Rule 134, subsection 7, any supplementary questions or short remark? Honourable Mzimanga. Thank you, Honourable Mraiti.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think the MEC owes this House an apology, but anyway, it's something that they will deal with later on. Nobody's napping. We were following the rules. So the comment I wanted to make is this. I want to welcome the vigor in which you're approaching this, but ask that we actually get to implement. But there's something I want you to add on to this. I think there's also havoc that has been created around the scooter delivery system that we must also now engage on and then ensure that it gets to be incorporated in this. We have seen a lot of people that are operating on bikes that don't have licenses, bikes that are not properly registered, bikes that cause accidents and then, disappear. People who are not even, on any system in South Africa. After accidents, then they disappear. You don't even know who to claim against. And companies like Take-A-Lot who will not take a responsibility of whatever is happening there. So what I want to then ask, Madam MEC, is that we then have this as an addition to that. In that conversation that we're having, that we also have the delivery, e-system that is there incorporated into this and ensure that when we're talking about making regulations around e-hailing and e-delivery, I may call it that we also then talk, to all the stakeholders, including those that have now been evading law for a very, very long time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honourable MEC.
Thank you very much. I think in agreeing with what Member Simang has just raised, maybe we should have this as a new question and we come and respond to it. But in my response to Honourable Ali, I said we paused the systems for 6 months, and our 6 months commenced in January 2025. And the system is going live on the 1st of April. So obviously our 6 months is not over. And that's why we have given that allowance of 2 months to check whether the system is a perfect system, looking at our material conditions on the ground. And we are developing the system working closely with the operators themselves. And that's why we are encouraging Member Ali here that if the constituency that is representing is legit, South Africans that must really benefit from having this permit, because it is not just a permit. It's a permit to help one bring bread on the table. It's a permit that must change the economic conditions of an individual, and that individual must be a South African first that must benefit. There are a whole lot of issues that I think when we have time will expose honorable members to, that this is not just an operating license that you can just give it to anyone, especially on the e-hailers, because I think we must engage South African those who are participating also in the e-hailing business in South Africa, Member Ali, to understand their challenges, especially with these foreign concepts, that they are regarded as just drivers. And we don't want just drivers, but we want to give our operating licenses to South Africans that qualify so that they are able to change their economic fortunes in their livelihoods. So the cities are responsible to enforce their bylaws. So when you enter an office, a toll lab, to apply for an operating license, it does not mean you must go and operate. You are not an operator. And the law says you must have a permit for you to can be able to operate. And in some instances, and the matter is sub judice, in some instances, people have not even applied, and they don't fall under this over a year waiting period because they have not approached the department to come and apply. There's one stakeholder that did not bother to apply and came post the January period to make an application and found us now dealing with the systems, and they want to say they are legitimate to can operate. It's not done that way. Our brothers and sisters out there are struggling with people who are operating illegally, and it's upon the ambits of the municipalities to enforce the bylaws so that we are able to know and be responsible of who is on our roads transporting our public from one point to the other. Obviously, the process is opening up. We are hopeful that everybody will come on board so that we assist them. In some instances, it's not their fault. It's both the three spheres of government, to an extent, have not been processing these matters accordingly and properly as it is expected to. And that's why we are on a round table with all the stakeholders to resolve the challenges that are there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Let me just correct Honorable Lutswala, before you do your second question, Honorable Ali, in saying that 12 people are asking questions. That's not correct. According to the Rule 134, subsection 7, the total time for supplementary questions may not exceed 10 minutes per question. So we are checking in terms of the supplementary questions. Must not exceed 10 minutes. So we are in our time. I just wanted the members to know that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Honorable Ali, you ask your second question to the MSc of Economic Development. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair of Chairs, and thank you, MEC. I must also just disclose, Chair of Chairs, that this question has been responded to in writing by the MEC, but I am of the view that there may have been some developments, so I'll ask it nonetheless. The manufacturers program facilitated by Family Tree Holdings was expected to support around 44 local manufacturers. Concerns have been raised regarding the status of this initiative, as well as the department's contractual relationship with Family Tree Holdings. Can the MEC please indicate what is the current status of the manufacturers program facilitated by Family Tree Holdings, particularly regarding the involvement of the 44 local manufacturers, and then what is the current status of the department's contract with Family Tree Holdings? I think it's important to have that on record once more. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ali. Honorable MEC Maile, you can respond, sir.
Thank you very much, the Chair of Chairs, and thanks, Honourable Member, for the question. The answer to the first question is that the manufacturers program facilitated by Family Tree Holdings is still ongoing, and to that regard, 40 out of 44 beneficiaries who were onboarded upon inception of the 3 year. Remember, it was 41, it's 40 now. Okay. I think we'll deal with that in your follow-up question. And the 3-year program is being supported, and the program is due to end in June 2025. And on the second question, there is currently no contract between the Department of Economic Development and Family Tree Holdings, as the contract which was existing between the two parties ceased to operate in December 2024.
Thank you, Honourable MEC Maile. Are you covered? A supplementary question or short remark, Honourable Ali?
Thank you so much. It's a supplementary question, Chair of Chairs. MEC, you alluded a little bit earlier to the fact that we did have a breakaway session as the Department of Economic Development and the committee thereof. It took place in Kempton Park on the 14th of March, and during that session, one of my questions was answered. The question was the following: how much money was dispersed to Family Tree Holdings throughout the contract by the department? The response was as follows: about 5 million was dispersed in 2023. The PO was issued on the 28th of July, 2023. A further 15 million was dispersed. The PO there was issued 07/02/2024. So if we calculate that, it's about 20 million, give or take a few, for Family Tree to facilitate the distribution centres, the manufacturing program, as well as capacitating the spaza shop owners. Knowing what you know now, and I know that this matter is subject to an audit, there is a reevaluation that you're doing at the moment, but knowing what you know now, what's been discussed by the 6th Administration's Committee, as well as the 7th Administration's Committee, the findings that we've made, the recommendations that have been made, and the on-the-ground oversight visits that were done, and some of the issues that emanated from there. Knowing what you know now, MEC, are you happy with the way in which Family Tree facilitated this program on your behalf? Thank you.
Thank you. Let me ask in terms of Rule 1347, for any additional supplementary questions or additional remarks from honourable members. Honourable, you are welcome.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, MEC. I just wanted to ask, the MEC just said that the contract or the MOU with Family Tree has ceased to exist in December, which is exactly what we were told in Portfolio Committee meetings. But I just wanted to find out if Family Tree does no longer assist with as an implementing agent. What happens to all of the programs that Family Tree was meant to implement? Does that just fall away, or does it continue going without Family Tree, or is there another implementing agent that will take its place? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable MEC.
Thank you very much for the questions and the follow-up. Member Ali, I said to the Portfolio Committee, and in fact in this house, and I think that day you were not in the house, I think the question was asked by Member Sharif about what are we going to do about all this. And I said, firstly, in the committee, there are a lot of allegations, not just around Family Tree, a lot of allegations of corruption. And because we don't want to deal with the issues in piecemeal, I said that we are going to investigate not just Family Tree, a whole range of corruption. So we have appointed a senior counsel, so I'll announce the name of the senior counsel who must manage those for us, so that we don't investigate Family Tree, and then there's another family bottle, and then family something and all that. But also we want to be specific. What are we asking the senior counsel to do for us? And one of the things we are asking the senior council to do for us. We want to know how were these people appointed? Was there a process in appointing these people? So the fact that we are saying we will be looking at this matter, because the committee received a dossier of a lot of allegations. So we are not going to just overlook them because they've not been brought to us. That's why. So what we're doing, and I'm sure this Sunday we will announce the terms of reference and the senior counsel who has a reputation to investigate this. And I think, Member Moriarty, you'll also be glad to know that how I want to deal with the liquor matters, not just the licensing in the province, the underage things, a whole range of liquor matters. Because I know you are passionate about that. You always ask me about the liquor issue. So you will be glad and you must not be surprised. And I hope, because I've called for members of the public who are interested to participate in the committee of inquiry, which is closing on the 27th. So I hope you encourage those with knowledge, because we want people with knowledge to help us deal with that. So on that, Member Ali, I'm certainly not happy, and that's why we are looking at the matter, because if there's any program that we put in place, it must benefit our people. If there are objective weaknesses and challenges, we must be taken through. What are those? Because we know programs are not perfect and all that, but it seems in this regard there are a lot of problems. Some of them might be man-made, and some of them might have to do with the collusions and collaborations between internal and external people and all that. But we have to get to the bottom of that and not take things for granted. Member Sharif, one of the issues we said we must relook at since during MEC Mutara's time was this implementation model, because we do want to have partners. There is no doubt, but how we get these partners becomes important. So one of the things we have done now was to call for proposals from partners who want to work with us on what we call high impact projects. So I think the department has appointed, I'm sure 20 or 40 or whatever. So these are partners who will partner with us on different, because they've got different skills and all that. And you'll agree with me that one of the weaknesses about this is that it sounds like a jack of all trades, doing everything. You do manufacturing, you do funding, you do skills training. You can't. You need to have a proper concept of how you want to incubate your SMMEs, how you want to support them. You must identify institutions based on their strength and weaknesses, which is what that program seeks to do. And I think you should ask the department in the next session just to take you through what are those sectors, what was the process, what was the term of reference. We're not saying it's perfect, but because it's in its infancy, you can be able to make an input which should help us improve it, because that's what we're interested in. We're not interested in having programs for their own sake, and those programs don't make an impact. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, MEC. Let me ask Honourable Hicklin to read her question to the MEC of Health and Wellness. Honourable Hicklin.
Thank you so much, Chair of Chairs. With reference to the funeral and undertakers industry and the total lack of regulations governing the handling of mortal remains, resulting in numerous mishaps, and in terms of wrong bodies being buried or cremated, and the MEC's insistence that there is sufficient staff trained to use the digitised fingerprint system in mortuaries, please, MEC, can you indicate, one, why are so many forensic pathologists exhibiting symptoms of burnout because they are not coping with their workload? Two, why are so many undertakers being forced to take responsibility for the processing and documentation of the remains of deceased persons instead of state mortuaries, even when foul play is suspected? And three, how are these funeral undertakers' staff protected against communicable diseases when the cause of death is not stated on the death certificate? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Hicklin. Honourable MEC Nkomoraleoko, you can reply to the question.
Thank you, Chairperson of Committees. The first answer is currently there are no known reports indicating that pathologists are exhibiting symptoms of burnout. However, should such reports arise, the department has established structures including wellness programs that are designed to provide necessary support to affected employees. This program serves as a valuable resource for those in need for assistance, then by promoting the overall well-being of the workforce. The second answer is in the value chain of management of human funeral. Undertakers have a responsibility to assist the bereaved families in terms of DHA, which is 1663 Section E in the Registration of Death in terms of Births and Deaths Registration Act of 1992. And the third answer is in terms of Regulation 363, Chapter 3, Paragraph 11, 2A, every holder of a certificate of competence or provisional certificate for funeral undertakers, premises or mortuary shall ensure that employees and all other persons involved in handling human remains are provided with clean and appropriate protective clothing consisting of surgical gloves, gumboots, plastic aprons that are designed so that design at the front hangs over the top of the gumboots, and face mask, and including the linen, overcoats, and each such employees or other persons shall at all, whenever time they are involved, make sure that they wear such clothing and they are being monitored even when they go to the rooms where they are supposed to do that work. Thank you, Chairperson of Committees.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Any supplementary question or short remark? Honourable Hicklin.
Chair of Chairs, on both the second question and the third question, undertakers are being forced to handle bodies even when foul play is suspected. Surely that is the purview of SAPs and not undertakers. That is number one. Number two, when you look at funeral undertakers' premises, often those premises do not have adequate ventilation, and yet you are saying to me they have been given PPE, but the cause of death is not stipulated on the death certificate. You don't know if those corpses are in that facility and have died of TB or multi-drug resistant TB. Those undertakers' assistants may not have the proper adequate PPE. They may be given ordinary 3-ply masks and not KN95s. What measures are you instigating to ensure that the correct PPE is given to funeral parlours? The funeral parlour industry is completely unregulated. This is the point that I'm making. Thank you.
Let me ask, according to Rule 1347, to honourable members, any supplementary question or short remark? Honourable Echolo.
I want to, you know...
Hold on, MEC.
I'm really hoping that you will hear me out as the chair, or rather the presiding officer. And I've been raising this issue repetitively, you know. I want to read you the rules of this house. And as the presiding officer, you need to apply yourself in the application of these rules because they are binding on all of us, particularly yourselves as the presiding officers. I want to read it, and that is a subsection 7. It starts with a keyword, at the discretion of the presiding officer. Any member may, that's another keyword, may suggest that it relates to the discretion. It's not a must, you see. And why am I stating this thing, Chair? And I really hope you will hear me out. We have got 21 remaining questions, oral reply, questions for oral reply, 21. And you are given 2 minutes within which to conclude them for each. When you take the 21 times 2, you are hovering around 42 minutes. The first report, the third quarterly report, was supposed to have been taken at 11:05. 11:05, Chair. Now, we have raised this issue before that a great number of members in this House, they've got a propensity of leveraging these supplementary questions in excess of what is tolerable and permitted. Allow me, Chair. I'm on the floor.
I'm saying,
I'm on the floor.
Yes, you're on the floor, but can you round up, please, Honorable?
The table assistants there, please render support and proper interpretation in the applicability of this specific rule.
Okay.
Because we are now being kept in the House on the account of members who are failing this month to prepare questions to be answered, substantively.
Okay.
And they want substantive responses here at the account of our own time.
Thank you.
We're supposed to be out there doing oversight work.
Thank you.
To carry some of these sentiments carried by our communities, but we are being abused by the opposition here.
Thank
Please
you.
don't allow it, Chair.
Thank you. Can I answer you, please? You see, we, as the presiding officers in our procedural brief this morning, can you listen, please? Honorable members, can you listen? Thank you for your lesson, Honorable Letwalo. But we have 2 hours given for questions. We know the rule says 1 hour, but because there are extra questions, we have decided that we will take 2 hours for questions. And that is the reason why. Yes. There's too many questions. We couldn't just allow all these questions to be compressed in 1 hour. I don't know what this is, but nevertheless, I think, let me continue. Let me continue, please. Now, and all right, let me continue. MEC Eaglin asked, any other supplementary question from members? Nothing. MEC
Rollout. Yeah, but I think that's a wrong interpretation. I want to rise. No, I'm rising. Point of order. It's a point of order. I'm rising on 89.
Can you please take your seat, Honorable?
No, I'm raising a point of order.
No, can you please take your seat, Honorable Member?
Yeah, but I want to raise a point of order.
No, Honorable Member.
You have been allowing people to speak and stand around
you are intimidating me, and I'm not going to take your intimidation. I am not going to take it. Please, I deal with you with respect, deal with me with respect. Thank you so much. That's fine. MSc Iroloko, thank you to you.
Thank you. My question was strictly talking about what we are doing in our institutions. So I didn't deal with private undertakers. Then if the member wants me to embark on that one, I remember previously, I think I answered that question that was dealing with private undertakers. And I think I still insist that members of the legislature, there is a part that deals with members' bill. If members want us to deal with that part, it must be done by the legislature so that there is a bill that is done here that governs the private undertakers so that they can be assisted. I understand what the member is saying, but it's going to be a bit difficult for me to extend my scope of work to that level because it's not legislated. And I think that's the issue that all of us as members of the legislature should look into, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Can I ask Honourable Member Mfikwe, to ask your question to the MSc of Economic Development.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, honourable members. The MEC is outside. So what do we do? The MEC is not here.
MEC? Sorry, Honourable
He's
Mfikwe?
not here. The MEC is not here, Chair.
Oh. Can we stand down for a few
Okay.
minutes, please? Can somebody get us the MEC? Thank you so much. Can we go to the next question, please?
Okay, it's still me.
For the MSc of Health and Wellness.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, please, Honourable Mfikwe.
Thank you very much, Chair. To improve services in our healthcare centres and reduce patient waiting times, the Department of Health and Wellness in digitizing paper-based patient records and developing a digital repository that will improve accessibility, security and efficiency in handling patient records, as well as ensure compliance with privacy and security standards. Can the MEC answer the following questions? 1, please provide an update on the digitization of patient records at hospitals such as Krisani Baragwanath Academic Hospital and Telle Moharani Hospital. 2, how will the digitization improve service delivery and reduce waiting times? What measures have been taken and put in place to ensure that digitization of patient records is in line with the security and privacy requirements, considering the sensitive nature of medical data? And since the introduction of the queue management project, what measurable impact has been observed in reducing waiting times? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Member Mfikwe. MEC Nkomboreloko, you can respond, please.
Thank you. The answer to the first question is Krisani Baragwanath Academic Hospital is the pilot hospital to start with digitization. The project is ending in April 2025. To date, the department has scanned 607,553 files, which is 84% out of 800,000 files that we have. And the department is currently in a process of integrating the scanned files to the health information system. The key deliverables are maternity with 400,000 files, patient administration, 259,000 files, litigation, 14,000 files, trauma, 2,122 files. Then phase 2 involves deploying 4 specialized digitization teams, Team A, Team B, Team C, and Team D, to digitize patients' records, to enhance operational workflows and integrate these records into hospital system to improve healthcare services. This phase will span 36 months, with each team assigned to 9 hospitals. Then the second answer will be at Tele implementation. No, it's still the first one because it's Para and Tele where we're starting. Implementation of phase 2 has officially begun at Tele Moharane Hospital on the 2nd of January 2025 and will end on the 30th of April 2025 with 27,000 files at maternity files that have already been scanned. The remaining hospitals are scheduled to commence in 2025-2026 financial year. Second answer, for the Gauteng Department of Health, e-digitization will significantly transform operations by improving data management, enhancing decision-making, and supporting legal processes for like litigation. This initiative will align with the government's broader digital transformation goals to improve overall service delivery. Also, by implementing digital solutions, hospitals can streamline processes, reduce waiting time, and enhance patient satisfaction while optimizing resource use. Below are the benefits that will improve service delivery and reduce waiting times on digitization. The first one is improved data management and accessibility, because we'll have electronic health records now, centralized data storage, enhanced data accuracy and quality, real-time access to data, enhanced decision-making and reporting. That's the second part, where we'll advance analytic and patient trends and hospital performance, streamline reporting and monitoring. The third area will be litigation and compliance management, where we'll have clear and accurate records now for legal cases, easier compliance with health regulations. The fourth area will be the support of telemedicine and remote healthcare services, expand our services to reach out in the remote areas and monitor the capabilities of those. The fifth area will be security and privacy. Now we'll have enhanced security with encryption and access controls, audit trails for accountability. And the sixth area will space optimization, reducing the need for physical storage space that is taking much of some of our wards in the hospitals. The answer to the third question is we are going to secure a digital patient file repository that would act as a centralized cloud-based system where all relevant medical documents, scans, and treatment histories can be stored. Ensure easy and legally compliant access built on Azure Health Data Services. This solution will allow hospitals, law firms, and regulators to store and retrieve patient records securely, while Microsoft Defender for Cloud will ensure that all data is encrypted and protected from unauthorized access. To prevent tampering, Azure Blockchain Service will be used to create a tamper-proof audit trail, ensuring that patient files remain unaltered and legally admissible in court, while role-based access controls at the repository will allow lawyers, medical professionals, and government authorities to access only the information they are authorized to see. Then the continuation of your answer will be to ensure that the department again has taken into consideration the implementation and process to enforce and secure patients' file, and will make sure that there is compliance with the regulations. Digital health record system adhere to legal and regulatory frameworks such as General Data Protection Regulation that ensures strict control over personal health data, including consent requirements and the right to data access. The second one will be the data encryption, which is patient records are encrypted both in transit, during transmission, and at the rest where stored to prevent unauthorized access. The third issue will be access control and authentication. There will be multi-factor MFA, which for system access, role-based access control, which to restrict data access based and user roles, biometric authentication in some cases. Then the fourth area will be audit trails and monitoring. Systems are going to be logged now in all those access and modification to patients' records. Real-time monitoring and anomaly detection helped identify unauthorized activities. And then the fifth one will be secure cloud storage and backups using those other information on the cloud, that is specifically now for medical records. Hence, we are doing the training now for all the clinicians in the hospitals. Implementation of zero trust, architect strict access, even within internal networks. Regular backups to protect against data loss of ransomware attacks. Then the fourth answer, since the introduction of queue management project is the second part of this now, that one is e-filing, this one is queue management project. The department has introduced integrated patients queue management system to enable the records of patients who visit our health facilities. The system is intended to eliminate queues and accumulation of unintended patients needing to be dealt with, transform effective healthcare user flow, the Gauteng Department of Health Facilities again, and capture patients' non-clinical data elements. The system will assist the department in affecting proper patient administration, system and management, case management, and revenue management. So the current system has been successfully piloted at Raimam Musa Mother and Child Hospital. The department has followed a phased approach at Charlotte Maxeke Academic Hospital, whereby we have started the pharmacy, planning to finalize the rollout in May 2025. The remaining hospitals are planned for the next financial year, which is 2025-26 and 2026-27. The integrated patients queue management system benefits for patients will be the improvement of patient experience, streamlines and the check-in processes and reduces waiting times, increased convenience, reduced anxiety and stress, better time management, accessible diverse needs. And the last one, it's since the implementation of integrated patients queue management system, the department can effectively now track and manage key metrics such as average waiting times, total waiting and serving times, total patients served in specific areas where we've started the work, the number of patients attended within 15 minutes, those requiring more time, transaction durations and overall service efficiency. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Honourable Mfikwe, any supplementary question or short remark?
Thank you, Chair. Not necessarily a supplementary question, but just a remark that we do appreciate the work of making sure that we infuse technology in the work that we do. MEC, we encourage a full rollout to other facilities because then when we have that, Chair, we will see a reduction in anxiety of patients. We have experienced, as we're doing our oversight with the committee, that patients remain very anxious when they're waiting long and they can't find their records. Also, we hope that the system will be so centralized, Chair, that it will mitigate against patients hopping all facilities collecting medication because of the nature of it being centralized. So we hope to see MEC in the very short future all our facilities having the two processes fully implemented. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honourable members, any supplementary question or short remark? Honourable members, can I have your indulgence, please, for a moment? In our programming committee meeting yesterday, as I said earlier, I need to get this clarity out there, is that we will allocate 2 hours for questions because this is the last term. We're finishing the term shortly. So I think the Speaker has dealt with this question this morning when she started the session. The Speaker made a ruling on the issue of the 1 hour being insufficient to deal with all questions. Also, let me mention, noting that this is the last sitting for the term, the ruling was then we extend to the question by another hour. Those 2 hours have now expired. So we're sitting with the dilemma because we have 20 other questions still to answer. And this is the end of the term. So we need to get some wisdom from yourselves, is that we cannot send it over until the following term. We have to deal with it. And I wanted to mention it so that it be peace in your minds, because you are saying 1 hour, then 2 hours, and now we have to look at 20 questions that must still be dealt with. So I would ask your indulgence that we finish these questions. And there's still more other pertinent issues on the order paper that we have to deal with today. And I want to mention is that, you know, this is a very, it is unique in the sense that we don't do this all the time. But we are pressed as a legislature to complete the work of this term. So I would ask the honourable members to please allow us to complete the questions. I will then ask that the supplementary questions that is being asked would fall away, because that is what takes the time. And then also the answers of the executive. You know, sometimes we want the answers, but sometimes the answers can be quite long. So we want that also. I'm just making a ruling in terms of how we deal with Honourable Mekwe.
Thanks very much, Honourable Chair of Chairs. I think the rules does say if the questions have been or have not been exhausted, all the questions that are outstanding falls off. I'm sure that's where we are now. I think we've been given a grace of 1 hour extra. There's no need to finish all the answers. I know that I have 2 questions that I was supposed to ask. Therefore, I'm not opportunistic. What I know is that we can receive those responses in writing.
Okay.
Then we close off this matter. Thanks, Chair.
Well, thank you so much, Honourable Mekwe. Is the House all in unison concerning that, Honourable Member? Is it a new point or a support?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
No, Chair, I'm rising to say we concur with the previous speaker, but also need to add to say in future, we should take note of what Honorable Ezra has been saying all this time, because it's about time management. Thank you.
Noted. Thank you so much.
Bishop.
Let me.
Churches.
Honourable Member.
Yeah. In fact, you are busy trying to consolidate the issue of questions, but there was a motion and we waited for an answer. So can you at least try to, what is the outcome of those who are going to look for an answer? I think the speaker said they will find the correct answer, because some of the things maybe they are also considered, because it's the same situation. We will wait for answers in the next sitting of a first term, and the same situation arises. So let's check around that motion so that when we take this decision now, that will get answers later. Okay. We are correct as the House. Thank you.
The Honourable Speaker is coming back, Honourable Member. She is coming back. She has told me that she will then deal with that, your question, to answer that. Is that okay with the Honourable Member? She's coming back. It will be dealt with in this term, in this day, in this session. Thank you so much. I'm just consulting. I have to rearrange the order paper so I can start after the questions. Honourable Mekwe.
No, Chair, thank you very much. With due respect, in terms of Rule 120, the motion that was presented earlier on by the Chief Whip, in terms of Rule 1230, I just want to come to subsection 1G, which says, motions without notice. Every motion requires notice except a motion accepted unanimously by all the members present as a motion for which notification is not required. We can debate as to what is it that you will define as accepted unanimously. Because the motion that was presented earlier on was seconded. All what we needed to do, Chair of Chairs, was to say whether the House agrees or not agrees, not what was raised. That matter does not even arise in terms of this particular rule. It's a pity that we had to do a ruling that was not in line with the rules. So maybe if you want to go back there, Chair, let's just go back, because the motion was accepted. As to who doesn't accept, it's another matter. But the majority, for me, unanimously means the majority of those that are present agreed to the motion. Thanks.
Honourable members, the Speaker has made a ruling. We are going to abide by the ruling that the Speaker has made. I have come in, dealt with the issue of the questions. We are going to continue with the order paper as is before us today. Otherwise, we're going to find ourselves running to and fro. Can I get your indulgence, please? So I think what we have to deal with now, 31. Can the Secretary please read the first order, please?
Oversight Committee on the Office of the Premier and the Legislature Oversight Report on the third quarterly report of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature for the 2024-2025 financial year.
Honorable Mechwe. I must get my...
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me indicate that all the areas that I will not read must be considered as read. The primary purpose of reviewing quarterly reports is to evaluate progress in relation to the allocated budget and the AAPs. Additionally, it allows for insights into departmental performance, both financial and non-financial, concerning established objectives. The committee notes that the GPL allocated a total amount of 192,000 million for the quarter and managed to spend 191,000 rands, resulting in an underspending of 952,000. The GPL recorded an underspend of 0.5%. In terms of compensation of employees, overspent by 2.3 million due to unplanned expenditure which has been financed through the adjustment budget for the settlements of the former secretary and the 13th check of the ANC and EFF support staff. Goods and services underspent by 2.7 million due to outstanding invoices from service providers, institutional insurance and inventory relating to refreshments, computer consumables and stationery due to slow movement of stocks as most officials are working remotely. Capital assets underspent by 533,000 due to cameras for institutional events and activities, motor vehicles for the Speaker and Deputy Speaker, wellness software, accreditation equipment and health and safety ISO 45,000 implementation software. Transfers to political parties amounted to 333.3 million or 100% of the projected expenditure for the quarter. With respect to financial performance per program, Program 1, Leadership and Governance, was allocated a budget of 17 million, of which 14 million was spent, resulting in an overspending of 3,126 million, and compensation of employees underspent by 708,000 due to unfilled vacancies. In terms of Program 2, Office of the Secretary, overspent by 7 million, and the program was allocated 5.2 million and spent 12.3 million. Compensation of employees overspent by 5.5 million due to the settlement agreement paid to the Secretary at a total cost of 6.2 million. Goods and services overspent by 1.6 million due to higher than anticipated legal costs for the DC of the ED corporate support services at 1.8 million and misalignment of expenditure and projection for the Council on Governmental Ethics Laws Conference. Program 3, Corporate Support Services, was allocated 84 million and spent 83 million, recording an underspend of 849,000. With compensation of employees overspent by 225,000, goods and services by 1 million due to, amongst others, institutional insurance, no claims submitted, injury on duty, the delivery of clean materials expected during January, as the service provider was only appointed on the date of GPL closure, and delay submission of bank statements for reconciliation of costs incurred, fuel for the generator, executive coaching, which was moved to the fourth quarter, and outstanding invoice from the service provider for the courtesy car for the Speaker whilst on official vehicle is in service. On Program 4, 65 million was spent on an allocated budget of 67 million, resulting in an underspend of 1.8 million. Compensation of employees underspent by 2.4 million due to unfilled vacancies. I've already alluded to this particular issue. Program 5, which is the Office of the CFO, was allocated 18 million and managed to spend 16 million, underspent by 2.1 million, and compensation of employees within this program underspent by 287,000. Goods and services underspent by 1.3 million due to slow movement of stock. I think I've also covered that in the previous one. and significant progress has been made in preferential procurement compared to the previous 2 quarters. The GPL exceeded its targets for historically disadvantaged individuals at 77% against a target of 15%, women at 42% against a target of 8%, youth at 9% against a target of 2.5%, and township economy at 27% against a target of 2.5%. However, the committee is dissatisfied with a 0.1% achievement for persons with disabilities, which falls short of 0.5% target. During the quarter under review, the GPL continued to oversee the executive and engages with various sectors involving MPLs and administrative support. The committee recognizes the involvement of citizens in the legislature through their participation in House sittings, oversight of committees, public engagement and education initiatives. The public observed the proceeding of the House sitting, participated in the committee's oversight and the annual report process. The GPL also hosted the Senior Citizens Parliament that was held in the West Rand. Furthermore, the GPL engaged multiple sectors led by the Honourable Speaker, which included participation in the 67th CPA Conference and the 53rd CPA Africa Regional Conference. The GPL hosted 3 incoming delegations from St. Petersburg, Russia and China. It is anticipated that memoranda of intent will be signed with the respective parliaments to guide future engagements. Engagements with other strategic partners and institutions supporting democracy also took place with agreements on mutually beneficial matters aimed at improving the lives of people of Gauteng. Collaborating with the Gauteng provincial government will continue to support the work undertaken by GPL. The committee is concerned that the GPL expenditure is 70.8% of its total budget instead of the 75% mandated by treasury regulations. The committee is concerned that 70 unfilled vacancies have led to underspending, which has occurred since the start of the financial year. The response from GPL about scheduling days for shortlisting and interviews for the vacancies is unsatisfactory. Additionally, the committee is concerned that all applications are captured manually, as the GPL has yet to acquire and implement an automated recruitment system. On recommendations, the GPL should provide the committee by Wednesday, the 30th of April, with a plan to ensure resources are spent by end of the financial year, the effect of the vacancies on the institution's operation, and a detailed plan for the procurement and implementation of an automated recruitment system. On acknowledgement, the committee appreciates the cooperation of the Speaker, Honourable Musupia, the Acting Provincial Secretary, Mr. Mwali, the Senior Management Team during the consideration of the 3rd quarter performance report for the 24-25 financial year. I would like to express my gratitude to all honourable members, starting with Honourable Makubela, Dr. Masugu, Dr. Mukhedi, Dr. Chokwe, Mr. Msimang, Honourable Bloom, Mr. Makwala, Honourable Ngobeni, Honourable Miso, Burunkani, Honourable Ngobeni, and Honourable Ali. The committee would also like to thank the Group Committee Coordinator, Ms. Vaz, Senior Researcher, Ms. Lamini, Senior Committee Coordinators, Ms. Muntisi, Ms. B. Mahato, Committee Researcher, Mr. Mukhole, Research Intern, Ms. Kutsie, Senior Information Officer, Ms. Aine Chivuyu, Committee Administrators, Mr. Stole, Committee Intern, Mr. Ngono, Hansard Recorders, Ms. Singh, and Ms. Zondo. Service Officer, Ms. Katisi, and Communication Officer, Mr. Similane, for their commitment during the process. After careful consideration, the committee unanimously approved this report on the 3rd quarter performance report of GPL for the 24-25 financial year, and in accordance with Rule 164, the committee presents this report to the House and recommends its adoption. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Mekwe. Can I have a seconder for this report, please? Dr. Bokete.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. I rise to second the report.
I put the question to the House. All in favour say yes.
Yes.
Yes. All those not in favour say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted. Can the Secretary please read the second order?
Oversight Committee on the Office of the Premier and the Legislature Oversight Report on the third quarterly report of the Office of the Premier for the 2024-2025 financial year.
Honourable Mechwe.
Thank you so much, Honourable Chair of Chairs. The Office of the Premier received an adjusted appropriation of 807 million in the 24-25 financial year. The expenditure for the year to date amounted to 557.6 million, which is about 69% of the annual budget. The third quarter budget for the 24-25 amounted to 249.8 million, with actual expenditure of 191 million, which is 76% of the budget and a variance of 58.8 million. Chair of Chairs, let me also request that all the areas that will not be read must be considered as read. The committee is concerned about the reduction by 6 billion, which is about minus 71% budget allocated for preferential procurement spending on township-based enterprises from first quarter to second quarter due to cost containment measures as highlighted in the responses to questions from the committee research analysis. The committee is interested to know the reasons for the cost containment made on the budget for this targeted group from the first quarter to second quarter and the implications of government commitment to township economy revitalization when budget to implement this target is reduced. The Office of the Premier reported in the previous quarter that in line with the development of the 24-25 medium-term development plan, the MEC's delivery agreements for the 7th administration will be finalized after the adoption of the adjusted budget and will be signed by the 1st of April 2025 when the new financial year budget become operational. The Office of the Premier further highlighted that the MEC's delivery agreements are based on the new medium-term development plans adopted by the Government of National Unity and adjusted to align to the new priorities of the province. It is noted that the currently utilized 6th administration budget is not aligned with the newly formulated service delivery agreements. The committee will track full achievement of this target in the next quarter to ensure the progress performance of planned quarterly elevated priorities. However, the committee should be appraised on the Office of the Premier's performance on the MEC's delivery agreements on the 6th administration to ensure comparative analysis going forward. The committee notes that 185 of the 746 senior management services field posts were vetted and 547 are awaiting feedback, while 14 SMS officials within GPG have not yet applied for security clearance. This number has decreased substantially from a total of 45 in the second quarter. It is further noted that 279 out of the 2,184 SCM field posts were vetted and 187 are still awaiting feedback, while 18 SCM officials within the GPG have not yet applied for security clearance. The substantial decrease in the vetting of officials is noted, and the office is urged to ensure that feedback is provided to a significant number of vetting applications that are still pending, and procedures should be followed by those who have not yet applied for security clearance. In response to the committee question regarding the spending patterns in Programme 1, the Office of the Premier reported that this program has several commitments that need to be settled before the end of the 24-25 financial year and utilize the cash injection received during the adjustment period to cater for the life estimated claims payouts, including legal fees for attorneys. This program recorded underspending on its projected budget by 53%. It is further noted that the Office of the Premier received extra funding for Usindiso Building Commission of Inquiry into the fires that killed 77 people in Marshalltown, which also requires adjustment to the projections to reflect the funds received, and this led to an spending on this project. The Office of the Premier explained that a request has been made to the Provincial Treasury to utilize the adjusted allocation to this project to fund the omni-channel project, especially in Programme 2. In response to the committee question regarding government's unplanned spending on the commission of inquiries that are costly and lacking legal sense, the Office of the Premier reported that unplanned spending is mostly attributed to litigations against government due to unintended consequences of non-provision of quality services. Therefore, contingent liabilities have been a major issue in government, hence the proposal to centralize the litigation unit to monitor such cases. The committee notes that the Office of the Premier has taken steps to establish the PMO to strengthen its oversight and coordination role over infrastructure delivery. This follows the development of a business case and broad consultation with departments that are implementing projects as well as the implementation agents. It is noted that during the third quarter, the Office of the Premier entered into a collaboration agreement with the British High Commission to provide technical support for this project. The office highlighted that the process of establishing the PMO was kick-started in mid-January and will be concluded by the end of the fourth quarter. On finding, the committee is concerned that 2 cases for the Department of Roads and Transport and from the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development recommended for referral to law enforcement agencies for criminal investigation were reported as an achievement, but however, we also noted that this matter was also reported in the second quarter. The committee is concerned about the reduction of procurement spending on township-based enterprises by 6 billion from first quarter to second quarter due to cost containment measures as highlighted in the response. We want to know what are the reasons for the cost containment made on the budget. The committee notes this concern the pertinent issues raised on pages 29 to 32 of the report under item 5, which is oversight, on departmental public engagement relating to the submission of the Public Service Commission on the Office of the Premier's third quarter report, which, if not addressed, may negatively impact the performance of the Office of the Premier and the GPG, and ultimately the delivery of services to citizens of the province. On recommendation, we request the Premier should provide clarity on whether the reported 100% target achievement of 2 cases that we have already alluded to, and also to explain the committee the implications of government's commitment to the township economic revitalizations since the budget to implement this target has been reduced. And the Premier should also in the next quarter provide a detailed presentation to the committee in response to the pertinent issues raised by the Public Service Commission as alluded to earlier on in the report on those 2 pages. There were no further implications on lawmaking identified in this report. We therefore acknowledge all the honourable members who participated in this engagement, including the Office of the Premier as well as the DG. I wish to also thank all the officials as well as committee members, as I have alluded to in the first report. In accordance with the Rule 164 of the Standing Rules of GPL, the committee hereby presents the report to the House for adoption. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Mekwe. Is there a seconder, please? Honourable Chief Whip.
Honourable Chair of Chairs, I rise to second the report. Thank you.
I put the question to the House. All those in favour say yes.
Yes.
All those not in favour say no. The yes have it. Will the Secretary please read the third order?
Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the third quarterly report of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development and Environment for the 2024-2025 financial year.
Chairperson J. Mulder, Honourable Mulder.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The committee noted that the department's focus is on harnessing and maximising of the economic potential of the province's agricultural sector and ensuring food security for all. Moreover, agriculture has been identified as one of the province's 11 key economic sectors. The department committed to ensure that the sector is involved with all interventions to radically transform, modernise and re-industrialise Gauteng. Apart from the alignment of its programs and policies to the Gauteng Provincial Government's transformation, modernisation and re-industrialisation, the department also ensures the alignment to the National Development Plan. The Gauteng Department of Rural Development, Agriculture and Rural Development planned for and reported on a total of 49 indicators at the end of quarter 3. Overall, the department achieved 73% or 36 of its second quarter targets. 27% or 13 of targets were not achieved for the third quarter. This can be attributed to non-achievement in Programme 1, Administration, and Programme 2, Agriculture and Rural Development. Speaker, the Gauteng Department of Environment planned for and reported on a total of 21 indicators at the end of the third quarter. Overall, the department achieved 62% or 13 of its third quarter targets. 38% or 8 of targets were not achieved for the third quarter. This can be attributed to non-achievement in Programme 1, Administration, and Programme 3, Environment. The two departments have not presented evidence of having revised their annual performance plan targets in response to the adjusted budget process carried out by the Provincial Treasury. Both departments have returned low annual performance plan targets, achieved with the Agriculture and Rural Development achieving 72% and Environmental Affairs achieving 62%. Both departments continue to struggle with utilising the conditional grants as a result of the bureaucracy between various spheres of government. Speaker, the appointment of the 6,000 EPWP workers without following the correct finance requirements has put a strain on the cash flow of the departments and is set to compromise the delivery of services in the remaining quarter. The committee further noted that the department's performance in the previous financial year was hampered by various challenges that impacted on their service delivery mandate, and it's important to ensure that these are given the necessary attention so that the delivery of services is enhanced. These include the infrastructure delivery management system related challenges that impacted on procurement and tender processes. The committee continues to encourage the department to ensure that the service delivery mandate is achieved. The committee also noted that the budget used to date stands at 49.4% and falls within the optimum range for budget utilisation for this stage in the budget cycle, and the Administration Programme 2 falling within the accepted range for expenditure at this time of the budget cycle. Mr. Speaker, the Agriculture and Rural Development Programme has underspent and sits just over 42%, where the Environmental Affairs Programme has overspent and is at 61%. The committee noted during the reporting period under review that both the departments actively participated in public engagements, meaningfully involved public stakeholders through stakeholder events. The format of the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development and Gauteng Department of Environmental Affairs third quarterly report for 2024-25 is in compliance with standard requirements, targets per quarter, etc. However, it should be noted that the new structure of this report makes no provision for revenue-generated economic classification, but makes provision for an update on the status of capital projects the department is involved in. The committee continuously observed that the departments fail to spend annual budgets and do not meet planned targets. Moreover, there is continuous failure to align budget with planned targets, as under-expenditure is observed in agriculture and rural development and environmental affairs programs. Mr. Speaker, operation plans in place to ensure that the agriculture sector in the province is supported is essential, and the department should also provide detailed quarterly reports on how it will align its budget departmental targets with its expenditure and how the service delivery mandate will be achieved. With respect to agriculture and rural development programs, the committee is concerned with the department's inability to support the inadequate number of producers supported in the red meat commodity. It is worth noting that in the previous quarter as well, the department was unable to meet its targets in this regard. Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends that the department should implement measures that aim to remedy the non-compliance rate raised by the Auditor General in paying 100% of service providers within 30 days. Thus, the committee directs the department to ensure that stemming from the next quarter and going forward, all invoices should be paid within 30 days, and the department should not only acknowledge the recommendations, but also implement them. A report in this regard should be submitted to the committee on 30 April 2025. The committee recommends that both the departments submit its report detailing a tangible and detailed plan on how it will ensure that the unattained targets of the second and third and those in the fourth quarter will be implemented, considering the non-attainment of targets related to the number of producers as well. Honourable Speaker, I will now go to acknowledgements. The Portfolio Committee wishes to thank both the Honourable MECs for Agriculture and Rural Development and for Environment, Honourable MEC Ramakopa and Honourable MEC Peters. The Acting Head of Department, Mr. Marse, and his team of officials, the Honourable Members of the Portfolio Committee and the Committee staff for their hard work and dedication. Honourable Speaker, allow me to recognise the precious and high level of professionalism, respect and trust maintained between the legislative oversight function and the executive. Together we will make a difference. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable Mulder. Is there a seconder?
I rise to second, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Moody. I now put the question. All those in favour say yes. Yes. Those that are not in favour say no. Okay, the report is duly adopted. Honourable members, earlier on I had requested the House that the objection that was raised by Honourable Moriarty be stood down so that I can work on a ruling. And I have done that, and the ruling is as follows. Honourable Member Moriarty raised an objection in terms of Rule 120, subsection 1, paragraph G, which reads as follows. Every motion requires a notice except a motion G accepted unanimously by all the members present as a motion for which a notification is not required. I have considered his objection, honourable members, as raised and also read the standing rules in applying my mind to his objection. I have thus concluded that the objection cannot be sustained as the exceptions, plural, list under Rule 120, subsection 1A to G are not dependent on each other. Members should read exceptions as listed separately and as a standalone to the general rule. I therefore rule that the House should proceed and call on the Chief Whip to read the motion as amended. Chief Whip.
No, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I, Member Elma Kubela, the ANC Chief Whip, hereby tables the following motion in terms of Rule 121 and Rule 122 as follows. Noting that the following orders were not programmed for today's House sitting of Tuesday, the 25th of March 2025, that one, the consideration of the Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the principle of the Gauteng Provincial Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill G002-2025 for the 2024-2025 financial year. That second, that the Human Settlements Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the detail of Vote 8, Department of Human Settlements of the Gauteng Provincial Government, Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill G002-2025 for the 2024-2025 financial year. 3, the decision on the separate votes in the schedule to the Gauteng Provincial Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill G002/2025 for the 2024-2025 financial year. 4, the decision on the schedule to the Gauteng Provincial Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill G002/2025 for the 2024-2025 financial year. 5, the motion in terms of Rule 117(2)A read with 223 and Rule 224 on the adoption of the Gauteng Provincial Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill G002/2025 for the 2024-2025 financial year. 6, the Human Settlement Portfolio Committee Focused Intervention Study report emanating from the budget report of the Department for 2024-2025 financial year on, quote, assessing the progress made in relation to the implementation of mega projects in the Gauteng province, close quote. 7, the Education Portfolio Committee Focused Intervention Study report on code assessing the support and resourcing of schools of specializations in Gauteng Province, close quote. 8, the Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee focused intervention study on the commercialization of agro-processors in the province and the status of the Bontlegeboto program and waste management. 9, the Petition Standing Committee's third quarterly performance report for the 2024-2025 financial year. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I request that the House resolves 1, to include all of the above orders and reports to the orders of today's House sitting of Tuesday, 25 March 2025, and 2, that orders number 18, 19, 20, and 22 be brought forward on the order paper, and that there be a consequential amendment of the order paper. I so move, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Makubela. Is there a seconder? Honorable Mutara.
I rise to second. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Can you just... Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Mutara. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Those that are not in favor say no. No. Okay. Well, the yeses have it.
Madam Speaker, could we ask that your ruling be referred to the Rules Committee, please?
Okay, it will be referred. Okay, I now call on the Secretary to read order number 4 as amended.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Order number 4, as per the amended order paper, it will be consideration of the Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the principle of the Gauteng Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill G002 of 2025 for the 2024-25 financial year. Yes, financial year. Thank you, by Honourable Msai.
I now call on Honourable Musai to present the report.
We're on form, Madam Speaker. Order 4.
As amended. Honourable Musai.
So, am I reading order 5 or which order am I reading, Madam Speaker?
Sorry?
You're on 5. Yeah, you're 5.
So
okay, let me read the amendment again. Order number 18, 19, 20, and 22 were put forward by the motion that was read by the Chief Whip. That's why I said as amended. So, in essence, order number 18 now, what was order number 18 is now 4, 19 is 5, 20 is 6, in that order. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to check which report I'm tabling. Madam Speaker, I'm requesting that the items that I will not be reading must be regarded as having been read. The Gauteng Provincial Adjustment Appropriation Bill, herein referred to as the bill, seeks to effect adjustment to the appropriation of the money from the Gauteng Provincial Revenue Fund for the requirements of the province in respect of the financial year ending 31st of March 2025, and to provide for matters...
Madam Speaker.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Yes. Take your seat, please, Honourable Musai.
We're assuming that the matters that she's taking as read...
Pardon?
we're assuming that the matters that are being put to, that she's asking us to take as read, are in a document that is in front of us. Do we have those documents in front of us?
Honourable members, yeah. Honourable members. Ke emetse hore le fetse. Okay, honourable members, you have ventilated, you have catharsed. Let us now be in order and proceed. Honourable Moriarty, you do have the papers in front of you. If you don't, I'll have them sent to yourself. So it is you and whom? I can see that Honourable Simang has got the papers right in front of him. Okay. Okay. Honourable Musai, tswela pele mma, ke a leboga.
Ke lebohile, Madam Speaker. Sure, I don't even know. Okay. And to provide for matters incidental thereto. The bill is endorsed by Section 31(1) of the Public Finance Management Act of 1999, which enjoins the MEC for Finance to table an adjustment budget in a provincial legislature. In accordance with Section 31(1) of the Public Finance Management Act, the MEC for Finance tabled an adjustment budget on the 26th of November 2024, amounting to 169.214 billion in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. After this adjustment appropriation, the National Department of Human Settlements, in a consultation with the National Treasury, decreased conditional grants to the Gauteng province by 450 million. The impacted conditional grants are Human Settlements Development Grant and the Informal Settlements Upgrading Partnership Grant. Thus, the budget for the Gauteng province decreases by 450 million in the second adjustment budget, from 169.212 billion to 168.764 billion. So the process that was followed, Madam Speaker, is that the Speaker of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature formally referred the second PAAB for 2024-25 financial year to the Finance Portfolio Committee for consideration and reporting. The Gauteng Provincial Treasury presented the principle of the bill to the committee in the meeting of Tuesday, the 18th of March 2025. And on Monday, the 24th of March 2025, the researcher presented the socio-economic impact analysis, and the legal advisor tabled the legal opinion on the bill, indicating that the bill is in line with the relevant provisions of the Constitution, as well as the Public Finance Management Act 1999. The Portfolio Committee conducted an analysis to ascertain whether the proposed adjustments were aligned with Section 31 of the Public Finance Management Act and the Medium-Term Development Plan priorities. Contrary to a provision of Section 118 of the Constitution of the Republic, which enjoins the legislature to facilitate public involvement in the legislative and other processes of the legislature and its committees, the Portfolio Committee could not solicit stakeholder inputs due to time constraints. In the same meeting, the committee deliberated and adopted the oversight report on the provincial second adjustment appropriation bill for the 2024-25 financial year. In terms of the adjustment to the 2024-25 financial year budget, there are changes in terms of the changes to conditional grants and the human settlements due to unsatisfactory performance by the department. The Human Settlements Development Grant and the Informal Settlements Upgrading Partnership.
Honourable Musai, can you please take your seat? Is it on a point of order again?
None of us on this side of the House have a copy of the report.
Just hold on. Honourable members, please. I want to hear what the member is saying. Honourable Moriarty, please proceed.
None of us on this side of the House have this copy of the report. Can the officials please distribute the report to us? Thank you very much.
Okay, they will be distributed. Thanks.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Madam
Is
Speaker,
it another point of order?
yes. The Speaker says to us that we will take certain parts of the report as read. And therefore, if we don't have those parts of the report, because we don't have the report, I would suggest that she starts and she reads all of it. Thank you.
Yeah, it's noted. Honourable Musai.
Madam Speaker, in order to resolve this, I have decided to read all the whole document. So I have not skipped anything.
Thank you.
Because I saw that there was an objection, so I'm reading the whole
Okay,
document.
thank you very much, Honorable Musai. The reports will be distributed to the members anyway. So proceed, Honorable Musai, proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The grant for informal settlements upgrading partnership grant and human settlement development grant decreased by 300 million and 150 million respectively. The Portfolio Committee is concerned about the impact of the reduction of the allocations of the Human Settlement Development Grant and the Informal Settlements Upgrading Partnership Grant for provinces, on the province considering the housing backlog and the sprawling informal settlements, resulting in the Housing Partnership Funds allocation being decreased from 710.7 million to 624.5 million due to a downward allocation of the conditional grants for the Department of Human Settlements. In terms of the socio-economic analysis, it is worth highlighting that underperformance in these grants has inadvertently reduced employment opportunities associated with project implementation and may have hindered the support and growth of small businesses. Moreover, the reduction in allocation for the two conditional grants falls short of addressing and alleviating the housing backlog and of delivering decent human settlements for the citizens of Gauteng. Over and above the current housing backlog, the problem is compounded by the growing population as well as in immigration. The 2024 media population estimates by Stats SA indicate that the total population in Gauteng stands at 15,931,824, which is 25.1% of national population. This is an increase from 15.17 million in 2019. If the provision and upgrading of decent housing is not addressed, the province will face an even greater challenge sooner. Funds meant for critical human settlements and related projects should be utilized as effectively and for their intended purpose. In terms of the financial implication, Madam Speaker, the second adjustment to the earlier adjustment appropriation decreases the total provincial revenue and expenditure by 450 million from 169.2 billion to 168.7 billion. The recommendations from the committee stands as follows: that there must be a response by the 30th of April 2025, that GPT in conjunction with the National Treasury establish the cause of unsatisfactory performance regarding human settlements conditional grants, which led to the surrender of funds earmarked for service delivery and how such can be mitigated. The Portfolio Committee would like to therefore acknowledge the MEC, Maile, the head of department, Ms. Mnyani, and officials of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury. We want to also give our thanks and appreciations to all the members of the Finance Portfolio Committee. The committee's gratitude is also extended to the support staff, the group committee coordinator, the senior committee coordinator, the researcher, senior information officer, the media officer, the committee intern, and also the service officers and Hansard recorder. After due consideration, the Finance Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the report on the Provincial Second Adjustments Appropriation Bill, and in terms of Rule 1172C, read with Rule 164, the Finance Portfolio Committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee report on the Provincial Second Adjustments Appropriation Bill for the 2024-25 financial year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Musai. Is there a seconder? Honorable Mokobe.
Thank you, Speaker. I second.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mokobe. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Those that are not in favor say no. Okay, the report has been adopted. Can Secretary please read the fifth order?
Human Settlement Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the detail of Vote 8, Department of Human Settlements of the Gauteng Provincial Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill G002 of 2025 for the 2024-2025 financial year.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Muketi.
Thank you very much.
Okay, just hold on, Honorable Muketi. Honorable members, I'm just going to explain to you again that when the Chief Whip read the motion, it was amended. So there has been reordering. Just work with the Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Honorable Moketi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to the honorable members in the House and to our people of Gauteng. I, Nomathemba Mokhe. Proceed or sit? Okay, thank you very much. I, Nomathemba Mokgeti, Chairperson of Human Settlement Portfolio Committee, tables the committee oversight report on the second adjustment appropriation bill for the 2024-2025 financial year for the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement as follows. Honorable Speaker, may I request that part of the report that I'm not going to read be taken as tabled in the House. The Portfolio Committee noted that during the first adjustment, the main appropriation 2024-2025 financial year has increased by 334 million from 5.8 billion to 6.1 billion due to the approved rollover amounting to 215.1 million. The increase was due to the Human Settlement Grant, HSDG, amounting to 668.1 million, Informal Settlement Upgrading Grant, ISUPG, with an amount of 144.7 million, and equitable share amounting to 2.1 million to cater for outstanding invoices and commitments on the projects from the previous financial year, as well as provincial additional funding of the amount of 109 million for the interim sanitation services in the informal settlements across various municipalities within the province. Due to unsatisfactory performance by the department, the Human Settlement Grant reduced by 300 million and the Informal Settlement Upgrading Partnership Grant reduced by 150 million for the province respectively. The Portfolio Committee is concerned about the impact the reduction of the allocation of the Human Settlement Development Grant and the Informal Settlement Upgrading Partnership Grant for the province, considering the housing backlog and the upgrading of informal settlements. The Portfolio Committee noted that due to downward revision on the grant, the Gauteng Partnership Funds allocation is being decreased from 710.7 million to 624.5 million. On recommendations, Honorable Speaker, the department should respond to the following recommendations on the 30th of April 2025. The department should improve its performance to avoid the surrender of the grants and the surrender of HSDG and the ISUPG funds to Treasury and submit measures in place in the next financial year. 2, the department should provide a report on how this downward adjustment will affect the set targets. The department should provide a breakdown on all the projects and individual amounts affected by this downward adjustment. And lastly, indicate the interventions that will mitigate against the negative impact on the downwards adjustment. On the acknowledgement, the Human Settlement Portfolio Committee wishes to thank the MEC for Human Settlement, MEC Mutara, the head of the department, Ms. Buleng Khadebe Mabaso, and her team. The chairperson further wishes to acknowledge and express her gratitude to the honorable members on the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlement, Member Schneeman, Member Gentile, Member Shirota, Member Duplessis, Member Fuchs, Member Masilela, Member Muri, Member Abrahams, Member Mahlabe, and lastly, Member Meso. Furthermore, the Portfolio Committee would like to express appreciation for the contribution of the following support staff members: Group Committee Coordinator, Ms. Z. Mpanchombalo, Senior Researcher, Ms. S. Manueli, Committee Researcher, Ms. A. Gwabeni, Senior Committee Coordinator, Ms. J. Muteki, Committee Administrator, Ms. N. Nzimakwe, Service Officer, Ms. P. Klimba, Hansard Recorder, Mr. Nkanyiso Mbomnani, Senior Information Officer, Mr. Lebogang Ngume, Media Officer, Ms. Mtsweni, and Ms. R. Matebula for their dedication and commitment. On adoption in terms of Rule 117.2C, read with Rule 164, The Portfolio Committee on Human Settlement presents the oversight report on the second adjustment appropriation bill for 2024-2025 financial year for adoption, taking into account committee proposed recommendations in the report. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Muketi. Is there a seconder? Honorable Gentile.
I second, Chair.
Thank you very much. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Not in favor say no. Okay, the report is adopted. Secretary, please read the sixth order.
Decision on the separate votes in the schedule to the Gauteng Provincial Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill G002 2025 for the 2024-2025 financial year.
Okay, honorable members, I will now put the question on the separate votes in terms of Rule 223, subsection 5. Vote number 8, human settlements. There's a request for a declaration by Honorable Shirota.
Honourable Fuchs will present on Honourable Shirota's behalf. Thank you.
Could you repeat that, please? Oh, he will speak on behalf. Yeah, please do proceed, Honourable Member.
Chair, thank you very much. As the Human Settlement Department stumbles and crawls, the backlog of housing increases on a month-by-month basis. This is so because of in-migration, we've heard about that, but also because of a lack of strong leadership in the department, a lack of skill, and a financial crunch. The financial situation arises from diminishing budgets from the national level, the total failure of the Gauteng Partnership Fund to entice funding from the private sector, and the return of 450 million rand by the department to national treasury. Why? Because the department was unable to spend its allocated budget in the first 2 quarters of this year. So what is the result? The result is delayed projects, it's delayed service delivery, and it's contractors, people who've already done the work, will now not be paid as a result of this situation. It is totally self-inflicted. It is simply not acceptable, and we therefore vote against. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now put the question on vote 8. All those in favour say yes.
Yes.
Those that are against say no.
No.
Honourable members, the yeses have it. So vote 8. Just hold on. Vote 6 is adopted by the House. Okay. Secretary, can you please read the 7th order? Your mic is not on, Secretary.
Decision on the schedule to the Gauteng Provincial Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill G002 of 2025 for the 2024-2025 financial year.
Honourable members, I now put the question in terms of Rule 223, subsection 6, on the schedule to the Gauteng Provincial Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill G002 to 2025. All those in favour say yes.
Yes.
Those that are against say no. Okay. So the yeses have it. The schedule to the Gauteng Provincial Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill G002 of 2025 is adopted. Secretary, can you please read the 8th order?
Motion in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2, subsection A, read with 223 and Rule 224 on the adoption of the Gauteng Provincial Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill G002 of 2025 for the 2024-2025 financial year.
Thank you very much. I now call on MEC Maile to move for the adoption of the Gauteng Provincial Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill G002 of 2025.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, Member L.I. Maile, MEC for Finance and Economic Development, hereby tables the following motion in terms of rules 222, read together with rules 223 and 224 of the standing rules. I request that the House resolves to adopt the Gauteng Provincial Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill G002 of 2025. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. I now call for a seconder to the motion for adoption of the Gauteng Provincial Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill G002 of 2025.
I, BEW, Bandile Edgar Wallace Masuku, I stand to second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Masuku. So, honorable members, in terms of Rule 223, subsection 7, the question on the adoption of a money bill shall be determined by a roll call. I now call on the Sergeant at Arms to ring the bells for 8 minutes, or, yeah, let's leave it at 8 minutes. Okay, order, honorable members, the doors have been locked. I'm not going to call on the secretary to read out the names of members. Members are requested in terms of Rule 111, subsection 2, to stand and voice a yes or a no when your name is called. Kindly respond loudly as your vote is being recorded. Secretary, you may start reading the names.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. We'll now read the names of the honourable members in terms of the
Just hold
speaking
on,
list.
Honourable, just hold on, Secretary. Honourable members, can you please have order because your names are going to be called. Proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. We'll start in row number 1. Honourable Lesufi.
Yes.
Honourable Nkomora Lehogo.
Yes.
Honourable Makubela.
Yes.
Honourable Mtara.
Yes.
Honourable Maile.
Yes.
Honourable Diale Tlabela.
Yes.
Honourable Mamabolo.
Yes.
Honourable Mhlagaza Manamela. Honourable Mfikwe.
Yes.
Honourable Shope. Honourable Shope. Honourable Mekwe.
Extem Sam.
Honourable Kumalo.
Yes.
Honourable Mazibugo.
Siyavuma.
Honourable Chilwani.
Yes.
Honourable Ramkhopa.
Yes.
Honourable Peters.
Yes.
Honourable Evans.
Extem volkome saam.
Honourable Sneeman.
Yebo.
Honourable Musai.
Can remain.
Honourable Gentile.
Yes.
Honourable Chokwe.
Yes.
Honourable Ndovu.
Siyavuma.
Honourable Masuku.
Siyavuma.
Honourable Nkane.
Away.
Honourable Kaba.
Yep.
Honourable Skosana.
Yebo.
Honourable Mahlabe.
Eya.
Honourable Nyati.
Yebo. Yebo.
Honourable Mkonazi.
Yes.
Honourable Dilebo.
Yes.
Honourable Mukheti.
Yes.
Honourable Letwalo.
Yes.
Honourable Sesedian.
Yebo.
Honourable Tlebere.
Yes.
Honourable Mhlongo.
Yes.
Honourable Mukhobe.
Yes.
Honourable Kunene.
Yeah.
Honourable Miso.
Yes.
Honourable Msimanga.
No.
Honourable Moriarty.
No.
Honourable Bloom.
No.
Honourable Makwala.
Yes.
Honourable Albert.
Unfortunately, no for now.
Honourable Adams.
Yes.
Honourable Jamini.
Yes.
Honourable Nteke.
No.
Honourable Waters.
No.
Honourable Engelbrecht.
I do not support.
Honourable Fuchs.
No.
Honourable Chirota.
Nothing.
Honourable Chirota.
No. No.
Honourable Koma.
Yes.
Honourable R.F. Ngobeni.
Yes.
Honourable J.C. Moody.
Yebo.
Honourable More.
Yes.
Honourable Ali.
Yes.
Honourable
Order, honorable members, please, we need to hear the members voting.
Honorable N.M. Diakhar.
No.
Honorable Silas.
No.
Honorable E.P. Duplessis.
No.
Honorable Y.M. San.
No.
Honorable Bosch. Honorable Bosch. Honorable Chabalala.
No.
Honorable Maluka.
Honorable members, please, we need to hear the members voting.
Honorable Maluka.
Yeah.
Honorable Makene.
Yes.
Honorable Masole.
Yeah.
Honorable Masilela. Honorable F. Ngoweni.
Yes.
Honorable N.C. Smasha.
Yes.
Honorable K. Paul.
Yes.
Honorable Robinson.
No.
Honorable Dos Santos.
No.
Honorable Sharif.
No.
Honorable Hecklin.
No.
Honorable Miller. Honorable Miller. Honorable Raslimani.
No.
Honorable Van Dijk.
No.
Honorable L.J. Diakhar.
No.
Honorable Abrams.
My antwoord is ja.
Honorable Siteka. Honorable F.J. Milder.
No.
Yes, Okay, honorable members, order please. Honorable members, is there any member whose name was not called, both in the House and online? Okay, no, there isn't. Okay, we'll wait for the outcome then of the voting. Thank you.
Kitlope, and then Kiposh, then Kimi. Otherwise, the number prospect.
Be happy. Okay, honorable members, here's the outcome of your voting. The yeses are 54, the noes are 22, 3 members did not vote, they're absent or they abstained, and 1 member did not vote, and that member does not have a vote in the House unless they are breaking a tie, no? And that is the Speaker. So the yeses have it. Honorable members, order. Honorable members. Can we proceed, please, honorable members? Could the whips and leaders of one-member parties kindly approach the table to verify the count and sign the roll call lists? Members, whips, can you come forward, please? Sorry. Somebody take you. Okay, order, honorable members, as I have read out the results, the yeses have it. So the Gauteng Provincial Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill G002 of 2025 is adopted. Okay, honorable members, just to remind yourselves, when there was a request for reports, the reports were sent via email to all of the members at 7:34 yesterday. So that means all of the members have the reports before them. We have the order was amended. Let me just find my things. They have to stop
laptops and iPads.
Honorable Speaker,
Chief Whip.
I think we have to have a robust discussion with all the parties regarding this waste of paper. Because we have received the tools of trade, laptops, iPads and phones. I don't want to venture into the number of trees that they were killing, and I think the MEC will agree with me. Environmentally, we are not helping. But secondly, the amount of money which is spent on, because I always find the papers of Member Msimanga on the desk. He never even takes them. I'm just kidding about it. So I'm humbly asking to save the legislature of the little money you don't have, that we use the electronic versions of the reports that we have, because they are always sent to all of us timelessly. I'm humbly asking, because I don't think it helps, these papers, because we have all the tools of trade. You don't owe us anything. You are no longer outstanding on the iPads. We have everything. We are humbly asking. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Chief Whip. The Honorable Moriarty.
I have a conditional siavuma. We didn't get the electronic versions for this particular sitting, but provided we do get them timelessly, I agree with Honourable Chief Whip.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable Chief Whip and Honourable Moriarty. So the House will go paperless from now on. Okay, Secretary, may the Secretary read the next order, please?
Economic Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the third quarterly report of the Department of Economic Development, including its entities, for the 2024-2025 financial year.
Thank you very much. Honourable Alberts, AD Alberts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All the parts not read must be considered read. The Department realised 70% of the set targets, therefore attaining 7 of 10 set targets, while attaining entities attained 58 out of 70 planned targets, thus translating into 83% achievement. This remains concerning as the Department and entities continue to fail in attaining all targets, particularly those that are related to job creation. The committee noted that the Department spent 99.96% of the budget for the quarter, which translates to 484.1 million rand against the budgeted allocation for the quarter of 484.3 million, which resulted in 0.04 variance with the year-to-date expenditure at 75.15% as at the end of the third quarter. The committee remains concerned with the Department's inability to align expenditure with plans attained. On the performance of individual agencies and entities, the least performing is the GGDA holdings, as it realised 2 out of 8 targets, constituting 25% with an expenditure up to 101%. Some entities and subsidiaries performed well, and this includes the TIH achieving all 10 planned targets while spending all its budget for the quarter amounting to 23.2 million rand, and the GEP as it achieved all 13 planned targets whilst its expenditure is at 32.3 million rand, amounting to 94% expenditure. Meanwhile, the GTI improved its performance as it attained all 9 planned targets with an expenditure of 37.9 million rand, constituting 135% expenditure. As a growing concern for the committee, challenges of the construction of the new visitor centre and the completion of the Biopark Phase 3 persist during the quarter under review. Unfortunately, the appointment of new professional service providers failed to be secured following the determination of the previous one. The ability of the GGDA to complete the construction of the new visitor centre at the Constitutional Hill exemplifies poor planning by the GGDA, as the delays on this project have been ongoing more than 2 financial periods and thus impact negatively on the spending of public funds. The view of the committee is that with every new PSP that is appointed, there may be an escalation of cost on the project. In addition, the GGDA should submit a list related to the causes of the delays on the project and the mitigation measures that were implemented to possibly guide the GGDA to resolve any bottleneck that keep delaying the project. Lastly, the lack of creating adequate job opportunities remains a concern for the committee, as in the previous quarters, similar concerns were raised with respect to the creation of jobs with no improvement. An analysis of the percentage expenditure compared with the percentage APP achievement indicates misalignment between expenditure and planned targets within the APP. The committee has raised the concerns in this regard, as expenditure should be aligned with APP targets. The non-attainment of achievements particularly resides with agencies. The committee raises concerns with this. And then there was an overspending or underspending in the quarter under review to the total amount of R184,000. The committee's concerns are the following. One, the committee is concerned about the role played by the Consumer Court, including the Consumer Affairs sub-program on the protection of communities from consuming goods that are harmful, including inspections conducted with various stakeholders on the food products sold in spaza shops and the registration process of spaza shops in the province. The committee is concerned about the inability of the GDDA to attain targets related to the facilitation of foreign direct investments in the 3 quarters of the financial year. The committee is also concerned about the challenges experienced related to delays on the completion of the Biopark Phase 3, which in the previous quarter had necessitated a forensic investigation with the outcomes and recommendations to be shared with the committee. The committee is also concerned about the continuing delays experienced on the completion of the Constitutional Hill Visitor Centre. Fifthly, the committee is concerned about the special economic zones in the province that remains unoccupied and unproductive. Sixth, the committee is concerned about the beneficiaries of the Ikasi Mnotu Fund and the manufacturing program, including the status of family tree. 7, the committee is concerned about the challenges by within the GGDB, Gauteng Gambling Board, with respect to government issues and litigation from internal and external shareholders. 8, the committee is concerned about the perceived high level of gambling addiction amongst elders who spent their social grants on gambling, and including the effectiveness or ineffectiveness of the regulations around online gambling. Second last, the committee is concerned about the transfer of the Cradle of Humankind World Heritage Site to the Gauteng Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment. And 10, lastly, the committee is concerned about the inadequate functioning of the liquor automation application system that heightens the act of fraud and corruption within the entity of the Gauteng Liquor Board. The committee has made extended recommendations in this regard, which can be read. So the committee wishes to appreciate and express its appreciation to all members of the committee for their commitment to the oversight process, as well as the MEC Mahile and officials from the department. I commend them for their diligence and commitment shown during deliberations on the 3rd quarter report for the 24-25 financial year of the Gauteng Department of Economic Development. Gratitude goes to the following honourable members: Member T. Konene, B. Letswalu, M.M. Mefikwe, M.S. Moriarty, N. Sharif, F.K. Ngubeni, R.L. Abrams, R.F. Ngubeni, L.J. Evans, A. Ali, A.B. Zaba, N. Dilebu. It's an honour to work with such a team, such a hard-working team, and further appreciation goes to the alternate members, S.J. Dos Santos and P. Mokwala, who attend committee meetings and activities as and when required. And lastly, appreciation and gratitude also goes to the following persons working in the committee: Group Committee Coordinator, Mr. T. Modibe; researchers in the committee, Dr. A. Malapane, Ms. M. Makubele; Senior Committee Coordinator, Mr. T. Skosana; Committee Administrator, Ms. V. Mokabetsi; Hansard Recorder, Ms. S. Baloy; Public Participation Officer, Mr. B. Tlomu; Public Participation Assistant, Mr. R. Matabula; Service Officers, Ms. L. Muslala and Ms. S. Mabasu, Z. Mabasu; Communications Officer, Mr. T. Ndu; Information Officer, Ms. A. Ncheviyu, for their devotion and assistance in the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Alberts. Is there a seconder?
I rise to second.
Thank you very much, Honorable Evans. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Those that are against say no. So the report is adopted. Secretary, can you read the 10th order?
Thank you, Speaker. The 10th order is the Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the third quarterly report of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for the year 2024-2025.
Thank you very much. Honorable Masai.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The purpose of the third quarter report is to provide a summary of programs undertaken by the GPT from October to December 2024. The department's quarterly report provides progress reports that specify achievements against key performance targets for the period under review. The purpose of the Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the Gauteng Provincial Treasury third quarterly report is inclusive of Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency, is to monitor and assess GPT's performance as reported in the quarterly performance report. In assessing quarterly performance, the committee considers both financial and non-financial performance against set targets and expenditure patterns. The sector oversight model states that in-year monitoring through quarterly reports provide the committee with the information needed to monitor effective program implementation. The evaluation of the GPT's third quarter performance report of 2024-25 financial year depicts a satisfactory state of affairs, with 25 of the 27 performance targets achieved and 72% of the total appropriated budget spent. The quarterly budget expenditure is slightly lower than the 75% straight line projection. However, it compares favorably with the 93% annual performance plans achievement. Of the 6 performance targets planned under Sustainable Fiscal Resource Management Program, all performance targets were achieved. The performance targets concern tabling a specially reference adjustment budget, ensuring that cash disbursements to departments do not exceed appropriation, obtaining an unqualified audit opinion with no other matters for the Provincial Revenue Fund, consolidating and submitting 3 in-year monitoring reports for departments to National Treasury, and consolidating and submitting 10 in-year monitoring reports for entities to National Treasury, and the tabling of the medium-term budget policy statements table in line with prescribed timeframes. The percentage expenditure for this program stood at 101% for the period under review and 83% year-to-date. Of the 20 performance targets applicable to GIFA for the period under review, 19 performance targets were achieved or 95% APP achievement. The area of underperformance relates to failure to release 2 bankable projects to the market, that is the Krugersdorp Game Reserve and Automotive Industry Development Center Solar. The actual expenditure for the quarter stood at 97% and 73% aggregate for the year. The Financial Governance Program had 4 programs targets earmarked for this quarter, and all performance targets were achieved, albeit with pockets of excellence. The performance targets are associated with consolidating the 2023-2024 annual financial statements and tabling at the Legislature in line with prescribed timelines, producing a departmental 30-day suppliers payment compliance report, and convening audit committee cluster meetings in accordance with the audit committee calendar. Furthermore, this program exceeded its set performance targets of ensuring 90% of supply invoices are submitted electronically by 10%. This program spent 93% of the budget allocated for the third quarter and 70% progressively. In the same vein, the Provincial Supply Chain Management Program achieved all the 6 performance targets planned for the quarter under review. The performance targets relate to producing supply chain management compliance registers for departments and entities, producing a report of 60% spent on Township plus suppliers, providing training workshops to Gauteng Township-based suppliers, and producing reports on monitoring implementation of open tender process by departments and entities. The program managed to spend 95% of fund requisition during the quarter or 69% of the total appropriation. On the contrary, of the 6 performance targets planned under the Municipal Financial Governance Program, 5 performance targets were achieved. The performance targets refer to conducting intergovernmental relations engagements with relevant stakeholders, providing structured and targeted capacity building initiatives to municipalities in Gauteng, conducting compliance assessments on Municipal Finance Management Act on delegated municipalities, percentage of assessment reports produced on the implementation of submitted budget funding plans of delegated municipalities with unfunded budget, and a number of consolidated municipal financial hands-on support program progress reports produced for delegated municipalities. The area of underperformance pertains to failure to publish provincial gazettes on provincial grants allocated to Gauteng municipalities. The underperformance emanates from a late request by the Department of Human Settlements to publish a transfer that resulted in delayed printing as government printing works were closed. The program expended 94% of the funds allocated for this quarter and 66% of the main appropriation, marking the program with the least expenditure of all programs. The only performance target planned under Gauteng Audit Services Program was achieved. The performance target is about ensuring that internal audit action plans are tracked as implemented at departments and trading entities. The expenditure for the program stood at 88% for the quarter and 69% year to date. It should be noted that neither GPT nor GIFA reflected on any major strategic risk nor requests for intervention with respect to the APPs or budget and or quarter performance in their reports. Madam Speaker, the committee is therefore concerned with respect to project development and compliance about the delays in progression of projects towards the logical conclusion, which is suggestive of poor planning. With respect to the focus area above, the committee also, so that was the only concern, Madam Speaker. The committee therefore would like to recommend that GIFA should provide a comprehensive report explaining how it intends mitigating against projects taking an excessive period of time to graduate from one phase to the next. The Portfolio Committee extends gratitude to the Honourable MEC El Maile, the Head of Department, Ms. Nyani, the GIFA CEO, Mr. Opa Sabi, as well as senior officials from the GPT for their cooperation during the consideration of the report. Appreciation for diligence, dedication and commitment shown during deliberations on the second quarter performance report process goes to all members of the Finance Portfolio Committee, Ms. D. Tlabere, Mr. M. Sedinyani, Mr. N. Mohobe, Mr. R. Robinson, Ms. M. Hicklin, Mr. P. Makwala, Mr. J. F. Ngobeni, Ms. L. J. Evans, and Ms. A. Traba, and Mr. M. Chirota. The committee's gratitude is extended to the following support staff: the Group Committee Coordinator, Senior Committee Coordinator, the Researcher, Legal Advisor, Senior Information Officer, the Media Officer, the PPP Officer, Committee Intern, Triple P Intern, Service Officer, and Hansard Recorder. So after due consideration, the Finance Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the third quarter performance report on the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for the 2024-25 financial year. In terms of Rule 1172C, read with Rule 164, the Finance Portfolio Committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the Committee's oversight report on the third quarter performance report on the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for the 2024-25 financial year. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Musai. Is there a seconder? Is Honourable Clever?
I second, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, I now put a question. All those in favour say yes. Yes. Those are against say no. So the report is adopted. Secretary, could you read the 11th order?
Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the third quarterly report of the Gauteng Provincial Government GPG-wide for the 2024-2025 financial year.
Thank you very much. Honourable Musai.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Gauteng Provincial Government Quarterly Finance Performance Report, as tabled by the Gauteng Provincial Treasury, affords the Finance Portfolio Committee an opportunity to interrogate the financial position and monitor the financial performance of GPG departments for the quarter under review. Furthermore, the tabling of the GPG quarter financial performance report ensures that the GPG departments are accountable to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature through the Finance Portfolio Committee. As at the end of the third quarter, total provincial receipts amounted to 129.10 billion, or 76.30% of the total budget receipts. Provincial receipts arising from provincial equitable share, conditional grants, and own revenue amounts to 95.99 billion, 21.64 billion, and 6.05 billion, respectively, while provincial financing amounted to 5.42 billion. As at the end of the third quarter, the GBG total cash outflow amounted to 126.91 billion, or 75% of the appropriated provincial budget. Of this amount, departments requisitioned 128.20 billion, or 76% of the total adjusted provincial budget, thus overdrawing by a percentage point due to accelerated spending, while 59.64 million accounts for provincial direct charges paid against the Provincial Revenue Fund for political office bearers, and 41.02 billion remains unspent at the end of the third quarter. It is worth noting that revenue collection as per the main appropriation for the 2024-2025 financial year was projected at 8.01 billion. However, as at the end of the third quarter, 6.05 billion, or 75.49%, was collected. This represents an over-collection compared to the expected 75% as per the straight-line budget. The main revenue-generating departments are Gauteng Provincial Treasury at 833 million, or 116.5%, Health and Wellness at 444 million, or 75.56%, Roads and Transport at 3.74, or 71.56%, and Economic Development at 866 million, or 64.7%. Likewise, other revenue-generating departments recorded a total of 131 million, or 94.96% against the collective appropriated target. During the adjustment budget process, the overall GPG allocation was revised upwards by 3.4 billion, from 165.8 billion to 169.2 billion. As at the end of the third quarter, the overall GPG expenditure amounted to 128.5 billion, or 76% of the adjusted appropriation. Most departments recorded expenditure equal and greater than 70% of the adjusted appropriation. The noticeable outliers are departments of e-government at 59%, Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, which is COCTA, at 60%, Human Settlements at 63%, and Office of the Premier at 69%. It is worth noting that the departments provided a variety of reasons for under-expenditure, as well as remedial measures to redress the same. Furthermore, based on current expenditure trends, there is a risk of over-expenditure amounting to 5.6 billion at the end of the financial year by the Departments of Health and Wellness, Education, Infrastructure Development, Community Safety and Sports, and Arts, Culture and Recreation. Of importance in terms of economic classification, personnel cost accounts for 74.5 billion, or 74% of the adjusted appropriation for compensation of employees, amounting to 100.1 billion. Most departments spent between 70% and 75%, while slow spending was recorded under Department of Human Settlements and Roads and Transport, which recorded expenditure of 66% and 68% individually. Regarding goods and services, expenditure stood at 28.8 billion, or 78% of the adjusted appropriation. It is projected that the Department of Health would incur over-expenditure due to accruals. In view of the current expenditure trends, medicines, property payments, medical supplies, and laboratory services displays a propensity to overspend at the end of the financial year. The performance review of GPG infrastructure program reveals expenditure of 9.16 billion, or 69% at the end of the third quarter. Most departments registered performance less than 70%, namely those departments are Department of Economic Development at 15%, Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation at 35%, Agriculture and Rural Development at 43%, Social Development at 58%, and Human Settlements at 64%. Regarding conditional grants, the overall performance for most departments at the end of the third quarter was equal and greater than 70%. Apart from the Departments of Agriculture and Rural Development and Human Settlements, which recorded expenditure of 37% and 64% correspondingly. GPG spent 20.6 billion, or 72% of the adjusted appropriation of the 28.8 billion for conditional grants. Even though GPG departments recorded improved financial performance relative to the previous quarter, GPT should continue to monitor GPG departments' expenditure and recommend corrective measures to ensure that departments spend according to their plans. The committee is concerned about the following, Madam Speaker. under the Department of Social Development how the department will mitigate the possible impact of compensation of employees having a crowding out effect on other areas of the budget. That the department is insistently plagued by procurement challenges and the impact of such on the beneficiaries of its programs. And the Gauteng Provincial Treasury, the committee is concerned that the cost for the utilization of consultants is spiraling out of control. The intervention that Gauteng Provincial Treasury has put in place to assist the Department of Health to overcome challenges relating to 30 days payment of service providers, considering the poor performance. The capacity of departments to carry out procurement methodically and timelessly. And the Department of Health and Welfare that with spending on goods and service currently at 17.2 billion or 83%, there is inclination to overspend. The Department of Education, the problems such as financial instability, lack of transparency, ineffective resource allocation, and potential for corruption brought about unauthorized expenditure. And under the Department of Infrastructure Development, that the department has projected to overspend despite additional funding to the tune of 184 million during adjustment budget processes. The committee therefore recommends that the Department of Social Development must respond by the 30th of April 2025. The department should submit a report highlighting how it would mitigate escalating expenditure on compensation of employees depleting funds earmarked for other priorities. The department should provide a report on how it intends addressing matters pertaining to procurement challenges and the associated impact on the beneficiaries of its services. And the Gauteng Provincial Treasury, it should provide a comprehensive report quantifying the extent to which GPG departments utilize the utilization of consultants to comply with Treasury regulations regarding the same. The Gauteng Provincial Treasury should provide the Portfolio Committee with a progress report on its proposed interventions to ensure that the Department of Health overcome challenges relating to 30 days payment of service providers. The Gauteng Provincial Treasury should provide an explanation of the degree to which its provincial supply chain management program is effective in discharging its duties, considering the intractable challenges faced by some GPG departments. And the Department of Health should provide a comprehensive report on how it intends curbing runaway expenditure pertaining to goods and services. And the Department of Education should provide a strategy reflecting on how it would circumvent financial instability, lack of transparency, ineffective resource allocation, and potential for corruption arising from unauthorized expenditure. And under the Department of Infrastructure, that it should provide cogent reasons why it projects to overspend despite additional funding during the adjustment budget process, and what is the root cause of such and how it will be prevented from recurring. The Portfolio Committee extends gratitude to the Honourable MEC, the head of the department, and officials of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for their cooperation during the consideration of the report, and appreciation for diligence, dedication, and commitment shown during deliberations on the third quarter financial performance report process goes to all members of the Finance Portfolio Committee. The committee also sends its gratitude to the support staff. After due consideration, the Finance Portfolio Committee adopted the third quarter financial performance report on the Gauteng Provincial Government for the 2024-2025 financial year. And in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read with Rule 164, the Finance Portfolio Committee presents to this House and recommends adoption of the committee's oversight report on the third quarter financial performance report of the Gauteng Provincial Government for the 2024-2025 financial year. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Musai. Is there a seconder? Honorable Sisedinyane.
Thank you very much, Speaker. As to second the report, thank you.
Thank you very much. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Those are against say no. So the report is adopted. Secretary, could you please read the 12th order?
Transport and Logistics Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the third quarterly report of the Department of Roads and Transport, including Gautrain Management Agency and G-Fleet Management for the 2024-2025 financial year.
Honorable Schneemann.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In the quarter under review, the department managed to spend an amount of 1.4 billion, or 15.3% across all programs. G-Fleet spent 19.77%, and the Transport Authority Gauteng spent 27.12%. In terms of the expenditure per programme, the department transferred 233,370,000 of the allocated budget to the Gautrain in the quarter under review. The committee noted that the other 4 programmes, namely administration, spent 19.2%, transport infrastructure spent 15.21%, transport operations spent 18.68%, and transport regulation spent, no, I've lost it, sorry, and transport regulation spent 12.59%. At the end of the quarter, the committee noted that the department's remaining budget allocation amounted to 2.8 billion, or 30.55% of the budget. The Transport Authority Gauteng's remaining allocation amounted to 522,298,000, or 47.88% of its budget, whilst G-Fleet's remaining allocation amounted to 522,298,000, or 36.54% of its budget. The committee is concerned about the underspending in the TAG, Transport Authority Gauteng, and G-Fleet management, noting that there are no indications that they'd be able to spend the entire budget by the end of the financial year. On the payment of suppliers within 15 to 30 days, the committee noted that the department and entities were able to pay 100% of SMMEs and township businesses within 30 days, whilst 97% of invoices were paid within 15 days. With regards to transport infrastructure projects, the committee noted that the construction of the Vereniging intermodal facility, township road projects in Hammanskraal, Mapopani and Winterveld, and the resealing of the R28 were currently ongoing and contractors were on site. With regards to the R82 construction project, the contractor was not on site for the continuation of the construction. And with regards to the K69 Solomon Mahlangu road out in Mamelodi, the project was completed in 2024. However, during the rainy season, the drainage systems were not working properly, and as a result, some stretches of the road were flooded. With regards to transport regulation on the functionality of municipal DLTCs and registering authorities, the committee noted that the planned target on the rand value of revenue generated from motor vehicle licensing services and regulatory authorities, where an amount of 116 million was not paid by the municipalities on revenue generated within their centres as agencies of the department. However, a total amount of 1.28 billion rands worth of invoices were not paid by municipalities as of the 29th of February 2025, and this is from all municipalities within the province. The committee further noted that a special municipal CFO forum was arranged by the Provincial Treasury IGR unit, and this took place in February. And 3 metros, together with Randwest District, made payment commitments for the payment of outstanding revenue in the next quarter going forward. Let me just see where I'm going now. Whilst the committee appreciates the commitment entered into for the payment by respective municipalities, the committee is concerned about the late or non-surrender of revenue by the municipalities to the department timeously and the long-term impact the late or non-surrender of revenue exacts on the working relationship between the department and municipalities, and subsequently the functionality of centres in enhancing service delivery. The committee further noted that the department has only 2 existing 5-year service level agreements with the City of Ekurhuleni and Sedibeng District Municipality, which expire in June 26 and November 2025, respectively. All other service level agreements which were signed with the City of Johannesburg, City of Tshwane, Merafong, Randwest and Mogale City have since expired. According to the department, the main challenge is with regards to the 80-20 revenue split outlined in the currently contested service level agreements by municipalities. The committee is concerned over the ongoing delays in the signing of service level agreements with municipalities, taking into consideration the disputed 80-20 revenue split and the impact exacted on the reinvestment of existing centres and the collection of revenues owed by municipalities. I now want to move on to recommendations of the committee. I just need to get there. In terms of recommendations, the committee has recommended the following and requires responses by the 9th of May of this particular year. The first recommendation is that the department should provide the committee with a detailed report on the approval of the new organisational structure by DPSA. Furthermore, progress on the appointment of senior management within the department and entities, noting the impact on the continuation in the implementation of multi-year planned projects. The second recommendation is that the department should provide the committee with a detailed report on the progress on the implementation of planned infrastructures, which includes the R82, the K31 and the K54. Furthermore, the detailed plan on the assessment and proposed intervention plans to remedy the drainage challenges on the K69 Solomon Mahlangu Drive. The third recommendation is that the department should provide the committee with a detailed report on the surrender of outstanding revenue from municipalities in line with agreed payment plans. Furthermore, the progress report on the transfer of the banking function to the department as a transitional phase towards taking back the licensing function. That the department should provide the committee with a detailed report on the signing of SLAs or service level agreements with municipalities, taking into consideration the disputed 80-20 revenue split and the proposed reinvestment on existing centres to enhance service delivery in municipal centres. And the next recommendation is that the department should provide the committee with a detailed report on measures and progress in addressing the backlog on the issuance of operating licences and the impact exacted on daily operations across the authorised routes. And then the last recommendation is that the department should provide the committee with a detailed report on the proposed punitive measures for non- and late surrender of revenue by municipalities. I'd like to then, on behalf of the committee, express appreciation to the MEC, the HOD and various officials from the department for their participation in this process. Let me also express appreciation to members of the Portfolio Committee for their participation, their interaction in this particular process. And on behalf of the committee, we would also like to thank the committee support team for their work and tireless efforts in making sure that meetings happen and that we were able to complete this process. After due consideration, the Roads and Transport Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the Gauteng Department of Transport and Logistics, Gautrain Management Agency and G-Fleet Management's third quarterly performance report for the 24-25 financial year. And in terms of Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164, the committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the Gauteng Department of Transport and Logistics, the Gautrain Management Agency and G-Fleet's third quarterly performance report for the 24-25 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Schneemann. Is there a seconder? Honourable Mhlongo?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I second.
Thank you very much. I now put the question, honourable members. All those in favour say yes.
Yes. Yes.
Those that are against say no. The report is adopted. Secretary, could you please read the 13th order?
E-Government and Research Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the third quarterly report of the Department of E-Government for the 2024-2025 financial year.
Honourable Hlope.
I'm standing in for...
You're standing in for her. Okay, proceed.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I stand to present the E-Government and Research Development Oversight Report for the third quarter performance of 2024-2025 financial year. Madam Speaker, I request that I give a summary and that the parts that I have not read be considered as read. In the summary, this report assesses the third quarter performance of the Department of E-Gov with a focus on non-financial and financial performance for the quarter. The department responds to 3 GGT priorities that are linked to the National Development Plan through building a capable, ethical, developmental state, economy, jobs, infrastructure, education, skills revolution, and health. Targets are set to realize these outcomes in response to the national and provincial priorities. As per the approved annual performance plan, the department implements its projects through 3 programs, namely the administration, information communication technology shared services, and human resource services. And the core function of the department is implemented in Program 2, being the ICT shared services. It is under this program that the department modernizes the provincial ICT infrastructure and rolls out the GBN project. The department appropriated an upward adjustment amount of 2.8 billion from an allocation of 1.6 for the 2024-2025 financial year. The projected budget for the third quarter was 434 million, and the department expended an income of 406 million, which is 93% of the budget of the quarter and 59% of the total budget. The expenditure is due, the under expenditure is due to delayed project implementations and delayed payments of invoices. But also the procurement spending on GOD targets is reported to be at 31% on women, 1% on PWD, and 36% on the youth, while procurement of township economy stood at 80%. The low spend is said to be due to limited responses from people with disabilities, which is what informs the 1%, and depleted for companies owned by women. These reasons given to the committee for under expenditure undermine the gender mainstreaming principles that aim to empower the marginalized groups. An elaborate plan should be implemented by the department to address these shortfalls. During the quarter, the department was able to successfully attain 24 of the 31 set targets, translating to 77% annual performance achievement. Network connectivity was provided to the Gauteng provincial government, where departments had 100% server uptime, allowing employees to complete tasks without system downtime. The ESSS module was rolled out to various departments, and training was provided on the module. This assisted the different departments to conduct transversal human resource services, utilizing automated systems at a reduced turnaround time to conclude its tasks. The report of the Public Service Commission on HR digitalization collaborates the efforts made to digitalize the system in the province. To modernize the provincial ICT infrastructure with connectivity, the department provided the wide area network, local area network, voice over internet protocol, and Wi-Fi hotspots to identified sites, albeit these challenges due to dependence and limited access to sites. Plans are said to be put in place to mitigate the challenges so that the targets are then met in other quarters of the year. The decision received from various stakeholders during the engagements that the committee has on the performance of the department lamented that the Wi-Fi speed is slow, and at times there would be no connectivity in some of these sites. Another challenge is the location of these hotspots, which are far from the disadvantaged, particularly the disabled, to access this internet. The department could consider installing Wi-Fi hotspots at community centers where citizens can have easy access, and it's also a close range to different communities, since the load shedding is also a reality. An option to keep connectivity could be solar powering with Wi-Fi hotspots to maintain the uninterrupted connectivity. With regards to the outcome to develop provincial services on the digital platform, the department has developed 5 e-services. A data analytics project was executed to provide insights and improve services. The ICT services are offered within the prescripts of the ICT standards and policies that are periodically reviewed to strengthen the provincial ICT oversight and governance. To attain the outcome of the GGT priorities on education, skills revolution, and health, the department has supported the ICT entrepreneurs and trained the GPG staff on the online platforms. Youth was also provided with ICT skills through the development program with various partners. This shows the commitment of the department to ensure that the province builds a capable ICT skill base needed to drive a digital transformation. However, the department seems not to be reaching a wider audience through the available communication channels. An emphasis was made by various stakeholders to the Portfolio Committee that they are not aware of the departmental services. On the committee's findings and concern, the committee is concerned about the implication, the non-attainment of the targets, as this affects the attainment of gender mainstreaming principles and misalignment with the procurement planning. The committee is also concerned about the below target percentage spent on people with disabilities, and further the slow recruitment process of people with disabilities in the department. Additionally, the committee is concerned that awareness campaigns and stakeholder liaison visits are not sufficient or intensified enough to reach everyone, leaving many behind within these communities. And lastly, our concern as a committee is that there is the loss of connectivity when there is interruption to power cuts or load shedding. Committee recommendation: the department should provide an analysis of how the budget of procurement spend for companies owned by women was depleted against the procurement plan, the impact on the gender mainstreaming principle, and how the department will remedy this challenge to avoid recurrence. This report is expected that it must be given to the committee by the 30th of April. The department should proactively reach out to the organizations that support people with disabilities, civil society organizations during planned awareness sessions to identify potential suppliers and create an awareness on the recruitment process. And this report as well will then be expected by the committee on the 30th of April. The department should increase awareness campaigns and use different and traditional and non-traditional communication platforms to access all. The department should conduct a feasible study on how to provide alternative power, Wi-Fi hotspots during electricity cuts, failures, and load shedding. And a written report as well would be expected to the committee by the 30th of April. On acknowledgement, the chair would want to extend her gratitude to the MEC of the department, the head of department, appreciation by the chair as well for diligence, dedication, and commitment shown by members of the committee, Member Mihwe, Member Silas, Member Waters, Member Smatla, and Member Miso. The committee's gratitude as well is extended to the following staff support: Group Committee Coordinator, Senior Research, Senior Committee Coordinator, the Researcher, Communications Officer, Information Officer, Community Administrator, Service Officer, and the Hansard Record. The committee presents this oversight report on the third quarter performance of the Gauteng Department of eGov for the financial year 2024-2025 and recommends its adoption. Nkosi Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gentile. Is there a seconder? A seconder, honorable members? Honorable Simatla.
Thank you, Speaker. I second the report.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Those that are not in favor say no. So the report is adopted. Mokwaledi, re kopa o bale tsamaiso ya bolesome le bone.
Social Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the third quarterly report of the Department of Social Development for the 2024-2025 financial year.
Honorable Chokwe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I hereby request that the House should take other parts of the report as read. Honorable Speaker, the National Development Plan, Vision 2030, remains our overarching blueprint that continue to guide the medium-term strategic framework for 2019 to 2024 of our national government and the growing Gauteng Together, Vision 2030, provincial policy priorities of the department. To support the implementation of the National Development Plan, the Medium-Term Development Plan for 2024 to 2029, as the 5-year plan of this 7th administration, incorporate the 3 strategic priorities as outlined by President in his opening Parliament address and our Premier at his SOPA. The National Medium-Term Development Plan has about 3 strategic priorities, with the first one being inclusive growth and job creation, the second one being reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living, and the last one being capable, ethical and developmental state. Our Gauteng provincial government strategies are: number 1, inclusive economic growth and job creation, improve living condition and enhance health and well-being, and the last one being the same as the one as national, that is a capable, ethical and developmental state. The above-mentioned priorities will render a set of service delivery outcomes during the 2024 to 2029 planning period through several detailed and focused interventions to implement comprehensive social protection system for the benefit of the vulnerable individuals such as our children, persons with disability, older persons, victims of crime and violence, unemployed youth, and poor household. The committee acknowledged the Welfare to Work program that has upscaled and transitioned around 13,590 youth, persons with disability, women, and their dependents through a range of services including skills development, employment creation, and entrepreneurship program. The committee further acknowledged with appreciation the youth development centers that are channeled through which youth services and interventions are provided to support youth development structures with capacity building opportunities. On oversight on the department's achievement on strategic priority, on the strategic priority 1, that was that one of the province, the committee acknowledged that the department was able to contribute to 2 strategic objectives, namely economic, jobs and infrastructure, and the committee acknowledged that out of 10 planned targets, 5 targets were fully achieved, representing about 50%. 1 target was illustrated good progress, representing 10%, and 2 targets illustrated their fair progress, representing 20%, and 1 target illustrated poor progress, representing 10%. On oversight on annual performance plan, Honourable Speaker, on priority 4 of the 19 planned targets, 13 targets were fully achieved, representing 68.42%. 1 target illustrated good progress, representing 5.2%. 5 targets illustrated fair progress, representing 26.32% during the period under review. On the oversight on department financial performance, Honourable Speaker, during the financial year 2024-2025, the department has been allocated an amount of about 5,810,376,000. During the quarter under review, the department managed to spend around 1,343,731,000 rand across all programs, representing 71% of the allocated budget to end the quarter under review. In relation to the expenditure per program, the committee acknowledged that on administration, the department managed to spend 609,533,000, which is 73%. On program 2, that is social welfare, the department spent around 673,045,000, representing 71% again. On program 3, which is children and families, the department spent around 1,585,875,000, that represent around 74%. On program 4, which is a program for restorative services, the department spent around 548 million and 8,000, representing 61%. On program 5, which is the last one, which deals with research, they spend about 684 million and 35,000, representing about 70%. the concern and the recommendation from the committee. The committee has engaged with the department and is satisfied with the progress made so far, and it will continue to monitor the performance of the department, especially on matters related to school uniform, dignity packs, and the NPO funding. The committee would like to thank our MEC for Social Development, Honorable Faith Mazibugo, the acting head of the department, Mr. Bongani Ngomani, and all the officials in the department. I would also like to express my appreciation to the members of this committee, Honorable Sharif, Honorable Nseke, Honorable Mehwe, Honorable Abrams, Honorable More, Honorable Sisedinyani, Honorable Smatla, Honorable Evans, Honorable Mkwanazi, for their commitment to the oversight process. I commend them for their diligence work during the deliberation on the third quarter performance report for this financial year 2024-2025. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, the committee would like to thank the staff that are always supporting our committee. On adoption, after extensive deliberation, the Social Development Committee adopted the third quarterly performance report on the Department of Social Development for the financial year 2024-2025 in accordance with Rule 117, Section 2, Subsection C, read together with Rule 146. The Social Development Portfolio Committee tables the report to the House for consideration and adoption, considering the concern and recommendation made in the report. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Deputy Chair of Chair.
Thank you. Any seconder?
I rise to second the report, Chair.
Huh? Yeah. Nsabuni, bani secondary? Oh, Member Mkwanazi.
Deputy Chair of Chairs.
I'm seconding.
Okay. All those in favor say yes?
Yes.
Those who are not in favor say no? The yeas have it. Before the secretary reads the... Okay, will the secretary read the next order?
Health and Wellness Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the third quarterly report of the Department of Health, including its entity, for the 2024-2025 financial year.
Member Litswalo, you can summarize the summary so that it takes 5 minutes. Agir.
Affirmative, Chair. Thank you very much, and a pleasant good afternoon to the residents of Gauteng. Allow me, Chair, to present this report, as you have advised, summatively. Not necessarily that parts that I may not have read. The report has already been tabled. It's there. You know, the only thing that remains is its adoption by the House. And in so doing, with the adjusted budget allocation, the department has spent 50.9 billion, which constitutes 77.2% of the overall budget. The committee has noted that the administration program is consistently overspending. So, administration, although this is primarily attributed to ICT-related expenses for the implementation of digital systems, such as the integrated health information system. So, with the advent of any technological systems, you are likely to have these teething problems, including the PACS system, forensic pathology system that Member Hicklin spoke about, as well as the queue management system. So, there's an integration of a number of systems, and of course, the turnaround times there may require that you spend a bit more, and hence the overspending. However, the committee is a bit concerned in that the department is attributing the overspending to ICT systems, which have not been matched with outputs, in that the rollout or the implementation on the ground seems to be a bit slowed. And I think we would appreciate if the department could furnish the committee with the details in facilities where we're seeing a greater rollout of the systems. Furthermore, the EMS program has exceeded its allocated budget, utilizing up to 99.8% of its allocated budget. This is also concerning for the committee, as the amount spent does not correspond with the performance targets, especially considering outcomes in the targets set. So again, EMS has also been a flag there. Underspending on a number of other areas, health sciences and training, which stands at 58.4%, healthcare support services, 74.1%, health facilities management standing at 73.8%. And then quickly, just on some of the indicators on GOD empowerment, in the quarter under review, 63,370 women were empowered, 23,323 youth, and 1,815 people with disabilities. So these are some of the outputs in the intervention related to GOD. Fiduciary compliance, the department was compliant with its overall fiduciary requirements. And then on a capacitated department, the committee believes that the department was adequately capacitated and resourced to carry out its functions. However, the department needs to improve on the following areas: filling of vacant positions and ensuring that unfunded posts are attended to based on the facility demand study as well as assessment. We do know that the department had at some point interacted with the treasury, but treasury was a bit reluctant to consider some of the proposals by the department. We really hope that the department would exert pressure so that we resolve the issue of vacancies. Secondly, ensuring quality healthcare service for all in order to address the issues of litigations at a later stage. So just the issues of equality, assurance. And then lastly, provide the proper training for data capturers to ensure accurate data and adhering to the measures in place to address accruals. So that is another critical area there. On committee concerns, the committee is concerned about the overspending on program 3, which is EMS, due to the payment of accruals related to the emergency medical vehicles. We did request that the department give us a strategy, a mitigating strategy on the management of accruals in the previous report. The committee is also concerned about the slow pace of implementing the queue management system in hospitals. So I think in the view of the committee, the intensification in the rollout of the queue management system will mitigate the extended queues that we usually encounter in a number of health facilities. On recommendations, the department must provide a structured framework to address accruals. As an impact in the financial resources of the program, ultimately a service delivery. Secondly, the department must also provide a structured budget plan with timeframes for the rollout of the queue management system in hospitals. And then on acknowledgements, I really want to thank the Honorable MEC, Menomandu Komoralo Hoko, and the team for the preparation of the report. We also further want to thank the membership, the overall membership of the committee for their continued commitment to do the committee's work. And then a special thank you and farewell to Ms. Nokwazi Ngidi, our committee coordinator who is leaving the legislature for greener pastures. She's simply a rare jewel and invaluable asset that carried the committee for a period stretching over a decade. We are immeasurably grateful to you, Menokwas, wherever you may be. If you can hear us, we are very appreciative of the assiduous work that you will have contributed in the life as well as the work of the Committee of Health as well as Wellness. And then on adoption in accordance with Rule 117(2)C, read together with Rule 164, the Health and Wellness Portfolio Committee hereby recommends that the report on the Gauteng Department of Health and Wellness third quarterly report for the 2024-2025 financial year be adopted by the House, taking into account the committee's concerns as well as the recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Letswalo. Any seconder?
I second the report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member Plum. All those in favor, say yes.
Yes.
Those not in favor, say no. Abeko, the yeas have it. Will the Secretary please read the next report?
Infrastructure Development and Property Management Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the third quarterly report of the Department of Infrastructure Development and Property Management, including its entity, for the 2024-2025 financial year.
Member Ndlovu.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Greetings to the residents of Gauteng and members in the House. I, Member Ndlovu, hereby tables the oversight report on the third quarterly report of the Infrastructure Development and Property Management for the 2024-25 financial year on behalf of the committee. Deputy Chair, please allow me that the parts that I will not read be regarded as read. The recent review conducted by the committee has provided valuable insights into the progress made by the department across various program objectives. It has been noted that the department has not only achieved, but in some cases exceeded its initial targets. This development is significant and reflects a robust operational framework underpinned by a commitment to inclusivity and empowerment within the procurement processes. 100% of the IT service provider invoices were settled within 30 days. The percentage allocated to black-owned enterprises targets was overachieved. The percentage allocated to military veteran target was achieved at 100%. The percentage allocated to black women-owned enterprises was overachieved. The percentage allocated to small, medium, and micro enterprises targets was overachieved. The percentage allocated to Township economic revitalization target was also overachieved. Revenue collected from GBG property portfolio disposal and leases was 2.5 million against a target of 9 million. 6 properties were released for socio-economic infrastructure development. The department achieved targets for facilities provided for 3 user departments. 5,290 movable assets were verified in the asset register. 2 condition assessments were conducted at state properties. 5 designs were ready for tender. 51 planned maintenance projects were completed. While the department excelled in several areas of procurement allocation, however, specific performance indicates a continued challenge in achieving set targets, particularly concerning the inclusion of people living with disabilities in procurement processes. The target sets for allocation for PWDs was 4%, yet only 2.52% was achieved. This shortfall was due to the limitations of the qualified PWDs within its existing panels. The department further reported that the Department of Health's failure to process invoices impacted the achievement of the electromechanical procurement target. In this regard, 3 targets were planned and only 1 was achieved. The committee will continue to engage the department on the performance during the 4th quarter. The department created 1,086 and 1,124 job opportunities through the health maintenance projects and the vacant land maintenance project, respectively. Furthermore, 22 public works bodies reporting on EPWP targets in the province were achieved. While noting the achievement, the committee noted with concern that the department has reported that 100% of service providers were paid within 30 days, while on the other hand, a target of electromechanical for the Department of Health was not being achieved due to non-payment of invoices. The total budget allocation for the department was 3.2 billion, and the actual expenditure was at 2.7 billion. Program 1 was allocated 343 million and have spent 435 million, which translates to 127% over expenditure. Program 2 allocated 2.1 billion and have spent 2.1 billion, currently at 90% expenditure. Program 3 had 209 million and currently at 204 million, which translates to 98% expenditure. On committee findings and concerns, the department's client departments handover of the projects that are mandated to be implemented by the department while there are no documented guidelines or official ruling that enable client departments to assume control of the department's projects, delayed payments to service providers by Department of Health, especially for the PSPs and specialist services provided for CCTV, TIA, geotech, conduct tracing at Maibuye Clinic, Dr. George Mkare Hospital contractor, which led to the contractor to abandoning the site. The Dwansart laundry service provider is currently unable to make necessary repairs on a diesel tank leak due to outstanding payments. Project disruptions by business forums at Lakeside Primary School. Project disruptions by business forums at Sampato Secondary School due to non-payment of SMMEs. The department's ongoing practice of processing payments to underperforming contractors poses serious financial, operational, and reputational risks. At the Tao Primary School, electrical cables connected to the mobile classrooms were left exposed. The exposed wiring has become an easy target for theft, which has already been reported by the school. The steel components critical for securing mobile classrooms have been stolen. This poses a significant safety risk of potential collapse of the classrooms. On recommendations, responses are expected, written responses are expected by the 30th of April 2025. The department should provide the committee with document guidelines or official rulings that enable the client departments to assume control of the department's projects. The department should develop contingency strategies to mitigate the immediate impacts of delayed payments, particularly for critical services that directly affect patient care, specifically the service providers of Maibuye Clinic, Dr. George Mkare and Danswart Hospital. The department should develop and implement measures to ensure that the project descriptions are kept. Since there are no contractual agreements between the department and the SMMEs, the department should develop strategies for the SMMEs to receive payments directly from the department. The department should establish stronger criteria for payment processing tied to contractor performance evaluations. Payments should not be contingent upon meeting specified service level and deadlines. The department should report on measures in place to ensure that the steel components critical for securing mobile classrooms are fixed, as well as the exposed wiring at the Tao Primary. On acknowledgements, I would like to appreciate MEC Mamabulo, HOD of the department, and the entire executives for their efforts in the consideration of this report. I further appreciate the diligent deliberation of members. The committee further like to thank the committee staff for their dedication and assistance on adoption in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C read together with Rule 164. The Portfolio Committee on Infrastructure Development and Property Management hereby presents before the House the oversight report on the Department of Infrastructure Development and Property Management, third quarter report for the 2024-25 financial year for consideration and adoption by the House. Siyabonga, Sir.
Siyabonga. Is there a seconder? Member Adams.
Second, Honorable.
Member Adams seconds. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Those not in favor say no. The yeas have it. Let's read the next order.
Thank you, Chair. Human Settlements Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the third quarterly report of the Department of Human Settlements, including its entities for the financial year 2024-2025.
Member Mkheti.
Thank you very much. Once more, Deputy Chair of Chairs, for the opportunity. I'm going to present the third quarter report on behalf of the Portfolio Committee of Human Settlement for 2024-2025 financial year as the chairperson of the committee, and may I request that part of the report that I'm not going to read be taken as read by the House. The Portfolio Committee noted that the department annual appropriation was 5.7 billion with additional funding of 109 million and a rollover approval of 215 million. The adjusted budget amounted to 6 billion. For the period under review, the total expenditure for the department amounted to 3.8 billion, which translates to 63% of the total adjusted budget. As at the 18th of February, the total budget expenditure amounts to 4.3 billion, which translates to 71% of the adjusted budget. The department allocated a total of 1.1 billion. The department spent 1.5 billion, which translates to 127%. The department has overspent its quarterly allocation by 27%. In terms of the annual projection, the department has spent 63% of its overall budget instead of 75%. The department has underspent under conditional grant. Furthermore, the portfolio committee noted the following per program. On program 1, the department spent 64% of their total budget. Program 2, they spent 496%. Program 3, they spent 1.2 billion, registering a variance of minus 319,819. Program 4 was allocated 49 million, and they spent 85 million, registering 174% expenditure. The department reported that over expenditure in program 4 relates to payment of rates and taxes and maintenance of hostels. The department also did not achieve its target on procurement budget that targets township-based businesses, as 5.84% was achieved against a planned target of 60%. In relation to percentage of procurement budget targets business owned by women, the department did not achieve its targets, as 40% was achieved. Regarding 20% of procurement budget that targets business owned by youth, the department reported that they did not achieve its target, as 16.9% was paid to businesses owned by youth against a planned target of 20%. With regard to the percentage of procurement that targets business owned by people with disabilities and military veterans, 3.5% was achieved against a planned target of 3%. The annual target has been revised to from 10% to 3%. The reduced target suggests that the department is really struggling to procure services from people with disabilities. With regard to the number of stands with municipal engineering services installed for walk-up units, the planned target for the quarter under review was 1,586, and the department managed to achieve 2,169. The target for municipal engineering services installed for walk-ups units was exceeded. The contractor was ahead with the construction work during the quarter under review. Some of the milestones were in progress, as at the end of 2023-2024 financial year, the reprioritization of funds was undertaken, utilizing funds from underperforming projects. The portfolio committee noted that on the number of approved beneficiaries allocated quality assured housing units, the planned target was 100%, and the department achieved 98.5% out of 896 readily available housing units. During the quarter under review, 883 quality assured housing units were allocated to the approved beneficiaries. With regard to the post-2014 title deeds registered, the planned target was 993, and this was not achieved. The portfolio committee noted that this was the case even with previous financial years. On the number of new title deeds registered, the planned target was 250, and 5 was achieved, despite not having attained the third quarter target of a total of 1,240 new title deeds have been realized over the 3 quarters. The department is commended for achieving this target. This shows that they are on the right track in terms of the annual target. On the number of new title deeds, Okay, furthermore, about the percentage of residential rental housing dispute resolved by the end of the financial year, the planned target was 50%, and this was achieved as 54.52% was achieved. In terms of the number of ownership disputes resolved in respect of the pre-1994 title deeds backlog, the planned target was 11. However, 15 ownership disputes were resolved. The portfolio committee noted that Gauteng Partnership has spent 59% of its total allocation and spent 72% of its quarterly allocation, whereas in terms of the non-financial performance, the GPF achieved an overall of 66% on this quarter under review. On concerns, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, the committee is concerned about lack of reporting on the 20% and 23.3% investment targets for priority development areas in municipalities, which raises about concern about transparency and accountability. The portfolio committee noted that 896 housing units were available during the quarter under review, with 883 quality assured units allocated to approved beneficiaries, but no explanation was provided for the remaining 13 units. There is no reporting on the over expenditure in Program 4 regarding payments of rates, taxes, and hostel maintenance. And lastly, the planned annual target of relocating 250 households in the informal settlement completed units in mega projects was not achieved, including the previous quarter. On recommendations, Honorable Chair of Chairs, the department is expected to respond to the Legislature by the 30th of April 2025. The department should provide a list of priority development areas for the oversight purposes. The department should explain why the remaining 13 out of 896 available housing units were not allocated during the quarter under review. The department should provide the total expenditure incurred on rates, taxes, and maintenance of hostels. The department should explain why the annual targets of relocating 250 households from informal settlements to completed units in mega project was not achieved, and outline how it will ensure that the target is achieved by the end of the financial year. And lastly, provide reasons for not meeting the planned target for post-2014 title deeds registration and measures in place to ensure the target is achieved by the end of the financial year. On the acknowledgement, Honorable Chair of Chairs, as stated in the report, on adoption in terms of Rule 1172C, read with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlement presents the oversight report on the third quarter performance for the 2024-2025 financial year for adoption, taking into account the committee proposed concerns and recommendations. I thank you.
Thank you, Member Mkheti. Is there a seconder? Member Gentile.
Thanks, Chair of Chairs. I second.
All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Those not in favor say no. The ayes have it. May the Secretary please read the next order.
Thank you, Chair. Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the third quarterly report of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs for the financial year 2024-2025.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I am Zigaifani Kumalo, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on COPTA, tables oversight report on the third quarterly report of the Gauteng Department of COPTA for the financial year 2024-2025. I would like to take that all other parts of the report as read and request that Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs allows me to only read the executive summary, concerns and recommendations raised by the Portfolio Committee on COCTA as follows. In terms of the executive summary, the Portfolio Committee has noted the following on performance of the Department of COCTA during the quarter under review. On financial performance, the Department third quarterly performance report depicts that there was an expenditure of 128%. In terms of the total budget versus the expenditure, the Department spent 60% of that, far below the projected expenditure of 75% by the end of the quarter under review. The major contributor of underspending has been noted under goods and services at 47% for Program 3, Development and Planning. Conditional grant expenditure was sitting at 1460%, having spent 7,300,000 rand of the allocated budget of 500,000 rands. Non-financial performance, the overall performance of the department was 85% achieved and 15% not achieved by the end of the reported period. In the administration program, 7 targets were planned and 57 of which is 4 of the planned target were achieved, while 43% of the 3 were not achieved. Furthermore, the department planned 21 targets under the local government support programs and 19 was achieved, which is 95% out of 20 of the planned target were achieved, which means that 1 target, which is 5%, or worth of 5 was not achieved. However, Program 3, being the key service delivery output, planned 11 targets and has recorded 9, which is 82% of the planned target achieved, and 2, which is 18% were not achieved. Finally, in the traditional institutional development program, 2 targets were planned and achieved. Lastly, on risk assessment, inability to effectively support municipality to be financially viable, specifically the Gauteng metros and Mfuleni municipality, it's one of those identified. Committee findings and our concerns on meter discrepancies, the discrepancies between the meter services report on the meter reading file with some of the 87,572 meter missing from the meter service file raise concern about the accuracy and reliability of metering data. The misalignment could lead to billing errors and customer satisfaction. Program 3 expenditure, the stagnation in expenditure for Program 3, despite its receiving the largest portion of the budget for energy project, is concerning. Internal factors such as poor planning and procurement delays are hindering the successful implementation of energy efficiency project, which could impact the province's energy goals. On financial planning weaknesses, the City of Johannesburg faces significant irregular expenditure and non-compliant issues. The city's financial health is compromised, with irregular expenditure increasing from 8.8 billion in 2019-2020 financial year to 11.1 billion in 2022-2023 financial year. This situation is exacerbated by poor management of supply chain processes and lack of compliance and monitoring. Infrastructure challenges. City of Joburg is grappling with serious infrastructure challenges, including decaying infrastructure, water shortages, and electricity theft. These issues hinder the city's ability to provide essential services to its residents and to fulfill its mandate effectively. On capacity development, the delay in appointing local government legal experts, irrespective of multiple advertisements, and the need for such expertise is concerning. The non-achievement of these targets since the beginning of the financial year suggests inefficiencies of SEM processes and could affect the municipality's ability to interpret and apply local government laws effectively. Or budget and APP misalignment, the misalignment between the budget expenditure at 128% and APP achievement of 85% indicate inefficiencies in resource allocation and project execution. This discrepancy suggests the funds are not being utilized effectively to achieve the department objective. Proposed committee recommendation on meter discrepancies, the department must ensure that the municipality conduct a regular audit of meter service report and meter reading file to identify and rectify discrepancies promptly. The department must also support municipalities by ensuring improving integration between metering system and consistent accurate data across all reports. all reports. Furthermore, the department must ensure that the municipalities provide training for staff and importance of accurate data and reconciliation processes, and this must happen by the due date of the 30th of April. All of them, of our recommendation, will be by the end of April, so I don't go back and read. Program 3, expenditure stagnant. The department must ensure that the following before budget allocation: enhanced planning process to ensure that projects are well defined and feasible before allocation of funds, address procurement delay by streamlining the procurement processes and reducing bureaucratic hurdles, conduct progress review to identify and address issues that may be causing stagnation in the project implementation. On financial planning weaknesses, the department must ensure the following: ensure that the City of Johannesburg has a stronger financial control to prevent unauthorized expenditure and also usage of funds. Give rise in unauthorized expenditure from 88 billion to 11 billion to 42 billion as part of written off as unresolved. It is crucial to address these financial difficulties. Conduct regular financial audit to identify and address any irregular promptly. This will help to manage unresolved 7.7 billion, preventing future financial mismanagement. In terms of infrastructure development, the department must provide the following reports on the City of Johannesburg: boost capital investment in infrastructure projects, ensure that the funds are generated services like water and electricity, explore private-public partnership models in the city. Capacity development delay: the department must fast-track the SEM processes to ensure timely appointment of experts. The department must also review, improve recruitment, establish clear timeline of appointment of service providers. On misalignment, the department must review and optimize the resources allocation to ensure funds are used effectively. Furthermore, the department must implement the robust performance monitoring system to track and ensure alignment. On acknowledgement, as the chairperson of COCTA, I wishes the MEC of COCTA, Mr. J. Mamabolo, and the head of department and his team, and also the chairperson wishes to appreciate the diligence, dedication, and commitment shown during the deliberation of the detail of the third quarterly report of the said department to the following honorable members: A. Mosai, Honorable Mokhobe, Honorable Msinga, K. Rasilongwane, B. Makhene, M. Masoleng, N. Delebi, S. Nyati, N. Diakhr, L. Masilela, and R.F. Ngobeni. The committee's gratitude is extended to the following staff: Group Committee Coordinator James Panzwa Mbalo, Dr. S. Nweli, Ms. J. Nyembe, Researcher, Ms. N. Nene, Ms. P. Bolasigobo, Information Officer, Ms. L. Ngume, N. Ntembu, Ms. S. Mnetwa, and Mr. N. Mbonani. On adoption, in terms of Rule 117.2C, read together with 664, the Portfolio Committee on COCTA present the oversight report on the third quarterly performance report of the Gauteng Department of COCTA for the 24-25 financial year for adoption, taking into account the committee consent and proposed recommendations made in this report. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Oh, is it? Yes. Oh, kohlukun secondis. Again secondin qala. Any seconder? Member Dilebu. All right.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I second.
You have already voted yes. All those not in favor? Okay, none. Sadlula. Member Mhlongo? Okay. Will you please read the next order before Member Mhlongo comes in?
Thank you, Chair. Education Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the third quarterly report of the Department of Education for the financial year 2024-2025.
Member Mhlongo.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. The committee has noted the following key highlights for the quarter under review in its assessment of the Gauteng Department of Education third quarter report for the 2024-25 financial year. The administration of the 2024 senior certificate examinations was successful without major incidents. A total of 185,285 candidates, including 136,597 full-time students, as well as 48,688 part-time or repeater candidates, were registered to participate in these significant examinations. The Department of Education had designed 1,013 examination centers for the 2024 NSC examinations. These included 737 public schools, 276 independent institutions, and an additional 93 centers catering to part-time as well as repeater candidates. The department held an award ceremony to recognize the outstanding spelling and reading comprehension achievements of approximately 210 learners from 15 districts in the foundation phase. The department hosted a multi-certification skills program, general and technical skills mini festival at the Katlehong Engineering School of Specialization. The event aimed to highlight the technical and general competencies acquired by learners through the MCSP. To ensure compliance with the Auditor General's requirements, a school readiness assessment, which is outcome indicator 1.7, was conducted across public ordinary schools, with the inclusion of special schools, early childhood development centers. The evaluation focused on verifying the preparedness of these institutions for the 2024 academic year, covering key areas such as academic preparedness, learning and teaching support materials, school management, ICT, governance, human resources, infrastructure, safety, learner transport, nutrition, admission, as well as attendance. The department is servicing 1,404 no-fee paying schools with about 1 million learners enrolled. The department continued to provide over 1 million learners with school nutrition program. The scholar transport program has reached at least 228,000 learners. In relation to youth, about 30,000 Gauteng youth had access to career education. 2,951 Gauteng young people are on the Gauteng Learnership Program. 28,639 Gauteng youth are on the GCRA Internship Program. 4,105 youth were awarded bursaries. In addition to gender issues, the department is facilitating a more sensitive approach on the handling of victims who have suffered sexual harassment, resulting in others being transferred to other workstations or schools where they can continue to be productive. For people with disabilities, reasonable accommodation cases were reviewed in order to ensure that employees with disabilities become more independent. Thus, the partnership with the Low Vision Center is being explored, and there was more involvement of the School Safety Directorate on occupational health as well as safety matters in school. No progress has been made towards the GPG 3% target, which is still sitting at 2.8%. The department has reported that for the period under review, 1 October to 31 December 2024, a total number of posts on the department structure as stated on the last day of the period under review is 104,845. The number of posts currently filled as the last day under review is 95,063. Vacant posts would be 9,782. The number of acting positions would be at 1,420. The number of terminations during the period would be 5,576. New appointments amount to 3,516. The total number of suspensions are 3. In terms of the summarized information on the GOD and HDI compliance for the period under review, the department has reported that disability is at 3% and females are sitting at 47.8%. Some of the concerns of the committee are as follows. In relation to infrastructure development, the committee has noted the department's report on the self-build program in the current financial year and progress made thus far on such projects. In terms of the school-based support team, the committee is of the view that SBCTs play an important role in providing support to learners and educators, particularly in areas such as learning difficulties, special needs and behavioral challenges, and specific interventions that are aimed at SBCTs which were not found to be functional. On scholar transport, during its oversight visits, the committee observed that scholar transport providers on certain schools, including Tabotuna Primary, were shuttling learners, leading to students to some other learners arriving early. Additionally, the committee's inspection of buses revealed that insignificant cleanliness and maintenance issues such as worn-out tires. The recommendations of the committee are as follows. The department should provide a detailed progress report on the implementation of the self-built projects by the 20th of May. The department should further provide a progress report on the interventions implemented to enhance the functionality of non-operational SBCTs. The department should provide the committee with plans on how it will strengthen and ensure the monitoring and management of scholar transport in schools to curb such issues as unroadworthy buses, early arrival time for learners, and all of these reports are expected by the 20th of May. Would like to acknowledge and thank the Honorable MEC Matume Chulwane and his officials. We also want to appreciate the members of the committee who have been consistent in their work. We want to appreciate the support team that we have in the committee that has always continuously assisted us. In terms of Rule 1172C, read with Rule 164 of the Education Portfolio Committee, we hereby recommend that the report on the Gauteng Department of Education's third quarter for 2024-25 financial year be adopted by the House, taking into account the committee concerns as well as the proposed recommendations. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you. Any seconder? Oh, Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Committees. I rise to second the report. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor say yes. Those not in favor say no. The ayes have it. Will the Secretary please read the 20th order?
Thank you, Chair. Sport, Recreation, Arts and Culture Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the third quarterly report of the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, including its entities, for the financial year 2024.
Member Tlebere, present your report.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Good afternoon to all members. I would like to request that the members will take the parts where I will not read as read. The department received an adjusted budget allocation of 1,117 million, and at the end of the third quarter, they have spent 831 million, which is an expenditure of 74.4% on the annual allocation. This expenditure is in line with treasury regulations, as the department was expected to spend 75% by the end of the third quarter. However, the third quarter expenditure indicated that the department managed to spend 74.5% of the quarter allocation. The committee noted that out of 41 set APP performance indicators, 35 were achieved. It is a concern to the committee that the department continued to experience delays in the adjudication and processing of grant in aid application and financial support to arts and sport community organizations. This is despite previous committee recommendation to the department to ensure that this output is executed timeously. This is also because of the impact the delays have on community organizations that much need this financial support and have events organized and planned with secured dates, but depending on this financial support, that get delayed until the set date pass. The committee noted that the department only financially supported 8 out of 9 planned municipalities for library services. This is because the funds for Mfuleni municipality could not be transferred because of the tax compliant of the municipality, and the department indicated that funds will only be transferred once a valid tax compliance certificate had been submitted. Moreover, the department reported that it conducted 40 monitoring visits to the libraries in the quarter under review. However, it is not clear if these visits have any impact on the provision of library services, because the recent committee visit to libraries in Tshwane region revealed that the libraries were struggling to function with challenges such as poor network, no laptops and tablets, no Wi-Fi connection. The department performed well regarding procurement from businesses owned by people living with disabilities, as well as military veterans. However, it registered a regression in the target for the payment of invoices within 15 days of receiving them. The target was 100%, however, 68.54% was achieved as compared to 82.2% in the previous quarter. On Program 1, the department received annual allocation of 190 million, and of this amount is spent 142,223,000, which is 74.8% of the annual allocation for the quarter under review. The program projected to spend 40,741,000, and it managed to spend 40,632,000, reflecting an expenditure of 99.7%. The department had 184 vacant positions under review at the end of the quarter, which was an increase from the 180 reported in the previous quarter. The department experienced 2 service terminations and 1 suspension during the quarter under review. There was a continuation of 8 acting positions at the end of the quarter, which emanated from the previous quarter. Moreover, the department recorded regression in the target for the payment of invoices. On Program 2, the Cultural Affairs Program received a quarterly allocation of 61,612,000, and of this amount is spent 51,049,000. This shows an expenditure of 82.9% and an underspend of 17.1%. This underspending in this regard was attributed to that transfer for grant in aid that were not processed at the end of the quarter as planned, and that the department was still in the adjudication process and awarding letters, which is the same reason that was provided in the previous quarter. The quarter allocation for the Gauteng Film Commission was 11,494,000, and the expenditure of 10,704,000 was recorded, resulting in 93% expenditure, reflecting an underspending of 7%. The underspending is attributed to commitments that were not yet paid. For the quarter under review, the GFC has set 28 targets and they managed to achieve 18, which is 64.3%. This shows a slight decline in the program performance as compared to the previous quarter, and it is not in correlation with the expenditure of 93%. However, the committee is therefore of the view that this decline attributed to the GFC transitional matters and will monitor this closely. For the quarter under review on library and archival services, this program received a budget allocation of 94,909,000 and managed to spend 49,561,000, showing an expenditure of 52.2% and an underspend of 47.8%. The underspending was attributed to the delays in the procurement of computers for libraries, and the department indicated that they will fast-track spending on goods and services under conditional grants. On Program 4, Sport and Recreation Program, for the quarter under review, the program was allocated an amount of 120,524,000 and managed to spend 95,485,000, which reflects an expenditure of 79.2% and an underspending of 20.8%. This underspending was attributed to the delays in the procurement of goods and services within the conditional grants and some transfer that have not been processed, such as the bidding and hosting, as well as for the Mandela Remembrance Walk. Some of the targets that were not achieved during the quarter were augmented by the overachievement experienced in the previous quarter, such as the hosting of the Sonrini Games, school league supported and sports events financially supported like signature major community and local events. On the concerns, the department continued to experience delay in the adjudication and processing of grant in aid application and financial support to arts and culture and sports community organization. Funds earmarked for library services to Mfuleni municipality could not be transferred because the municipality was not tax compliant. And the committee recommendation, the department should ensure that the adjudication and processing of grant in aid financial support to arts and culture and sports community organizations for the 2025-26 financial year is concluded by the 31st July 2025. The department should ensure that funds are successfully transferred to all municipalities for library services, which is their competency. Measures should be put to empower and capacitate municipality to avoid delays that have service delivery implications. And on the acknowledgements, the committee would like to thank the MEC for Sport, Arts, Culture and Recreation, Honorable Matume Chilwane, HOD, Mr. China Mashenini, and the officials of the department. The committee appreciates the diligent deliberation of the Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, Tin Lovu, Honorable Ibi Litswalo, Honorable MS Chabalala, Honorable LD Diacher, Honorable DK Adams, Honorable T. Siteka, and Honorable N. Miso. The committee also thanks the support staff, Zipan Twambalo, S. Nenweli, P. Sigubutu, M. Shikwani, L. Dabula, J. Kiwitz, A. Dikola, Refilo Muremi, J. Mamabolo, and M. Ginindo for their role throughout the process. On the adoption, after an extensive deliberation, the Sport, Arts, Culture and Recreation Committee adopted the third quarter oversight report on the Department of Sport, Arts, Culture and Recreation for the 2024-25 financial year. In accordance with Rule 117, subsection 2, subsection C, read together with Rule 164, the Sport, Arts, Culture and Recreation Portfolio Committee tabled the report to the House for consideration and adoption, considering the concerns and the proposed recommendations made in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Tlebere. Is there a seconder? Member Miso? All those in favor say yes. Yes. Those not in favor say no. The yeas have it. Will the Secretary please read the 21st order?
Thank you, Chair. Community Safety Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the third quarterly report of the Department of Community Safety for the financial year 2024-2025.
Okay, who's standing in for Member Masuku? Or is doing it online?
I can be able to do it.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
I'm online.
All right.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are. You can come in.
Yes. Thank you, Deputy Chairs of Chairs, and to the citizens of Gauteng and fellow honorable members and colleagues. I would like to request that the parts of the report that I'm not going to read aloud should be considered as read. The committee noted the efforts of the department to reduce crime through the A-Wing support unit. The department continued to deploy helicopters at crime hotspots areas since the inception of the A-Wing support unit. 292 operations were conducted at the end of the quarter under review. There were 8,888 appointed traffic wardens with a total of 705 patrol vehicles deployed across the province to improve police visibility and deter crime. The committee noted 28,044 crime prevention operations were conducted in townships, informal settlements, and hostels. These operations included, amongst others, operations on illegal mining, prevention of infrastructure, vandalism, second-hand goods, compliance of inspection, as well as high-density operations. In efforts to address the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide, 4,106 gender-based violence victims were supported through the provision of various psychosocial services offered by the department. 190,299 households were visited across the province by GBF brigades to empower communities on GBF issues. 18 GOD empowerment programs were conducted as part of enhancing awareness on the GBVF program, and also 306 GBVF cases were tracked within the criminal justice system. 67 court pickets were conducted, and 10 green doors facilities were rolled out to strengthen the support victims of GBVF. The committee also received a presentation on the provincial crime statistics for third quarter for the financial year 24-25. The overall crime, as reflected by the broader category of 17 community-reported crimes, recorded a decrease by 7,566 accounts in comparison with the same period in the year 23-24 financial year. This represented a 6.5% decrease. The province contributed 26.5% to the national crime statistics. The contact crime category recorded a decrease of 2,398 counts compared with the same period in the previous financial year. Hence, this represents 4.7% reduction. This category of crime include offences such as murder, sexual offences, assault, intent to cause, inflict grievously bodily harm, and also recorded a decrease of 3.9% to common robbery, robbery, and 11.4% robbery with aggravated instances. Crime detected as a result of police action recorded an increase in 3 of the 4 offences, namely the drug-related crime, sexual offences, and driving under the effect of alcohol. The committee also welcomed the successes attained through the Operation Chanela, where 34,910 suspects were arrested, 4,600 suspects were arrested for contact crimes, 1,836 arrests were for assault, 240 arrests for robberies. In addition, 1,414 illegal outlets were closed, with over 160 million milliliters of alcohol were seized over this period. The SAPS also continued with its efforts to curb illegal mining through Operation Valumkoti. For the quarter under review, 1,034 suspects were arrested, including 586 illegal immigrants, and their tools of trade were seized by the police. Whilst the committee noted the various interventions made by the department and law enforcement agencies in preventing and reducing crime, it was concerning that the prevalence of crime such as gang-related violence and illegal mining, GBVF incidences, are amongst others the one that still prevail in the province. The committee was also concerned about the delay in establishing the permanent provincial integrated command center and the delay in obtaining accreditation for the procured drones to ensure that they are effectively utilized to prevent and reduce crime. On the committee findings and concerns, the committee made the following observations and concerns: lack of progress on the establishment of the PICC, the inability to obtain accreditation for the procured drones, non-achievement of targets on procurement spend for targeted groups, which include business owned by women, youth, people living with disability. It was also noted that the department made provision for 113 kiosks under the payment of capital assets through the EPWP conditional grants. However, the department does no longer report on the functionality of the safety kiosks that were procured. The lack of reporting on the status of road fatalities, the lack of sufficient budget for training of Gauteng traffic wardens. The recommendation: the department must submit the following reports by the 30th of April 2025. A progress report on the establishment of a permanent PICC, a report on the progress made on obtaining accreditation of the operation for the procured drones, a report on the interventions and implemented progress made in achievement of the target procurement spending on targeted groups, a comprehensive report on the functionality of the safety kiosk and their impact on crime reduction, a status report on the reduction of the road carnages, The department must prioritize the training of Gauteng traffic wardens and ensure that they are efficiently equipped to perform their duties effectively. In accordance to, in terms of acknowledgement, the chairperson, myself, would like to thank the Premier Honorable Panyaza Lusufi and Ms. Nonsigela Lusisulu and the team for their cooperation during the committee's assessment of the Department of Community Safety third quarter report, and also extend the committee's sincere appreciation to the Provincial South African Police Service led by Lieutenant General Tomim Tombe for their efforts in reducing crime in the province, for always availing themselves to present the quarterly crime statistics. I further wish to thank members of the committee, Honorable Mahlagaza Manamela, Honorable T. Gunen, Honorable Moody, Honorable Evans, Honorable Maluka, Honorable Nyati, Honorable Bosch, Honorable San, Honorable Mulder, for their invaluable participation in the ensuring oversight and accountability of the department. Lastly, I would like to thank the support staff led by the group committee coordinator, Zuziwe Patrambalo, senior researcher, Sekina Nweli, committee coordinator, Tabile Malumane, researcher, committee Malise Banda, committee administrator, Tabiseng Mufukeng, communication officer, Tebe Kumalo, Hansat recorder, Sylvester Baloy, service officer, Ms. Fezeka Royo, and Officer Azin Ruini Netubuyo, and all the support staff for their continued support of the work of the committee. In terms of Rule 117, Section 2, Subsection C, read together with Rule 164 of the Standing Rules of Gauteng Provincial Legislature, the committee hereby presents its oversight report on the 24-25 third quarter report of the Department of Community Safety to the House for adoption, with the committee concerns and proposed recommendations made in this report. In this regard, I therefore present the report for adoption. I thank you.
Thank you, Member Masuku. Is there a seconder?
I rise to second, Chair.
Member Evans, seconds. All those in favor say yes. Those who say no? Aniko, okay, the yes have it. Will the Secretary please read the 22nd order?
Thank you, Chair. Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee. Apologies.
Okay.
Consideration of the Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the principle of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2025 for the financial year 2025-2026.
Member Musai, please jump. You can come in.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. The Section 27, Subsection 2 of the Public Finance Management Act 1999 enjoins the members of the Executive Council responsible for finances in the province to table the provincial annual budget in the Legislature, not later than 2 weeks after the tabling of the national annual budget by the Minister in line with Section 27, Subsection 1 of the PFMA, unless an extension is granted. To this end, the Minister tabled the national annual budget for the 2025-26 financial year on Wednesday, the 12th of March 2025. In accordance with the aforesaid, the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill was tabled in the House by the MEC for Finance on Tuesday, the 18th of March 2025. The bill provides for the appropriation of money from the Gauteng Provincial Revenue Fund for the requirements of the Gauteng Province in respect of the financial year ending 31st March 2026 and to provide for related matters. The tabling of the 2025 MTF is characterized by prolonged weak economic growth, but through structural reforms and the government of national unity, continuous efforts are being employed to respond to socio-economic challenges and to resolve long-standing economic and fiscal challenges. Despite the economic challenges, the province of Gauteng remains steadfast in implementing what is envisioned in the Growing Gauteng Together 2030 plan. Moreover, the province of Gauteng is also enjoined to implement what is encapsulated in the statement of intent, which is the blueprint of the 7th administration, which entails foundational principles and basic minimum program of priorities. To this extent, the priorities of Gauteng Provincial Government are aligned to the 3 strategic priorities of the national government contained in the Statement of Intent. That is inclusive economic growth and job creation, improved living conditions and enhanced health and well-being, and a capable ethical and developmental state. Gauteng, being a microcosm of South Africa, is also faced with increased pressure on its fiscal framework due to high debt levels, weak economic growth, and an increase in the public sector wage bill. Therefore, in responding to the challenges, the province has implemented a budget strategy aimed at reducing provincial budget deficit and mitigating the risk to the fiscal framework through robust debt management, revenue maximization, and the advancement of fiscal sustainability. However, the service delivery interventions pronounced during the State of the Province address are cushioned from deeper cuts since the fiscus was supplemented through provincial financing and the implementation of stricter cost containment measures. On the other hand, emerging policy priorities and cost pressures are primarily funded through the reprioritization of budget and trade-offs in policy options. This report therefore presents estimates of provincial expenditure, transfer payments, capital expenditure allocations, and allocations to conditional grants. From this report, the Portfolio Committee will draw conclusions and recommendations on the 2025 Provincial Appropriation Bill. In terms of the principle of the bill, the Provincial Appropriation Bill provides for the appropriation of money from the Provincial Revenue Fund for the requirements of the province of Gauteng in respect of the financial year ending 31 March 2026, and to provide for matters incidental thereto. To this end, the total budget allocation for the province is 162.9 billion in the 2025-26 financial year, which grows steadily to 173.4 billion in the outer year of the 2025 MTF. The MEC of Finance, Honorable El Maile, introduced the PAB in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature on Tuesday, 18th March 2025. Subsequently, the Speaker formally referred the PAB to the Finance Portfolio Committee for consideration and reporting in terms of Rule 220, subsection 2 of the Standing Rules of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature for consideration and reporting. On the same day after the tabling of the PAB, the Portfolio Committee received a presentation from the Gauteng Provincial Treasury led by the MEC Maile on the principles of the bill. On Monday, the 24th of March 2025, the Portfolio Committee received the socio-economic analysis on the bill and the legal opinion, which confirmed that the bill complied with the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, the Public Finance Management Act, and the Intergovernmental Fiscal Relations. In the same meeting, the committee deliberated and adopted the oversight report of the Provincial Appropriation Bill. The provincial receipts consist of funds from the equitable share and conditional grants. The Gauteng Provincial Government receives transfers amounting to 162.9 billion in the 2025-26 financial year from national government after the adjusting for the net effect of both fiscal consolidation reductions and additions to the baseline. The transfers increased steadily to 166.8 billion in the 2026-27 financial year and 173.3 in the outer year of the MTF. It should be noted that although the equitable share was adjusted downward due to the impact of data updates on the provincial equitable shares formula and fiscal consolidation, additions have also been made to the PS as part of the continued support provided to the province to respond to pressures emanating from the public sector wage agreement. An average of 1 billion per annum was added to the PS for the improvement of conditions of service. 207.6 million is added for the Teachers Assistance Program in the 2025-26 financial year, which is part of the Presidential Employment Stimulus. The conditional grants allocation, which contributes 17% to the overall total of transfers from the national government, considers structural changes to the conditional grants and additions to cater for pressures emanating from compensations of employees due to the 2025 public sector wage agreement. To this end, the allocation for conditional grants for the 2025-26 financial year is 29 billion, which decreases to 28 billion in the 2026-27 financial year, before increasing to 29.2 billion in the outer year. While provincial receipts, which contributes 5% average of gross revenue, is appropriated entirely for the planned expenditure of the province. The province has projected to collect revenue amounting to 8.3 billion in 2025-26 financial year, which accounts for 5% of the total budget. The direct charges amounting to 96.2 million are for the remuneration of public office bearers. The Portfolio Committee therefore noted that direct charges are for the remuneration of public office bearers in line with the relevant legislative prescripts. In terms of the capital expenditure framework, over the MTEF period, a total budget of 36.7 billion is allocated to infrastructure program to enable delivery of services to the residents of Gauteng. The Portfolio Committee noted with appreciation that the allocation is informed by conducting a readiness to spend assessments to promote allocative efficiencies, thus ensuring that infrastructure projects are ready to be implemented. In terms of the conditional grants, Deputy Chair, the total amount allocated for conditional grants is 2025-26 financial year amounts to 28.9 billion, decreasing to 27.9 in the 2026-27 financial year, before peaking at 29.2 billion in 2027-28 in the outer year of the MTEF. The Portfolio Committee noted that several changes were made to conditional grants to make funds available for reprioritization and fiscal consolidation measures. Noting the conditions attached to the spending of the conditional grants and the possibility of surrendering same to the National Revenue Fund in the event of poor performance, the Portfolio Committee implores the departments receiving conditional grants to ensure that national priorities are met and compliance with national standards to circumvent their surrender. In terms of the budget allocation per vote, the following budget appropriations have been allocated to departments for expenditure in the 2025-26 financial year and over the MTEF period. The total allocation for the 2025-26 financial year amounts to 165.8 billion, which grows at an average rate of 3% over the two outer years, thus progressing to 180.5 billion in the 2027-28 financial year. The appropriated amounts are inclusive of reductions and addition to the budget baselines to give effect to the reductions in PS and to reduce the provincial budget deficit to stabilize public finances. Moreover, funds are also made available for the priorities of the 7th administration, which has enabled through the province-wide reprioritization of budget, improvement in conditions of service, and the infrastructure projects which are allocated based on the readiness of the department to spend the funds. The committee therefore recommends the following: that the GPT should continue in its endeavors to reduce the provincial budget deficit to stabilize public finances. GPT should ensure that the reprioritization does not adversely impact the provision of social services. That GPT should ascertain that infrastructure projects
Musai,
budgeted for.
you can jump to adoption.
Yes. After due consideration, the Finance Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted a report on the principle of the Provincial Appropriation Bill in terms of Rule 117 subsection 2C, read with Rule 164. The Finance Portfolio Committee presents to the House and recommends adoption of the committee's oversight report on the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Member Tlebere?
I second.
All those in favor say yes. Yes. Those not in favor say no. The yes have it. Please read the next order.
Thank you, Chair. Environment.
Environment. I think the 23rd order. It's the
Humans. Okay.
Yeah, it's the 22nd order.
Human Settlements Portfolio Committee Focused Intervention Study FIS report emanating from the budget report of the department for the financial year 2024-2025 on assessing progress made in relation to the implementation of mega projects in Gauteng province.
Member Mokheti, or should I just ask for a seconder?
Yes.
You can present your report.
Thank you very much once more, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Today I was really abused, myself and Member Mosai. I, Nomatemba Mokheti, the Chairperson of Human Settlement Portfolio Committee, tables the Portfolio Committee Focused Intervention Study report emanating from the budget report of the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement for the 2024-2025 financial year on assessing progress made in relation to the implementation of mega projects in the Gauteng province. Chair, I'm going to request that part of the report that I'm not going to table be taken as tabled by the House. The Portfolio Committee noted that the mega projects that the department is currently implementing do not reflect cooperation with other GPG departments. The projects are not a true reflection of human settlements. For an example, the people in Riverside View mega city still have to go to Deep Slot to access government services such as education, health services, and police stations. In addition, some of the mega projects are still very far from places of economic activity and the employment, such as in Impumelelo and Obert Mtombeni mega projects. The mega projects must be highly coordinated amongst the relevant sister department to Human Settlement Department. These include roads and transport, education, economic development, community safety, sports, arts and culture and recreation, health and social development. The project is in the city of Johannesburg, started on the 19th of February 2016 and expected to be completed on the 31st of March 2026. The total project value was 5.1 billion. The expenditure to date since the project inception RDP units is 786,963,143.95. The project is in the Gautrain Extension 4 mega project. The project is in the city of Johannesburg. Contract agreement signed in September 2016. The total project budget allocated is 152 million, and the expenditure to date since the inception of the project is 39 million. The urban settlement development grants, the Portfolio Committee noted that the 3 mega projects which are in the metropolitan municipalities are spending well with regards to the USDG funding. And with regard to the electricity network, municipalities are facing a significant strain due to the increased demand of the aging infrastructure, inadequate maintenance and security challenges, leading to the frequent service disruptions and blackouts. And the main challenge is with regard to ESCOM, which needs to unlock the electrical bulk supply. In relation to the water and sanitation bulk infrastructure, which is hindering its ability to provide reliable and sufficient services to the mega projects, mushrooming of informal settlements continue to compromise public health, environmental sustainability and economic development, making it essential for metros to prioritize upgrading and expanding its bulk water and sanitation infrastructure to meet their demands. On committee concerns, the Portfolio Committee observed that some of the large-scale projects remain significantly distant from the economic hub, job opportunities and essential government services, lack of interdepartmental planning with other sister departments. The committee noted that there were delays in the Gautrain mega project caused by SMME's business forum. There has been a lack of reporting on the implementation plan aimed at addressing bulk infrastructure, as well as measures taken to improve coordination and integration between the GPF and municipalities in the execution. The committee noted that the delays and completion of some of the mega projects in the project as a result of municipalities not providing bulk services. The committee noted that Riverside View mega project was well coordinated than other mega projects in the province. And lastly, the Portfolio Committee noted that the issues of signing Tshwane into a formal settlement is still pending in the city of Tshwane. The recommendations, the following are the committee proposed recommendations on the FIS report, which the department should respond to by the 30th of April 2025. One is to outline strategies and discussions to guarantee that mega projects are connected to economic activities. Two, the department should form an interdepartmental committee for planning of the provision of infrastructure with all relevant departments. Three, the department should outline the steps taken to address the business forum issues in the Gautrain mega project. Four, the department should provide a report detailing implementation plan to address bulk infrastructure and steps being taken to enhance coordination and integration between GPF and municipalities. Five, the department should submit a comprehensive report on challenges incurred on delays and completion of some mega projects in the province. Six, the department should allow systems used in Riverside View when coordinating and planning on the upcoming mega projects. And lastly, seven, the department and the city of Tshwane should fast track the issues of Tshwane, as this has been an issue from the last administration. On acknowledgements, Deputy Chair of Chairs, as tabled in the report, because I did acknowledge in the previous reports, on adoption in terms of Rule 1172C, read with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlement presents the FIS oversight report on the assessing progress made in relation to the implementation of mega projects in Gauteng Province for the 2024-2025 financial year for adoption, taking into account the committee concerns and proposed recommendations in the report. I thank you.
Thank you, Member Mokgethi. Is there a seconder?
Yes, I rise to second. Thank you.
All those in favor, say yes. Yes. Not in favor, say no. The yeas have it. Will the Secretary please read the 24th order?
Education Portfolio Committee Focused Intervention Study FIS report on assessing the support and resourcing of schools of specialization SOS in Gauteng Province.
Member Mhlongo.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. The Education Portfolio Committee has identified assessing the support and resourcing of schools of specialization in Gauteng Province as its FIS topic. The purpose of this FIS was to assess the level of support provided to schools declared as schools of specialization in the province. The focused intervention study has the following specific objectives. Firstly, it was to assess whether there is continued support to schools of specialization since their launch, to examine the unique challenges experienced by the schools with regard to the implementation of the program, to assess the impact of various categorization of the schools, to provide recommendations in order to achieve intended outcomes. The department has set afoot its plans to reorganize and to open schools of specialization across the 5 regions in Gauteng, which offer 5 disciplines in maths, science, ICT, engineering, commerce, and entrepreneurship, sports, arts, and culture. To this end, the department reports that it has supported established schools of specialization and continues to implement the strategy. The committee noted that with respect to the conception of the schools of specialization, the department reported that SOS programs seek to nurture the development of top talent in South Africa across 5 key disciplines, thus producing the country's future generation of leaders. By nurturing the system's most distinctive learners, the SOS program assists in addressing critical skill shortages in South Africa. These schools offer a highly specialized curriculum and will target the top performing learners and learners that show potential in a particular discipline across the province. The committee noted that the department has identified at least 36 schools as schools of specialization that are part of the SOS program. and they want to address the skills shortages in the South African economy, to leverage partnerships to expand learner-teacher support, to bridge the learner gap between matric education and further studies or employment, to expand learner opportunities post-matric so that the impact on employment is visible, to build schools with excellent management and strong health performance. It's to be noted that each corridor has particular speciality. In the western and southern corridors, which are most suitable schools for specialization with agricultural focuses, the city of Johannesburg focuses on financial services, hospitality, as well as pharmaceuticals. In Tshwane, they specialize in automotive, research and innovation or knowledge-based fields. In the West End, we have emphasized agro-processing, tourism, archaeology, and logistics, while Sidibeng focuses on tourism and entertainment, agro-processing, logistics, as well as in the hydro industry. Ekurhuleni would also specialize in manufacturing, transport, aeronautics, as well as logistics. I'll not go through all the schools that we have done oversight on. I just want to go to the committee's concerns as well as recommendations. The recommendations as well as implication on lawmaking, the committee's concerns in respect to infrastructure should be noted as follows. The schools that have been built with ATC or temporary structures do not meet the prerequisites of a school of specialization. With respect to the provision of resources, the committee noted the following challenges. During our oversight visits, the committee noted with concern dilapidated structures or classrooms equipped with no state-of-the-art equipment as reported. With respect to some of the principals and educators, the committee noted the following. There was no specific training provided for SMTs, such as artisanship or training specifically on the technical and marketing aspects of the School of Specialization. In terms of capacitating the school governing bodies and committees, the committee noted the following, that there was no specific or specialized training for the SGBs specifically relating to governance of a School of Specialization. In respect of internet or network connectivity, we observe that the department relies mostly on other departments for internet connections. For example, the GBN is provided by the Department of eGov and we're not necessarily using our own resources. The committee is also concerned that proper assessment and consideration of all prescripts of SOS forms, norms and standards were not taken into account when some were declared the schools of specialization. The committee is concerned about the huge budget reductions that may negatively impact on functionalities and management of the schools of specialization, since there are some schools that don't have sponsors and therefore it becomes difficult for those schools to optimally meet their mandates. The recommendations that we are making is that in respect to infrastructure, the committee recommends that the department prioritizes all the schools of specialization to meet all the prescripts and the norms and standards of an SOS. We will be expecting a progress report by the 31st of July 2025. With the provision of resources, the committee recommends that all SOSs be provided with classroom of the future as well as state-of-the-art equipment as required in the norms and standards of an SOS. On the training of the principals and educators, the committee recommends that the department should look into specific training needs for SMTs, for example, artisanship or training specifically on the technical and marketing aspect of a school of specialization. On school governing bodies, the committee also recommends that we must look into specific training needs for SGBs that are relating to SOS and managing of schools of specialization. On the internet connection, we recommend that the department should look at providing all schools of specialization with the internet connection from the department. The committee urges the department to take into consideration all prescripts of SOS norms and standards before schools are declared or gazetted as SOSs. In terms of budget allocation, the committee recommends that the department must look into reviewing the budget allocations that they give SOSs in order to avoid the negative impact of the functionalities as well as management of the SOS, because there are no sponsorships or partners to some schools and they would be struggling optimally to meet their mandates. We would like to acknowledge the MEC for Education Honorable Matume Chilwane, as well as the senior officials on the presentation of the FIS topic, the substantial and sustained efforts that they give to the Portfolio Committee in terms of assisting us with information and details with regard to the FIS. We would want to acknowledge members of the committee. We also want to acknowledge the support staff in the committee. In accordance with Rule 165 of the Education Portfolio Committee, Chairperson hereby recommends that the report on the Gauteng Department of Education FIS report emanating from Budget Vote 2024-25 be adopted by the House, taking into account committee concerns as well as proposed recommendations on this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Mhlongo. Is there a seconder? Seconder?
I rise to second, Honorable Deputy
Member
Chairperson.
Adams, seconds. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Those who say no, say no. Okay, Aniko. The yeas have it. The report is adopted. Will the Secretary please read the 26th order?
Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee Focused Interventions Study, FIS report on the commercialization of agro-processes in the province and the status of the Bodlekeboto program and waste management.
Member Mulder.
Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs. After the third attempt, I thought that I would be overseen.
Yes, they were so in a hurry to reach to the end.
Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs, Honourable Members. The committee embarked on a focused intervention study focusing on commercialisation of agro-processes in the province and the status of the Bodlekeboto program and management waste management. The committee staff undertook pre-oversight visits to the Morocco Chickens Abattoir in Everton, as well as the Mipolo maize milling plant in Hammanskraal, which relate to agro-processing, and the committee on its own visited the Silver Tree Group Cannabis project in Talton. It was reported by the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development that they supported the Silver Tree Group with approximately 10 million rand for the upgrade of the processing facilities in order to get them compliant with international standards. The Impilu milling was supported to expand its milling plant to the value of 9.5 million rand, which improved their production capacity to meet demand from the government's market as they are supplying the Department of Basic Education's feeding scheme. Finally, Morocco Chickens was supported with a mobile poultry abattoir and in addition a 100 kVA backup generator. The mobile abattoir has a capacity of 2,000 chickens daily, 4 times a week. In respect of waste management, the committee noted that the waste diversion from landfills as well as growing the waste economy are key imperatives for the province. The strategy for the diversion of waste from landfills is based on building a secondary resource economy around the beneficiation of waste as part of the circular economy. The municipalities, technology is not on my side this afternoon, Honourable Chair of Chairs. The municipalities and all relevant sectors and waste producers must prioritise waste minimisation, recovery and the recycling programs prior to disposal of waste. The committee noted that there are no significant waste minimisation or waste segregation programs across Gauteng's municipalities. The recovery of recyclable materials continue to be largely due to an active and growing informal waste sector, small waste enterprises and cooperatives. It was further noted by the committee that there are urgent need to upscale waste minimisation activities in the province through various programs, including the separation of waste at source, mandatory diversion of certain waste streams, including organic waste from landfills, processing treatment of organic waste, processing and beneficiation of construction and demolition waste, as well as waste to energy. The committee further noted with concern that some of the towns in the province and residential areas A sorry sight to behold, with filth littering the streets and illegal dumping occurring ever so often. Water resources have not been spared, with some streams notorious for carrying debris and is pronounced for in periods following heavy rains. Stormwater drains are clogged with litter to the extent that they no longer serve as carrier for runoff, which only get worse during flooding and rainfall events. This points to a need to evaluate the impact of the Bonte-Kebotho strategy and to determine if there has been a good return on investment with the budgets that would have been channeled towards such programs over the past several years that we aimed at keeping the environment clean. The FIS objectives are to learn about strategies to help in keeping informal environmental resources in the province free of litter, get briefing on the separation at source strategy, learn about the envisaged circular economy and how it is intended to benefit the province, to get briefing on the agro-processing projects that GDART is involved with, and in the nature of extent of capital investment afforded in these projects. Background on the focus intervention study. Honourable Chair of Chairs, in September of 2002, the then Minister of Environmental Affairs and Tourism made a call to South African citizens to participate in the Clean Town campaign. In Gauteng, provincial government made a call to all the Gauteng communities to participate. We can all see what the success of that was. Honourable Chair of Chairs, the Bonte-Kebotho is Gauteng's clean and green campaign. It's aimed to address littering, waste management and greening issues. It is a social mobilisation program and provincial strategy to heighten environmental awareness and encourage sustainable environmental action amongst residents to ensure that the environment is clean and protected for the present and the future generations. The BKB program is anchored by various pillars, which include the waste program that deals with river cleanup, which focuses on the removal of solid waste and debris from rivers, tributaries and wetlands. Greening program, which focuses on tree planting, and the landscape program, which aims at promoting greening of community neighbourhoods and maintaining a clean environment that makes local community members proud of the environment. Chair of Chairs, the acceleration of transition to a low-carbon, resource-efficient and climate-resilient economy that absorbs a maximum number of jobs within the province, with a special focus on waste and biodiversity, further remain a key for the department. In relation to compliance, the department was requested to submit and make presentations to the committee. In addition, the committee embarked on the focused intervention study processes in accordance with the sector oversight model and the Gauteng Provincial Legislature standing rules of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. The following observations were made during field work. At the Morocco Chickens Abattoir, the entrepreneur started working at Roundwall Chickens and is no more available. The entrepreneur is grateful to the department for having provided a 2 × 6 meters container as well as 2 × 12 meter container. Challenges: business needs to have the abattoir fully automated to service big businesses. There are several challenges, Honourable Chair, which I won't go into because of time constraints. The Silver Tree Cannabis project is a South African Health Regulatory Authority approved facility and was funded by GDART. There are observations. The site was found to be inoperational as a result of a transformer that was stolen. Challenges: securing staff with requisite skills. The market conditions have changed. The consumption and legislative side of the use of marketing of cannabis has several grey areas, and etc., etc. Honourable Chair, I have to start with my conclusion of this report. And a lot of priorities have to be reprioritised to enable these projects to be successful. Findings, the committee recommendations. The progress report update should be submitted to the committee by the 31st May of 2025, and lists of progress has to be provided. Honourable Chair of Chairs, the Portfolio Committee wishes to thank the MECs for Agriculture and Rural Development, and also for both the departments, the acting head of the department and his team, and further wishes to acknowledge the role of the honourable members of the Portfolio Committee and express appreciation for the contribution of the support staff. And with that said, Honourable Chair, we table this report before the House. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Mulder. Is there any seconder?
Chair, I rise to second.
Oh, thank you. All those in favour say yes.
Yes.
Those not in favour say no. The yeas have it. Now we're moving to the last order. May you please, Secretary, read the 26th order?
Thank you, Chair. Petition Standing Committee's third quarterly performance report for the financial year 2024-2025.
Member Gentile.
Mandivale, sir.
Ivale.
Thank you so much, Chair of Chairs. We want to request that the part of the report that we do not read, that it's considered as read. We are presenting the third quarter performance report for the 2024-2025 financial year of the Standing Committee on Petitions. The introduction, this report is drafted in accordance to Section 6, Section F of the Gauteng Petitions Act of Act 5 of 2002, and it prescribes that the committee must, on a quarterly basis, report to the Legislature on the petitions submitted to it during the period and all its activities in respect thereof. An executive summary, this quarterly performance report serves as an account of the committee's activities and performance for the third quarter of 2024-2025 financial year, covering the period of 1st October to the 31st of December 2024. The report provides an overview of all activities undertaken by the committee during this reviewed quarter to addressing concerns raised by petitioners and fulfilling its mandate effectively. During this quarter, the committee adopted 25 new petitions which were forwarded to relevant authorities for investigation and reporting. These new petitions have now added to the existing 288 ongoing petitions that are still awaiting progress reports, essentially for their resolution. And as a result, the total number of ongoing open pending petitions waiting reports from authorities or departments are now sitting at 313. This report further evaluates the responsiveness, efficiency, effectiveness at which the petitions referred to relevant authorities were resolved. It identifies areas where there were potential efficiency improvements to be made in the processing of these particular petitions. Lastly, the report looks at the challenges that the committee encountered with authorities on responsiveness to petitions and in addition, the systematic weakness related to entry and handling of petitions from municipalities to provincial departments. The petitions considered during this quarter under review would have been the number of petitions adjudicated. The committee is responsible for receiving petitions on a wide variety of issues related to service delivery and ensuring that community voices are acknowledged and that their issues are systematically addressed. In the reporting period, a total number of 33 submissions were prepared and tabled before the committee for its consideration. After thorough consideration and discussion, the committee approved and adopted 24, and then there was 8 that was then rejected. The adopted petitions were subsequently sent to responding authorities for further investigation and reporting. And we are indicating on the table below the petitions that would have been adopted. The 24 2 being in the Premier's office, community safety, 1 the Department of Education, 1 the Department of Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development, 7 at the Department of Human Settlement and Infrastructure Development, 1 at the Department of Health, 1 at Social Development, 2 at the Department of Transport and Logistics, 1 at the Infrastructure Development, and then you then have municipalities where you also copy COPTA, 1 at Mfuleni, 3 at the City of Johannesburg, 1 City of Tshwane, 2 in Ekurhuleni, and then there is 1 that is at the government-owned institutions, which is the PRASA. And you then have the inadmissible petitions, which are 8 that the committee would have rejected, and that the petitions assesses the committee against the format and content criteria as set out in section 4, subsection 4 of the Gauteng petitions. Those that do not meet the criteria are then found to be inadmissible and are then rejected by the committee. And we are then indicating through the table below those particular petitions. But I think it's worth noting, Chair, that some of these petitions, when we reject them, we would then make amends to advise the petitioners on where they must then seek relevant information. Committee activities, the committee meetings. The committee held 4 meetings and strategic planning sessions during the quarter under review. These meetings focused on examining new petitions submitted for consideration, while the strategic planning session was dedicated to outlining and refining the committee's objectives for the next 5 years. On public engagements, in carrying out its mandate, the committee conducted public engagements in various communities to ensure responsiveness and accountability. During the reporting period, the quarter was dedicated mostly to public hearing focused on the proposed amendment bill on the Petitions Act. These hearings were conducted across 5 regions in the province, allowing a broad range of perspectives, inputs from various stakeholders. During these sections, community members and other interested civil society parties and organizations were invited to share their thoughts, concerns, and suggestions regarding the bill. The engagements were informative, with participants highlighting the importance of the Petitions Act in facilitating public engagement, ensuring that citizens have a voice in the legislative process. Many contributors emphasized the need for the amendment to enhance transparency, acceptability, efficiency on how petitions are handled, and how officials should also be accountable. And as a result, these hearings, valuable insights were gathered and that will inform the final drafting of the bill. The feedback received will be instrumental in shaping the amendment for better service of our people in the province. And our petitions analysis, the committee adopted 24, as would have indicated, petitions in this quarter, in that particular quarter. And the table below would illustrate to ourselves that of the 24, 33, which was 8 that were adopted, were for the Department of Human Settlements. 29 were then referred to different municipalities, and COCTA was then copied. And also the second table shows the gender and distribution dynamics in terms of the region and the gender of the people that would have petitioned. The petition, 50% of the petitions emanated from City of Johannesburg, 7 were females, 5 were males, whilst 6 emanated from the City of Ekurhuleni, 3 were females, 3 were males. The regional distribution is the same as the previous quarter, is the same in this particular quarter, where 13 of the petitioners were male and 11 were females. On evaluation of the responsiveness of the authority and departments, Section 6, subsection F1 and 2 of the Petitions Act provide the committee to evaluate the responsiveness and efficiency and timelines at which the petitions referred to the authorities are resolved. And it's the gadget. Yeah. All right, on committee concerns, the committee is gravely concerned on the regression when it comes to the department's completion of the petitions management section of their templated quarterly reports. It is imperative that the departments complete the petitions management section for their reporting to portfolio committees. By not doing this, they are ineffectively hampering the oversight work of the respective portfolio committees as they are blindsided on the facility of the petitions landscape. And I think this, Chair, is mainly because a lot of the authorities and departments are not responding in time and in line with the petitions that are sent to them at that particular quarter. And they then do not show it in their reporting. Despite the partial compliance of the Department of Community Safety and the Departments of Social Development and Transport, we want to also urge that other departments must also report accordingly. And I want to move towards the end. Chair, on conclusion, Chair, the committee continues to mainstream fairness and consideration in its work to ensure that the petition process is made accessible to the widest range of people, and that will continue to strengthen transparency and accountability through the most effective tool available for resolving service delivery. We want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the following committee members: Member Tindlovu, Member Schneeman, Member Letsualo, Member Mhlongo, Member Chabalala, Member Chabalala because this is the previous quarter, Member Mila, Member Maluka, Member Sitika, Member More, Member Ali, Member Nkani, Member Makane, and Member Dijak. I wish to acknowledge the contribution and support provided by the Group Committee Coordinator, Ms. Vaz, Committee Coordinator, Ms. Banyoni, Community Administrator, Ms. N. Mfuku, Committee Researcher, Dr. Ngwane, the Petition Officers, Mr. Lekede and Ms. Desnoto, Petitions Administrators, Ms. Jabu and Ms. Mack, Legal Advisor, Mekekana, Senior Information Officer, and Ntateli Ngume, Senior Communications Officer, Menzuke, Public Participation, Mail Boardman, and the Hansard Recorder, and Date Kulu and Service Officer, Mr. Pagati. In accordance to Rule 164, the Petition Standing Committee hereby presents the report for the adoption and consideration by the SAS.
Thank you. Is there a seconder?
Yes, I rise to second.
Okay. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Those not in favor say no. The years have it. You know, chairpersons, I had a mystery prize that I was going to give to the chairperson who presented their report in less than 5 minutes, and all of you failed. So I'm taking the prize home with me now. So that concludes the business of the day. The next sitting is on the 13th of May, 2025. The House is now adjourned.
I'm not going to apologize for making Okay. Let's go.